Oh, Paul's on headset. Don't you worry about Paul. No, I'm just kidding, Brian. I'm good. Yep. All right. Good morning and welcome to semifinal Saturday of the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters, live from the USTA National Campus in Lake Nona, Florida. I'm Paul Walker, continuing the coverage of this wonderful tournament here. I'll be joined today in the broadcast booth by Jason Harnett, National Manager of Wheelchair Tennis for the United States Tennis Association and long-time wheelchair tennis coach. You're getting a quick look today right now at the Court 1 or center court schedule. Opening up here will be Lucas Satoli and Dylan Alcott in the quad semifinal, followed by Shingo Kaneda and Gustavo Fernandez. And over there on Court 2, you're going to be seeing in our opening match at 10 a.m. this morning, Andy Lapthorne and Koji Sugino in the quad semifinal, followed by Stefan Olsen, Joachim Gerard, Dieter de Groot, and Aniek van Koot. It's going to be a full day of incredible tennis here, so I hope you're going to join us for, well, I just recommend that you join us for the whole day. Why not just dig in and watch some wheelchair tennis? Jason, welcome, and what are your thoughts on some of the matches today?
Thank you, Paul. Okay, yeah, I think we got some incredible matchups today. You know, starting out here with Dylan Alcott, Lucas Satoli from South Africa. And on this court over here, we got Andy Lapthorne taking on Koji Sugino from Japan. I mean, the quads are taking the morning here. So.
And right now it's going to be on Court 2 that we're going to see the coin toss between Andy Lapthorne and Koji Sugino. It's Andy that came through on the pool play, having defeated world number 1 David Wagner, but it was an interesting pool as all 3 of those participants in that pool came out at 1 win and 1 loss, Jason, and it had to go to the tiebreaker, and it was Andy and Lucas that made it through, and right. World number 1 David Wagner was on the short end of that, unfortunately for him. He does not have a chance to defend his title for the 7th time, having won six straight here. Really a remarkable run by David, but all things come to an end eventually, don't they?
Yeah, they do, and I'm pretty sure the guys, there's a little sigh of relief having David out of the draw just because of his dominance of this event over the years. I think once you get, like all great champions, when you get to the later rounds of these events, they get real tough. So I think the players are probably pretty, I don't know, just relieved.
Yeah, he's had a remarkable career, but some of these guys here have equally had great careers. Certainly some spectacular accomplishments by all the players that we have in our semifinals here on Saturday. And as we take a quick look there on court number 2, it's Andy Lapthorne, who's no stranger to success, having won a lot of Grand Slam titles, having had success at such events as the Paralympics. So, but it's Koji Sugino, who I think the newcomer to this NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters, a first-time participant that might be a little bit of a dark horse today in the quad race.
Yeah, I would say from what we've seen, I mean, he's a very strong player. He's not a kid. I think he's in his mid-30s, so he's been around a little while. He's played tennis for a long time, but he's definitely making a surge. And I think, as we all know, with Tokyo coming up in 2020 with the Paralympic Games, that the Japanese contingent is making a huge push in all divisions, men, women, and quad. And Koji is looking to be the front runner in the quad division.
I'll tell you what, having watched him play Dylan Alcott in his opening match, I mean, of course, Dylan, defending Paralympic gold medalist, Koji did not look out of sorts. I mean, he was kind of toe-to-toe. It was a straight set victory by Dylan, but it was 7-5, 6-4, so a really highly competitive match, and he gave Dylan all he could ask for.
Yeah, I think the first couple of years, Koji here in the quad division, like every new player who's got some good skill and good high function, these guys are watching closely the other players, and every match that they play, every time he gets a chance to play Dylan or David or Andy or Lucas or any of the other top players, he's taking notes, and you can see with every tournament that he is starting to play. He's really dialing it in against these guys. So you're right, for him to take on Dylan, I probably haven't not played him that many times, and play him tight shows that Koji is someone that is a force now. He's someone that you look at the draw and go, wow, okay, we know we're going to have a tough one with Koji coming forward. So, again, it's great to have him here in the semis.
I saw him play for the first time back in March at the Open in Rome, Georgia, one of the ITF 1 tournaments on the UNIQLO Wheelchair Tennis Tour. And I'll tell you, the amount of improvement that I've seen in the course of 8 months from him is pretty significant. And you could tell that he was kind of raw, even just 8 months ago. But he's certainly been training. I think he's played as many or more tournaments than any other quad player on the UNIQLO Tour, having played, I think this is his 23rd tournament of the year, which is an incredible amount of tournaments.
Amount of tournaments. Excuse me. I think, a big part of all this is, when they're at home, Japan, a lot of countries have these teams put together for these players, and I think Koji has a great team of, strength and conditioning, on-court coach, whether they have mental skills coaching. I think they do as a nation, their contingent. So, he's got a great support team at home. He's got a great support team on the road, which just makes it ideal for the players. And like you said, that growth in 8 months has been incredible. I mean, he's playing everybody tight, so.
And I'll tell you what, we're just going to alert the viewers who are watching, take a look for the forehand off of Koji. It is a weapon. One of the unique additions we have to today's semifinal action is that we're going to have ball kids on the courts to assist the players and kind of make this a continually more professional event than it already is. It's been spectacular for the first 3 days of round-robin play, but there's just an added little dynamic once you get to semifinal Saturday, and we're going to add the ball kids, and so I know they're excited, but they're going to do a great job, so I'm sure the players will appreciate having them on court.
And the ball kids love having their UNIQLO shirts and hats and shorts, I believe, so it should be fun for them, no doubt.
Yeah, it's a proud moment for kids to get out and participate in a tournament like this and feel important and everything like that, but it's all part of kind of getting them to maybe also get hooked on a sport like tennis, so maybe we got a little bit of a ulterior motive there, don't we?
I think so. I think the kids at the end of these events always say what a good time they have, and the players are great to them, and chair umpires help them, so I know the kids are nervous going out there, but once they settle down, it usually takes about 15 minutes. If any mistakes happen, it happens early, and then the mistakes go away, and it's all good. So
and the players typically will square the kids away pretty quick, like stand over there,
or say go to the chair umpire and ask the ball kids to go sit down and have a good time watching.
Right. So
imagine we've seen that. If the ball kids struggle, sometimes the players ask them to step aside and they'll take care of it. So
players like, I'll buy the kid a Coke later if he just goes away.
I doubt that will happen today, but maybe. I hope.
No, I think they've been trained up by Jason Allen, who's the manager of wheelchair and technical for the United States Tennis Association. He's done a great job of training up the kids. So we know where to go if we see any of the kids messing up today, don't we? We're going to go right to the source.
We have access to Jason.
We're making a quick joke as we're watching Jason walk by, as he's kind of got a little eye on these kids as they're preparing to go to work today to help out the event.
Weather's nice today, Paul. Got a little breeze, but it's probably going to be in the low 70s, maybe upper 70s as the sun pokes out. And this week's definitely had its ups and downs as far as temperature and sun, and thankfully no rain, but I think it's going to be a nice day. We got a lot of action here at the campus today as well.
Yeah, we sure do. There's a Florida sectional tournament taking place over on the Clay side of town, and so there's 500 participants from across the state of Florida that are here vying for a sectional title. They're very eager to be successful here on the campus. I know it's always an exciting event when they qualify to get out of their hometowns and get to the national campus to compete and have some fun and play the sport that they love. There happens to be a couple of local competitors from my hometown of Lakeland, Florida, that are participating here. Actually, a few ladies that I coach, so I'm really had a chance to go watch a little bit of their action a little bit earlier this morning before coming up here to talk to you about wheelchair tennis.
Ladies and gentlemen, this semifinal round.
This campus, and we talk about it all the time, but the campus, honestly, and I work here, you get multiple events going, the energy and just the enjoyment of watching so many people playing tennis, multiple surfaces, and it's just an incredible, I know we say it every broadcast, but it really is an incredible place, and that really was the idea when this place was built. I say it's pretty utilitarian, right? I mean, it's a generic place, but it dolls up so nice, and everybody who comes here just walks away going, wow, what an amazing place. And again, I get a chance to see it every day.
Getting a good shot of Andy Lapthorne right there, British #1, as he prepares to kick this first semifinal match off here on court 2. Receiving a couple balls from the ball boys indicates that he is going to be serving the first game of the match. It's the traditional flip of the hat by Andy, the FILA-sponsored athlete that he is. Wearing a little bit of Irish green today, it looks like, the Brit, maybe honoring one of his Great Britain, I don't know, what would you call it? Brits and the Irish, a love-hate relationship at certain times, not to get into historical data there. But first point of the match.
Two lefties, two really fast players, two pretty heady players. It's going to be... I think it's going to be a battle, and I think Andy's played well this week. But Koji, obviously, this could be Koji's coming out. This could be the event that he comes out. He's had wins over all these guys, but not on this stage.
As you mentioned that, Andy and Koji have met 5 times in their career. And ironically, again, with Koji having played 23 tournaments this year, all of those meetings have taken place in 2018.
Goodness sakes.
But it's Andy with the significant 4-1 edge. But as I mentioned, in just 8 months, it's Koji who's continuing to improve. Early advantage to Lapthorne in the first game here, as he kind of roars out to a quick 40-love lead on his serve. And Andy holds comfortably at love on the first game of this first match of the semifinal Saturday here at the United States Tennis Association National Campus, NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters.
You saw a little nerves there at the beginning, maybe a little bit from Koji. See how he starts off serving here. See when he first serves. I mean, we always talk about percentages, and we talk about how important it is to get that first serve in. It's not only, obviously, we always talk about taking the double fault off the table, but also an opportunity to put pressure on the returner right away. So when you're nervous, sometimes it's good to take a little pace off that first one and get it in, to get some confidence going and put pressure on the returner right away.
Yeah, Andy did a nice job there in his first service game of keeping
great start for Andy.
The percentage high. And it's lefty versus lefty, as you mentioned, so it kind of cancels out each other's lefty advantage, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you see, the lefties don't play each other that often. It's such a right-hand dominant sport, so when a lefty plays a lefty, sometimes it's just as strange for them to play a lefty as it is a righty, if that makes sense. That was a bit dizzying intellect there, I think. But it's true. A lefty playing a lefty is a little bit odd, so.
We've got 3 lefties in the quad semifinals. Lucas Attoli will be playing later on in center court against Dylan Alcott, is also left-handed, so it's the left-handed quads that are dominating the tournament here this year.
Yeah.
First point to Lapthorne as he's on a 5-0 run right now. You'll see a lot of heavy slice serves from Koji. He really works that left-handed slice to his advantage on the serve in particular.
Yeah, when you talk about serve +1, return +1, it's kind of a philosophy here that we use, and I know a lot of federations use. We always talk about that serve and then that first ball And you can see there, Koji had a nice, pull out wide. Andy going back cross court in that first ball. Koji inside the baseline striking. So you're going to see that a lot today from both guys. Again, nice return down the line there. Return down the line is probably, I think we'd all agree, is probably the most devastating return there is in wheelchair tennis. As a wheelchair tennis player, you can't really move laterally. You have to turn and push forward. And that down the line gets back to you so quick.
Open court winner for Andy off the let cord that kind of slowed the attack down. But you're going to see a pretty big variety in styles here. You're going to see a lot of looped forehands by Andy, a lot of spin, a lot of high balls, and then Koji looks to come forward and flatten that thing out and hit with a lot more pace. So it's going to be an interesting tactical battle between these two. It's Andy who's going to kind of try to keep a lot of balls in play, and it's going to be Koji who's going to be looking to finish fast.
Yeah, I think they're both trying to find each other's backhands as well, so that left side of the court is going to be worked over a little bit. Andy does like to work around his backhand to hit as many forehands as possible.
And there's one of those
classic
classic Andy, big spinning high deep balls, and just flies up on the Koji backhand and no response.
Yeah, it's a tactic I think used, especially in this division, trying to go above the shoulder line, really test out the player's ability to reach up, maybe test their balance out. Andy uses that particular shot you just saw heavily in doubles to help set up his partner. So it's just a ball he's really comfortable with.
And a very comfortable break by Lapthorne to kind of get off to a really solid start. 2-love to Sagino. So we'll see if this pattern continues or if Koji settles in a little bit.
That's a pattern you're going to have to see Koji making a little more often here. Being aggressive, nice punch there, and he doesn't do quite enough with that. Again, we always say any ball in the middle third of the court where a player can push forward, it's not good for the person hitting that short ball. So definitely Koji's going to have to keep that aggressive style going. I think staying back and just rallying with Andy is not going to be probably the tactic of success. Be more aggressive.
Get the ball, please. Can I get the ball, please?
See the linesman directing the ball boys to come and get that errant return. Just wide there by Koji as he shows a little bit of frustration. Slapping himself around a little bit just to maybe kind of shake himself up here a little bit in the third game as he's kind of off to a slow start and hasn't really gotten any rhythm at all yet. It's been all Andy so far.
And he's keeping the pace of play up a little bit as well. Just see that short ball is it just sits right up to Andy's forehand there. Again, Raiders are challenging each other on the high ball and change of direction. Again, look at what a short ball does for Andy.
Did a nice job of occupying and kind of making a nice little move with his chair early on to get himself some separation there to be able to extend and drive through that forehand. That's some good chair skills by Andy Lapthorne, who again has spent a lot of time doing that. It's Lapthorne here with a slight advantage in his second service game still.
Game Lapthorne.
And it's game Andy Lapthorne as they go to the first official break here in this first set of a semifinal match between Andy Lapthorne of Great Britain and Koji Sagino. And it's Lapthorne 3 games to love. Kind of a relentless attack so far by Andy.
Yeah, I think Koji's going to have to take a little different approach here. Maybe try and slow Andy down a little bit. I'm just feels like it's going quick. And I think this is a time for Koji to maybe take a little more time between points, force Andy to slow down. Let's see if that disrupts Andy a little bit. Center court scheduled for today. Starting at 4 o'clock, we got our quad singles semifinal. Lucas Sidhole and Dylan Alcott. Actually, 4 o'clock is incorrect. Let me read that again, Paul. Greenwich Mean Time.
GMT, Greenwich Mean Time. Yeah. You're like, what?
As it's either 4 o'clock, and I freaked out. I'm like, wait a minute. We got Lucas and Dylan coming up here on center court, followed by Shingo Cuneda and Gustavo Fernandez in the men's singles semifinal. Then again, followed by Yui Kamiji and Giulia Capocci from Italy in the women's semi. So got some really good tennis coming up here on center court.
I'm going to give you a little, that Stefan Olsen and Joachim Gerard match is going to be a slugfest. Both of those guys are playing great tennis. It's Stefan who came out of the pool play as the number 7 here in the tournament, but undefeated in pool play and really looking sharp. It's his slice backhand that's just been a dynamic weapon in the early part of this tournament.
It's won him a couple Wimbledons in a row, that slice backhand.
Yep,
so.
And a 2-time winner of this event back in 2008 and 2010. So no stranger to success here. Koji looking to get on the board. He needs to get something going here pretty quick, Jason, or else Andy might just roll him up off the court.
Him serving from a little different position as well, a little further out wide.
That's not the serve he's looking for here today. Bounces one in front of the net. You know, he commented yesterday about how wide out he is on that ad side for singles. And so where he's typically taking that serve out wide to the right-hander's backhand, he's going to be pumping it right into Andy's forehand, and that's a lot of area over there for Andy to hit to that Koji's going to have to cover then on his backhand side. So I think that might be an adjustment. If he doesn't make it, it's going to be a tough situation for him all day.
Again, could be a little bit of that lefty to lefty that you just don't see that often, and having to make those adjustments on your targets and you know, being cognitive of that man, I've got to remember. Sometimes we forget as players, you know, where to go with stuff. And I think there's no doubt that this set is you know, slipping away a little bit. I mean, maybe he puts a hard stop in at some point, but I think, you know, Andy's definitely in control, and we'll see as we get closer to the end of the set how much energy Koji puts into it, or if he starts looking towards that second set.
Another double fault is not an indicator of whether or not he's settled down yet. Andy lets him off the hook there with that forehand return to serve error. I think at this point he'd be wise to just keep putting some balls in play because it forced Koji to actually make some shots.
Yeah. From Andy's perspective, try and shut the door here on this set.
That's the second serve that he's hit short of the net on his first serve, so he's off on this aspect of his game. There's another double. We've seen some players throughout the week struggle. Again, it is breezy. Don't know how the wind is affecting that court in particular. The stadium court can be a little odd as the wind swirls down there, but he's clearly struggling on his serve right now. And I hope he's going to the underhand serve. He is out of sorts, and there's some frustration that lets you know that he's feeling it too.
You can tell if he switched his racket earlier to different tension. I don't know if he's going back to he's going to another racket again. So within 4 games, he's started with a racket, switched it out, and now he's switching back. So
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's never a good sign.
That's a sign that you're just grasping now for something to get some sort of momentum going. At some point, some players look at this and go, you know, I'm down 4 games. I think I'm just going to play this set out and then get a hard reset at the beginning of the second. And that might be where we're at here with Koji.
My goodness.
He's just going to try and settle down here a little bit and get something going.
As good as he's looked in the round robin, he looks equally as out of sorts here today. I mean, it's, again, maybe the buildup of having come to this event for the first time, and maybe it's finally the pressure starting to set in. Maybe he came expecting, all right, I'll compete hard in the round robin, and I don't know how I'm going to do here in the first time. And all of a sudden he pushes through, and now he's realizing, oh my God, I'm at the semifinals at the NEC Wheelchair Masters, and what do I do? And Andy, of course, has been here before.
That's right.
And he knows exactly what to do in big matches. And see a drop shot winner by Lapthorne.
I don't think I've seen Andy quite this relaxed in a long time. I mean, had a tough match with Lucas Sidoli yesterday that he dropped, I think 4-4, and here he's a different player. I mean, Koji's allowing a little bit of that to happen, but Andy looks very comfortable right now. Except for that serve, of course, that he just bounced in front of the net.
I don't recall seeing any players bounce serves like that. We've seen it from both players now. And I'll tell you, if Koji's forehand, that shot that he just missed right there, if that thing doesn't get going here quickly, that court is going to be available soon. Because that is a weapon for him, and we've seen him hit it really well throughout the tournament, flatten it out. We've seen him roll it, short angle cross court. He's had command of it, but today he's got command of nothing.
I think, as you said, this is the time for Andy to make Koji hit a lot of balls. Just no freebies, no gimmies, no giving Koji a sense as a way he can, creep his way back into this. I know we're not close to that at this point, but it's an important thing when you're ahead is try and keep your foot on the gas pedal and make people play. No double faults, no easy misses out of the middle third.
And it's Koji who slams the racket. As he goes down he goes down 5-love. I mean, we've started this coverage less than 25 minutes ago. The official ball's in play, and it's 5-love, Andy Lapthorne. And the wheels, to use the term, are coming off for Koji Sugino.
Put his rackets in his bag. So I think he's probably going to go to his third racket. I guess he's not happy with the tension in the frames. That's always a good thing for you guys at home to know is, when you're playing a lot of tennis, even if you don't break strings, you need to make sure that you get those rackets restrung on a pretty regular basis to keep the racket at a tension that you like, because when you get your rackets restrung, we all like them when they're brand new and tight and what you like, but they do lose tension and balls start to fly a little bit. And in a situation like today where there's a little bit of pressure, a little bit of wind, all of a sudden, if you haven't had those rackets strung up, especially for these guys who play so much and really are sensitive to those things, the frustration can mount quickly. And then
great shot of Dylan Alcott and Gordon Reed. GB number 2, Gordon Reed, Alfie Hewitt being the GB number 1 player and defending champion at this event in the men's division, but not here this year competing. And a great shot of Dylan Alcott will be coming up on center court here at 11 o'clock versus Lucas Attoli. But it's court number 2 and Andy Lapthorne, all things GB right now, as he's just rolling Koji Sugino of Japan, rolling him up. Andy spins one off the side, no response from Koji, and the pattern continues.
Yeah, we're seeing a full array of shots from Andy here. You're seeing the soft rolls, you're seeing the drives, you're seeing the high balls, you're seeing the drop shots.
But the truth is, he really hasn't had to do much.
No.
I mean, he's been just solid, and it's just been the lack of effort and execution by Koji. As he just launches a forehand, 10 feet behind the baseline.
You're watching the shot selection he's having to make, but I'm trying to watch Koji's demeanor, looking at attitude. His emotions are definitely getting the best of him at this moment, and it's affecting everything. So I think if he can settle down and try and keep the emotions in check, maybe a little less vocal, a little less animated, that'll be the best chance he'll get to be getting back into this thing, because otherwise, you got to remember, folks, that your opponent sees everything. So every time he wants to smack a racket or show disgust, Andy's going to see that. It's just going to fuel Andy to keep doing what he's doing. So Koji's got to settle down here and just stick with the tactic for a little while.
lead, 30.
Andy trying to press the action there a little bit. Misses the backhand volley. Kind of gives Koji. This is one of the more competitive games we've seen, and you're right. First chance for Koji to get on the board. Might be a little too late in this set, but anything right now to build confidence would be something he'd be looking for and look to build on going forward in this match. Best swing of the day by Sugino right there, without question. And maybe he just said, why not, right?
I think shots like that, all of a sudden he starts to, again, the odds of getting out of the set for him aren't good, but I think, you start building a little bit of momentum, a little bit of confidence going into that second. He's hanging on to anything positive at this point, and that was definitely a positive, that backhand right there.
And Andy settles things back down as he looks to close this set out on his serve. Maybe not allow Koji to get a foothold here at all, toe hold, anything.
A
lot of spin from Landy on that one as he kind of just spins it off the side, didn't get it down quick enough and into play. He seems pretty relaxed right now, looking to keep the pace moving, looking for the balls from the ball kids and get this thing rolling.
Koji's got to start getting a deeper ball like that. I think the previous two shots, just from where we're sitting up here, you can see where the ball's dropping mid-court so consistently, and Andy is inside that baseline. That is not the pattern that Koji wants. We want to keep our opponents behind the baseline and as deep as possible so they just can't wound us. I think Andy's just had way too many free shots off an easier short ball.
Another great shot by Koji, but equally great response by Andy. Says, all right, you want to go? You want to go big? I can handle that too.
Toe-to-toe there, and again, well hit by Koji, but again, kind of back up the middle third, right back into Andy's forehand. A strong shot.
Great get by Andy.
All right, making him hit another ball.
Yeah, absolutely right. Letting him know. We've seen Koji not afraid to go forward into the court and play a little net clubbing, and so might be an area he looks to exploit a little bit more. But Andy's good at handling that, having played a guy like David Wagner so many times, who comes forward and presses the action. That's a position that Andy is comfortable with, sitting back and just kind of counterpunching the attacks.
Andy's energy right now is pretty good. We say that a lot about him, and he kind of wears it on his sleeve. You know where you stand with Andy during a match, and if he's pushing hard and he's kind of quiet, because he's a fiery guy, fiery competitor, he's usually, if he's not happy, he'll know it.
A great forehand by Andy to finish that point. Again, a lot of spin, but good target, rolls it off the court, no response at all from Koji. And chance right here for Lapthorne.
Return there from Koji.
Yep, again, starting to see some better swings, which again might not be able to get him out of this set, but could set him up to go a little deeper in the match as we continue here.
Getting the sense that Koji's settling down just a little bit here. We're again, not a bad serve, but again being aware of that lefty to lefty into the body a little bit. Koji pulled it up the line for that down the line return again. Very nice.
Not up.
Lapthorne leads 5 games to 2.
2. Again, a long way to come back, but I notice he's keeping his emotions in check. We're not seeing kind of that disgust that he had earlier. I think he's sticking with the same racket, hopefully, for a little while longer. That seemed to have done well, a couple games.
I'd advise him to stick
I
with
would
that
stick with
racket,
that
having gotten 2
particular
straight
racket
and
there.
a couple of. I mean, I don't know what he's got him labeled at in his bag there, but that's the one that I would be like, this is the one now. Because two good games from him. Finally starting to see the player that earned his spot into the semifinals, because the first 5 games he looked like a shadow of the guy that came through the round robin portion.
Yeah, he's the first guy away from the bench too, so he's got a little momentum going. His energy's definitely better. He's carrying himself better. Definitely playing a little more aggressively, taking his shots.
See if he can get his serve going here, Jason, because he has certainly struggled on that aspect of his game so far. And so he's going to need to have a nice hold here to really start to make it interesting, because then 5-3, now we start to think a little bit.
That's right. Yeah, definitely. Start to tighten that, close that gap just a little bit. And I think that's what you hope if you're going to hang around in a set, then all of a sudden things start to get a little interesting. If he can hold here, and then Andy's got to try and hold. And again, as we know in wheelchair tennis, holding serve isn't always the easiest thing. Returners tend to have a little bit of an advantage with that movement, where the server's coming from a sitting position. So if Koji can somehow hold here, it gets a little more interesting.
Love 15.
Breeze has definitely picked up here a little bit. You can see maybe that ball blew into Koji some and drew that error. Yeah, one of the risks there, putting it up, you got the breeze blowing at his back, which means his lobs are going to carry, so hit that a little bit too firm there.
Coach like, come on, get out of there. If he's directing traffic with the ball people or himself.
Yeah, it looks like both.
Lapthorne 2 points away from a first set. Make that 1 point, Jason. 1 point away from the first set. 3 set points for Andy Lapthorne.
Took advantage of a couple loose errors from Koji to get to that love 30, and then played a very aggressive return there to get him 3 set points.
Yeah, really unrealistic to think that Koji was going to get back into this set. And I think looking at 3 set points, I don't think it's going to happen. But maybe he's set himself up to have some more competitive action in the second set.
I think so. It's feeling that way.
Yeah, but he fights one off.
It's always strange when you run through a set quickly, recognizing that the other player is not maybe at his best.
We got a nice shot of some of the fans here today. As we mentioned, we've got a couple of big events on campus, and so there's just a lot of energy here, and we're happy that we're seeing a lot of folks watching these matches. This one on court 2 and coming up at 11 o'clock Eastern time on center court. It'll
There's
be
the first set. There's the first set. Andy. And again, like I said, I think there are times you win a set pretty easily like this one, but you kind of know it wasn't maybe necessarily because of, partially because of what you were doing, but definitely the other player maybe wasn't on their A game. But I think Andy's got a sense that Koji's coming on a little bit, and as we always say, that first game of the next set, is critical. Kind of sets the tone. So we'll see what kind of energy and positivity Koji brings coming into this first game.
getting a good shot of the flags blowing outside the USTA headquarters. And as you can see, they're ripping pretty good today, and there's no doubt that the wind is a little bit stronger than it has been the last couple days. So the players are going to have to contend with that, but it is a breezy, nice day here on the campus. A lot of activity, a lot of action, a lot of energy. But it's action down on court 2 between Andy Lapthorne and Koji Sugino, with Lapthorne having taken really a convincing and easy first set, 6-2. And it looks like there's a possible restroom break here by Koji Sugino, so perhaps he's going to try to go get himself collected and then back to work in set number 2. good view of the campus. You can see over on the Nemours Family Center to the left of your screen some activity with the kids and the families, and over to the right behind the big tournament building you've got action on center court here today. We would like to join you to ask you to join us starting at 4 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time and 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's Lucas Satoli versus Dylan Alcott. Dylan being the reigning Paralympic gold medalist, so he's going to be a tough opponent for Lucas. And then the one that I would highlight for the day certainly is Shingo Kunita versus Gustavo Fernandez, two players that are just playing some phenomenal tennis in the men's draw. And Yui Kamiji and Giulia Capocci, first-time competitor Giulia Capocci here at the NEC Masters, and former longtime world number one Yui Kamiji that will be in action on the semifinals later today.
Some great tennis. I mean,
it's been phenomenal.
Any of these matches are just incredible. And Shingo Gustavo is just going to be two gladiators.
I mean, literally.
I mean, two guys who just, you got probably the most disciplined player in the history of the sport in Shingo, and then you got the kind of the young buck in Gustavo, who is just, he makes every match so physical. Not that Shingo doesn't. Shingo tends to beat you with discipline, and that steadiness. And Gustavo just tries to muscle it around and beat you up. So it should be a lot of fun to watch that.
Continued shots at the campus. It's been a glorious week here, and a lot of effort's gone into putting this event on, but it's been a labor of love for all the people that have been involved in the production, been involved in planning the tournament, all the aspects that go into making a world-class international tournament like this. We have so many countries represented, as we've mentioned earlier in the week. We've got 6 of the 7 continents represented by players here, which is really remarkable to think how global this sport of wheelchair tennis is, and all credit to the International Tennis Federation for continuing to push the sport around the globe, and organizations like the United States Tennis Association, which takes care of tennis here in America. And so we're grateful for all the people that just kind of promote this great sport.
For all you tournament directors out there, you know what we're talking about. When you start talking about an event like this, all the transportation and the food and the hotel and special events and the ball kids and the marketing and the media and the filming and the live streaming. There's so many moving parts to these events that make them so great, and it's so wonderful that we're able to bring a quality event like this here to America, the year-end World Championship here to the National Campus, and again, like you said, Paul, improve that exposure that the ITF has done for so long, and being the international governing body, but also we here at the USTA as the national governing body of wheelchair tennis and Paralympic tennis, just promoting and trying to give a platform for this sport to be seen by everybody, because it's such a wonderful side to the sport of tennis.
I want to wish everybody a happy December 1st. It's the new month as we've come out of November and into December. Winter most places around the world, but it's summer a few other places if it's on the flip side. But here in Florida, it's quote winter, but I don't know if it's ever really winter in Florida.
It's freezing here, Paul.
It's freezing.
72 degrees with a slight breeze.
Well, freezing was in play on Wednesday. I'm not going to lie. We've
It
talked
was.
about that, but it's settled into its Florida norm, and we're grateful for that. I think the players maybe would prefer to be doing with a little less wind today, but certainly the temperature is very comfortable. And so that's what they have to deal with, but they travel all over the world and play in conditions wherever they are at tournaments, so it's something that you either embrace or you let get under your skin, but I think most of these people tend to understand how to embrace it.
I think a lot of them are just happy to be playing outside in November, end of November or beginning of December, because most places where they're from, it's not possible. But it's better than mid-August here in Orlando.
Yeah. I don't think they would appreciate that. Yeah.
No one appreciates mid-August here in Orlando.
It's hot, but the tourists keep coming. They keep packing Disney and Universal and all the attractions. They come in the summer months. They come all year round. It's certainly one of the destination spots around this country and around the world. I mean, it's certainly one of the top destination spots worldwide.
No question. There's a lot to do in this place. I have young children, and we have done the Disney thing, and it's funny to go there and see families coming from all over the world, and it's 95 degrees with 95% humidity.
Great shot of the ball kids all kind of waiting for their turn on court, eager to get out there and participate and be important and contribute to the tournament. They are They're wonderful, but all pretty calm, cool, and collected right there. That's a great view. You can see the palm trees blown in the background.
Yeah.
There's a few of Koji's team, coach, trainers, and things like that. Maybe they're sending him some messages right now or something.
Can't do that.
Making some. No, I know they can't. I'm just kidding. They're, but maybe making some notes, or maybe like.
Yeah.
Maybe they should just be talking to each other. It looks like they're texting back and forth, like, well, why is Koji struggling so much? And their guy's texting back. I don't know. It's just
Don't talk anymore. We just text each other.
That's it.
From 4 feet away.
That's the age, right? The age
That
of
is the
technology.
age.
Another shot, another angle of the national campus, and people sitting and enjoying this match. Waiting for this second set to get underway on court number 2 between Andy Lapthorne and Koji Sugino. It's Lapthorne who took the first set. If you're just joining us, that is not tennis. That's a Florida palm, and so it just kind of gives you a little indication of where we are in the world, where such trees like that grow. They don't grow everywhere, I can tell you that much.
I saw the guys chopping some of the dead palms down before the event. So it was always amazing to see how well manicured this place is. It is kind of a Disney feel. Everything's always in great shape here at the campus.
Do you know what kind of palm that is, Jason?
I have
I think
absolutely
it's
no
a
idea. I'm a
queen.
Southern California guy, which is
Well,
a different palm, I believe.
A different, yeah, I believe. I think that's a queen palm, and if somebody can do some research on it and let me know if I'm right, but I'm pretty sure that's a queen palm, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong once or twice before.
Rarely, Paul.
Thank you for that.
Rarely.
Yeah.
Oracle.
I'm sure somebody somewhere is Googling that. That's what we do. We Google.
We got Koji back on court. He'll transfer back into his tennis chair and try and get, again, like we talked about, that first game of that second set is a huge deal for anybody. If you're winning, you won that first set, you want to come out charging and set the tone. And if you've dropped that first set, you want to come out charging and set the tone. You want to really let that player know that you're here to stay and you're not going anywhere and you're ready to fight. So we'll see if Koji brings a little bit of that energy, out of the hole here.
Well, it's been a pretty good long break, so if he was going to ice Andy at all, certainly the amount of time that it's taken for him to
Regrip.
to go and use the restroom and then come back and now do the racket. I mean, he's maximizing every bit of this, whether it's legit or a little bit of gamesmanship, just to kind of get back on track. He's certainly put Andy on the ice for a while here. We're about 10 minutes away from action on center court as we continue coverage on court number 2. Just as a reminder, at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be covering another quad semifinal match on center court. We might be leaving court 2 to go to center court in a match between Dylan Alcott of Australia and Lucas Satoli from South Africa. Two guys that have played each other many times in the history of their time competing on the UNIQLO Wheelchair Tennis Tour, but it's Alcott who has a pretty significant advantage in that head-to-head matchup. We'll talk a little bit more about that when that coverage begins.
I think there might be a little discussion about re-gripping coming off a toilet break. Not exactly the protocol you want to have. I think the tournament referee, Ian Smith, was just down there talking to Koji about that. As you can see, Andy's waiting. See, Andy was maybe a little irritated by that.
Yeah, my sense of it is that he's taken a little longer than what would probably be normally accepted. Seems like he's really almost kind of milking it as much as he can.
Yeah, he might get a warning here for that. Might get a time warning, which he's probably okay with.
Mm-hmm.
There's no point penalty there. That'll be the next step.
I'll tell you, the wind continues to grow. As we're sitting here in between the two courts, sitting up kind of high above the stadium and above court 2, it's increasing. I don't know what the MPH or the kilometers per hour is. Well, maybe we try to get a little quick check on that, but
It's pretty
definitely
stiff.
picking
It's
up.
not. This isn't sporadic. This is a pretty stiff wind, which sometimes, believe it or not, can be a little bit easier if it's consistent to adjust your game to. It's when it's a bit gusty and you can't predict it. That's when it gets tough. But this is pretty strong. It's going to be a challenge for both guys. But these courts here at the campus do sit down a little bit between buildings, and a hillside here next to court 2 maybe helps a little bit with that.
Here we go. ball in play. First point of the second set. It's Koji with a little exclamation point there with a win, a little verbal announcement like, oh, okay, I'm back and I'm ready now. Because he certainly was anything but ready in that first set. Speaking of utilizing the elements, that's a beautifully executed drop shot by Lapthorne. Right into the wind.
Great Britain, there's wind every day.
No kidding, right?
So, getting trained up in that.
Andy hasn't trained up outside in about 3-4 months.
It's a good point.
Yeah,
but if you grow up playing in the wind and outside, you do get a little bit accustomed.
Watch Andy calmly just roll that ball in on the pass there. No.
Little risk when you push over a little bit to get that inside out forehand and you don't do enough with it. You really do leave that open side wide open. So if you do choose to run around it, you better do something with it.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, Andy knows how to handle that. He's not going to panic when he sees somebody on the attack coming in the net. He's just going to stay back and hit his targets. That one's going to fly, that's for sure.
Good wide serve.
And that's Koji launching one up and out. And he was going with the wind in the exact direction that the wind's blowing. That thing's going to end up and over and out.
Yeah, you notice Andy using the drop shot from his side of the court and Koji risking the lob, which is today might not be the right call from his side. Very tough to control.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's another example.
Another high ball, just tough to control.
And the pattern continues. It's Andy off to the good start. No let up so far. And it's Koji who's going to continue to have to play catch-up. Would have been nice for him to get off to a little lead, at least for him. It would have changed the whole dynamic of this second set, but it's Andy who continues to press the action.
Yeah, important game for Andy. That's a huge, I think, blow to Koji. I think Koji taking the break, taping the racket, taking his time, like you said, and then not really benefiting from that. I think Andy is going to get pumped up from that, getting that first game.
Yeah, Andy's feisty, that's for sure. So that might actually worked in Andy's favor, where he might have got a little fired up by that delay tactic, and really kind of keeps his energy high because of that.
A good opportunity for Koji to get that first point inside the baseline. Nice forehand,
but it's
pushes it wide.
It's the point to Lapthorne.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see, that's where that slice serve out to the backhand of most right-handers is a little bit of a problem. And Andy's just sitting there on the forehand, and then he's going to start points on his terms. And it's going to be an adjustment that Koji's going to need to make here sometime soon, or else he's going to be in big trouble today.
Again, it sounds almost remedial, but it's sometimes as a player you forget. If you're playing a lefty, you've got to switch your patterns up as far as where you serve. And what happens is all of a sudden that ball starts falling into someone's sweet spot. A little better serve there into the body. A bit risky trying to drive it from that far back. Again, we just start watching the decision making and the patterns and which these guys are using, and Andy's staying within a pattern that's pretty safe and being aggressive when he should be. Koji's starting to press a little bit early here, and it's rarely a good sign when you're trying to hit your way out of problems. Better off trying to find some patterns that work.
Koji on the attack now. Andy tries to fly one up and over and figures out that that's not the right choice from that side and sends one 15 feet long, so it's point Sagino. But advantage Lapthorne here. Second game of the second set. 2 points for the break. Best true rally of the match that we've seen so far.
So, actually a very good rally. Yeah, Andy used the wind there a little bit to get that ball to hop up above Koji's shoulder line there, drawing the air. You can see it here.
Bunch of good swings by both of the guys. Both stroking out really probably for the first point where we saw multiple ground strokes from both players.
That high ball that draws the air.
Yep. The air and a 2-love lead for Andy Lapthorne. The early going of this second set.
15 love.
Not even an effort from Seguino there on the
Yeah,
drop
good
shot.
sense of the court from Andy there, recognizing Koji had his back turned. Andy went to the short ball. Smart. Again, it just shows how well these guys see the court. Andy, especially being as experienced as he is, and he played so many matches and so many big matches. He sees it.
Faults.
Soft from Koji.
Yeah, that is the side to drop from, huh?
A smile
In the
from
face.
Andy saying, all right, I got you. Kind of a little chuckle by Andy saying, all right, that's the way you want to go. 30-15 Lapthorne.
Net. Second serve.
Good shot there.
Yeah, one of the better ones. Probably one of
Looked
the-
like from the beginning, Koji wasn't moving a whole lot on that return. Not taking advantage of the ability to push into it, and didn't really matter.
Well, he
Still
pushed
poked
in
the
nicely on the backhand,
on the
that's for sure.
backhand.
That's what mattered.
Faults.
Pretty big game here. 3-0 versus 2-1 will be significant. Koji a little greedy going for that drop. I don't
By
think
the
Andy
drop,
would have
died
been.
by the drop, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Andy would have been surprised by that one as he's squared up coming out of the serve. That would have had to have been perfect to get Andy to not get that one. So kind of a risky play by Koji there.
This could be, I'm not going to say the match, but this is a big, big point for a 3-game lead.
Faults.
Yeah, he
Koji's
went-
got to put a stop in here, otherwise. Big hole.
Yeah, that ball floating, just sitting there, all options available to Andy Lapthorne, and he just chooses option A, cross court, winner.
Yeah, that 3-game lead is just, it's daunting. Down a set.
And as they cross paths at the net post, it's Andy looking at Koji, and as you mentioned earlier, he's looking at Koji shaking his head like, uh-oh. And that's just not a good sign, and if you're a competitor like Andy, you know you got a guy in trouble. And you just got a good read on Koji on the exchange right there.
I think we have a trainer on court. From what I can see, Koji's got a trainer working on his arm. So maybe that's what he talked to Ian about on that last changeover, that he might need a trainer on the next changeover, which is typically what you do. If you can hang in there and play, you keep playing. If you got to stop, you call a trainer and stop play completely. But looks like he's getting some work done on that elbow.
Bring the balls in.
sure if that's what's causing the challenge today. I think Andy's play is probably causing a lot of that pain.
Yeah. And we're getting a good look at the overall campus here, center court. Most prominently displayed as we're getting ready to go into action there shortly. All right, now it's still, there's a great shot of the trainer working on that left forearm, wrist, a couple different things there. It looks like forearm. He's cramping or just something out of sorts.
Are they in? You want them in the bag? Yep. Put them in the blue
Great
bag.
staff here. I can't quite read the name tag. What's it say? Kenny. Kenny, that's a great job by Kenny there to get out quickly and lend some assistance to the player in need.
It is one of the benefits here at campus. We have a full physio staff that works in player development, who is available for all. All of them are available, I think 3 to 4 trainers at a time. Worker full time.
Well, look at that guy just chilling as he waits to participate in his semifinal match. That's Lucas Attoli from South Africa, who's done a great job to get himself into a situation to vie for this title here this year. And so he'll be in action here very shortly, as it looks like both players have arrived on center court as they prepare for their 11 a.m. Eastern Time match on center court, another quad semifinal, Dylan Alcott versus Lucas Attoli. And we'll be bringing you that coverage here very shortly. But Lucas looked pretty relaxed there, didn't he, Jason?
I think Lucas is enjoying his week. He's had a great week.
Yeah, he
Had
has.
a great win over Andy yesterday. Played some really good tennis yesterday. And again, playing Dylan. You can't come intense. You got to come in relaxed and say, you know what, I'm playing, arguably the best player in the world. He and David Wagner are really the two that have stood out. Lucas is, I'm not going to say he's playing with nothing to lose, but he's got to be loose. And Lucas is at his best when he's loose. He's truly one of the fastest and best athletes on tour. But with his situation being a triple amputee, the ball's got to be in the right place. So he's got to be relaxed. He's got to be willing to push today, as we know Dylan's going to be pushing him left and right and all over the place.
Looks like the trainer's done his work. Koji's putting on his support material for that left arm that he utilizes so diligently in all of his action. Racket hand, racket arm, whatever you want to call it. And he's down 3-love to Andy Lapthorne and down a set. So you better hope that trainer pumped a little magic into that left arm, or else he could be in quick trouble here.
Seen a lot of stuff going on with Koji here. Racket changes, grip changes, toilet breaks, trainers. We're pulling out all the stops to try and get back into this thing here. This is really a fail-safe moment. He's got to put a hard stop in here. Down 4 games, it's not looking good.
Second serve.
Definitely blustery.
Yeah,
Really tricky.
when you're struggling, it's tough to get a groove going on a day like today.
Out. 15 love. All.
Here we are on center court as the Balkans proudly take their positions. You can see the smile on their faces, focus in their eyes as they launch out to do their work here on center court as we are continuing coverage of semifinal Saturday. It's Dylan Alcott approaching the net, waiting for his opponent Lucas Satoli from South Africa as we get ready to launch this match here on the beautiful center court here at the USTA National Campus. We expect a highly competitive match between these two great competitors. It's Dylan Alcott in the bright shirt to your left and Lucas Satoli to your right as the chair umpire tosses the coin, rolls underneath Dylan's chair, and it looks like Dylan won the toss as it just finished rolling. It's the longest roll I've ever seen in a coin toss. I don't know who won that.
It's for drainage purposes. The court slopes that way.
Umpire laughs as she's walking off. Not one of my best tosses is what she says. We get about a 5-minute warm-up by these guys. They've already both had hits out on center court earlier this morning. Had a chance to watch Dylan warming up earlier with his coach. Actually, I don't know if Lucas warmed up on center. I think he might have warmed up at an alternate court.
He was out on court 4 or 5 out there, yeah.
Okay, with his coach. All right, we'll be coming up with live coverage on center court in about 5 minutes, but we're going to get back to action on court 2 with Andy Lapthorne and Koji Sugino. And it's Lapthorne up 1-0 and an early lead here in the second set as well. We'll get back to that coverage right now. It's Andy Lapthorne serving. And pretty much, to the best of our knowledge, still in complete control of this match. There's one of the beautifully executed drop shots that Andy's.
You know, on that side of the court, that is the play.
And
he's just waiting for Koji to turn and just dumps it.
Torturing him with that shot so far, and it's demoralizing, right? The drop shots are a demoralizing shot, right? You just break your spirit.
Yeah, they. You know, it's after a while you want the players to start picking up on it. You know, as a coach, you would say that, saying, "Hey, maybe don't turn so quick. Keep looking back up court, looking for it." Because he's done it probably 5 times now.
There it is. There's the update. It's 4-love for Lapthorne. So I think Koji's like, it just doesn't matter what I do today. He's dropping it. He's passing me. I'm hitting unforced errors. I mean, it really just hasn't been his day all day.
Well, I'm just Andy looking how he's playing both halves of the court. You know, they're both playing very differently, right? One side you got the wind, it's a pretty stiff wind right in your face. The other side, the wind to your back. And on the side he's on now, he's utilizing that drop shot terrifically. And if you notice on the other side, he's not really lobbing very much. He's driving the ball through the court, utilizing the wind to get the ball through because the lobs are all carrying long. So he's really figured out this court, and look where he's at. Shot by Koji there.
A little glimpse of what he's capable of doing, but it's those shots have been few and far between today. And Andy continues to look pretty focused. Typically,
he smells the finish line.
When he's got that look in his eye, he's as tough as anybody on the tour. Sometimes Andy can let his emotions get away from him, but right now today he smells a final. He smells a spot in the final.
When you have really emotional players like Andy who can thrive on emotion, but days like today where he's quiet and composed, he's very tough. And I think he could probably take a page out of this and go, look, this is where I'm at my best. Is where I'm a little bit more quiet, a little less engaged. So, yeah, he definitely smells it now.
As he gives up the balls to go to the changeover at set and 5-love. Good look at Andy right there. Still not thinking that it's over. He's still kind of talking to himself about finish this thing off. Keep it moving. He's got everything going his way. We're still warming up on court 1. They'll be completed with that here shortly. It's Lucas Satoli warming up that serve. That big left-handed serve of his. So he'll be in action here shortly as we're getting ready to change from court 2 to center court. It's Dylan Alcott right there in the bright colors. Getting his serve warmed up as they prepare to probably see who's going to get the win and more than likely be competing against Andy Lapthorne tomorrow in the final because it's Andy up 1-0 and 5-love. So it's not not looking good for Koji Sugino over there on court 2. And while we're finishing up this warm-up, I'm happy to join Jo Wallen into the broadcast booth, and she's got a special guest that she's going to speak with and interview a little bit. And so I'm going to pass the mic off to Jo as she introduces who it is we're going to hear from while we continue to watch this warm-up.
Okay, thanks, Paul. We're excited to be here. It's another beautiful day here at the USTA National Campus in Lake Nona, Florida, watching this first match of the day, I should say, the quad semifinal, Andy Lapthorne and Koji Sugino. And before this match gets started for the other quad semi, I have a special guest in the booth with me, Renee Rivera. Welcome.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Renee, just for everyone out there that may be listening, that we're broadcasting in multiple countries here, just give you a little bit of a bio here. You are a professional baseball catcher who's a current free agent, but you've played in the NBA for the Mariners, for the Twins, the Padres, the Rays, the New York Mets, the Cubs, the Angels, and the Braves. Who haven't you played for? Let's start with that.
No, I've been blessed to be available to play this game for a long time. It's my 18th season. I started back in 2001 when I was 17, and we're still doing it. So I'll be blessed.
That's good. And so you're here at the National Campus. It's not the first time you've been here. Tell me about your tennis. How did you start playing tennis? How's your tennis career?
I play in high school down in Puerto Rico. It's something that when I was real young, watch Andre Agassi, Big Sampras, and something that haven't want to play. I want to play so bad that I learned at a young age and start playing high school. I did really well, but baseball was my first sport. So, coming to baseball, but I still play tennis.
That's good. And I hear that you have a wicked serve, and that's understandable, right? So, we're gonna turn around real quick for the match on match point right there with Andy Lapthorne. So.
Oh, for sure. Got it.
So yeah, please, as we turn around, we're going to watch match point here on the quad semi, Renee. And
I've been watching this player, and I've been impressed. I tell you that. And I think majority of the people should be watching this and be available to learn something from it.
Yeah, and there it is. And Andy's put himself with that into the final of the NEC 2018's Masters. Good comeback there from Andy. I know that the other day, there's a lot of stuff going on with Kids Day, and he was a little bit frazzled by it. Which, I mean, you're a professional athlete, right?
Yep.
You got to deal with a lot of different surroundings, right?
Yeah.
But today it's as busy today, if not busier, with the other tournament going on. And today he was really able to focus, and he was really dialed in today. So I'm happy to see Andy come back so positively today.
Yeah, for sure.
So you've got this wicked serve.
Yeah.
And what
I've
level?
Been working on it.
You've been working on it?
I've been working on it. I've been, that's something that my serve when I was young, or when I was high school, need a lot of work. But now, I think I gotta deal in and play sometime I play.
You should play, and I heard you're about a 4-5 level, so you're a player.
I can play there. Yeah.
You can play there, not all the time though.
Maybe
it's a little bit like this.
No singles. I think singles is pretty hard for me. I play a lot of doubles.
Yeah, and so is this your first time really watching the wheelchair athletes up close and personal?
Yes. And like I went to tell you a little bit ago, I've been impressed how these gentlemen do it. I can't imagine myself doing this. And it's inspired me to be better person, better player as a baseball player, and I never doubted. I think that if they can do it, if they can play this game at the high level that they're playing, why not? God gave me the opportunity to be healthy, and so why not? Do everything I can do and go out there and play baseball, 100%. I think that I've been telling you, I think people should be watching watching these gentlemen play, because I think they inspire people.
Yeah, they do, right? And I think that's what a lot, I think with our, say, issue, not that it's a negative, but, we don't have enough people watching these athletes play, right? And I think that it's, once they see them play, they see how incredible they are, but it's also the social aspect of it as well, right? And
Oh, yeah,
like
for
Dylan
sure.
here, we've just switched over to Stadium Court here for the other quad final. So I'm sure you're aware, because you've talked to Jason a little bit, but we have 3 different divisions. We have the quads division, where there's something wrong with our upper body as well. And then we have the men's and the women's division. So Dylan is probably, he's probably done the most for the sport within that social realm, right? So he's a very, very famous within Tennis Australia. He's got multiple sponsorships. He's got his own foundation. So I think for that as well, socially, lots of companies, they like this, but they really want to know what you said about it's inspiring, right? And that's what we have to do. We have to inspire our youth.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing I take about this day today. I came here to play a little bit, and I came here, and this tournament was on. So I think that something telling me that don't doubt yourself. You can do it. You want to do it. You believe in yourself, like this guy believe in themselves. You can do anything in life, and that's what should people watch this gentleman play and take from it.
Yeah. So we'll stay for a couple games here, let you talk about what you see too. I think, I like this right here too, if we can cut over what's happening over here with Lucas, right? So he's obviously having some issues there with getting in and with his chair, and that was actually Dylan's coach that actually helped him right there. And Dylan's actually saying, come on, you can't believe you're helping him, right? So, I mean, that's great right there. He's laughing about it because he's like, what the heck? Why are you helping him? But that's what this is about too. You really do see the athletes helping each other a lot.
Yeah, that's what I think the main thing in the sport. I mean, you want to compete, you want to be the best you can be, but at the same time, you're a human being, and you want to be friendly with your opponent, and you're having fun. This is a sport, so you have to have fun.
Of course. Interesting matchup here. Our head-to-heads on this one. Dylan's actually leads the head-to-head 15-2.
Wow.
Have you played many baseball games with other teams where your head-to-head's 2
Yeah.
to 15?
I've been in teams that
You have?
they're tough to beat them.
And how do you go for a Lucas there going in, right? How does Lucas go into this match then? What's the mentality that Lucas needs to be taking, or that you've taken in your career when you've played teams that are just so much, I should say the head-to-head's a lot that stronger than
I
this?
think you have to be yourself. Do the little things, don't pressure yourself. I think you gotta be relaxed. And that's the main point. I think that when you face an opponent that you have tough time to beat, the pressure come in place, and I think you have to throw that away, have fun, and play your game. I think that you are good to be here.
Yeah.
You're here. You're one of the best players in the world. So
I think with coaching too, like I've done a lot of coaching in my career, and a lot of players, when they're playing someone that's like that, the head-to-head, or they seem stronger, right? Like a Lucas could go out and just play kind of outside of himself, right? Try to do stuff he's never done before, but that's not always good because you don't practice it, right? So you still have to play the best that you can play and play your best game. And if it's just not quite good enough, then that's where you have to go back to the practice court or the field. You call it field? I'm terrible.
Yeah, field,
pitch?
stadium, field.
That's there. But you have to go back to that area, and that's where you actually gain your new skills. But you're not going to do that in a match situation.
Yeah, no. That's basically how the sport is. I think that I take baseball, tennis, they're pretty similar.
Yeah.
About you have to play for yourself.
Yep.
And if you beat yourself up, nobody gonna help you out.
Yeah.
So I think that's what you have to do. You gotta relax, just play his game, and do the best you can be.
Lucas hits a really big ball. I love his backhand. We've talked about some of the other guys' backhands with Gordon Reed and Lucas, but Gordon. But Lucas actually hits his backhand very much similar, both being lefties, and hits it the inverted backhand way. I bet you've never tried to hit it that way. Don't tell me, unless you hit a backhand inverted the wrong way.
No. I mean, tell you, I learned so much today, just to be in here a couple hours and watch, them play. And I mean, it's amazing, really.
And your career right now, you're a free agent.
Yes. Yeah, I'm 2 days after the World Series, the free agency, you came out to free agency, and then now we got a few teams, we're talking, we're getting together, see what happened in the next few days. I think this Monday will be the winter meetings in Las Vegas, so all the owners, agency, GMs, everybody there together talking about players, and let's see what happens. Let's see what happens this month.
Do you go to train and show them anything, or is that just more for the younger guys?
No, you can go play winnable. We got 4 winnable in Mexico, Puerto Rico, Venezuela, and Dominican. You can go there and show that you still can play, but when you get to a certain time in the big leagues, they know what you can do. So it's something that you just sit and wait, train every day, and go from there.
A little windy today too. Players are going to have to just adjust. It's a little easier, I think, on the stadium court. It's a little lower. It's got a little bit more protection, but it still swirls just a little bit there. But players are going to have to take the wind into consideration a little bit today.
Yeah, it's tough to play with the wind, even baseball. So I can imagine, like the guy gonna serve now, that's Lucas, right?
Yes.
Having to toss the ball and serve at the same time, I think it's having to be tough with the wind.
We've actually got 2 players that I just saw play down in Miami at Young Seniors, which is not wheelchair, it's the ITF World Championships for kind of they're not recreational players, they're former pro players, or they're very, very high level, like 5'5", 6'0" players, and they represent their country, but not for money, right? And there was 2 guys down there that actually, they could run, they had their legs, but they actually did not have an arm. The one guy was from Chile, and the other guy, funnily enough, was from South Africa, where Lucas is from. And it was interesting to see them serve, because they actually both served in a different way. So one of them actually did what Lucas did. He's holding when he serves, he's holding the ball in the same hand as his, obviously, as the racket, and he's holding it with his fingers. And if you could see his fingers up close, they're massive. Yeah. He's got massive hands, strong hands, as most wheelchair player athletes do. And then he tosses it up, and then he's hitting it, right? So his toss has to be a little bit higher, because then he has to get his racket back ready to go. But the other guy actually put the racket on the face of the racket and tossed it up and then did it, which for me, that would be a little easier.
That's a nice forehand.
Yeah, it was a great shot.
Great shot by Lucas there.
So you see how he's holding it, this down the line, right there. So that slow motion there is a great shot, showing how he serves it.
I can imagine like how. So they have like a waistband, so they can hold the upper body.
Yeah, some of them are very different. You'll see. So obviously with Lucas, because his legs are short there, he doesn't even go to his knees. You'll see them all tied in. So Lucas is really tied in, really strong with the waist, obviously, and across the belt. So he's got a belt this way, because obviously his body, because it's shorter, right? He doesn't have the balance. If you see Dylan, he's actually got it with his knees. He's got like a covering with his knees there, because they want to keep the knees tight in. If you see some of the guys, they have the straps and they've got things in between their legs, but you see Dylan there on that shot where he's actually got it in, because he wants to be one with the chair. So he doesn't want his legs open. because otherwise that's not going to give him the good mobility that he needs. So everyone's a little different. Gustavo, when he plays Fernandez, who's up after this, I mean, he's tight and super tight. I mean, they'll just keep going and going and going until they're tight. So it's just for the players to see, how they feel, but more comfortable. But it's really for a lot of balance too.
Yeah, that's awesome. You learn something every day.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the beauty of life,
Yep, and just understanding their disability too, and understanding what they've had to deal with in their life. I said we had one of the players come visit for Kids Day yesterday, and I was bawling. I was crying. She looked at me. She's like, "What's wrong?" I'm like, "You just spoke so beautifully to those kids." She talked to about they were actually 10 years old, and she said that she had surgery when she was 10, and the surgery went wrong, and they had to take her leg off. And she said that, and then she talked to him about that, and she's like, I would love to run, but it's not going to happen, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. And then she started talking about them being bullied. Have you ever been bullied before? And they were like, yeah, sometimes. And she's like, don't do it. And she goes, just be humble and kind. And I am literally like crying when she's saying that, because that is what kids need to hear.
Yeah.
And that's, you see someone, and she goes, because I was bullied because I was different, because I didn't have a leg. And I actually messaged her last night and said, I can't tell you how much I appreciated hearing that, because, I think and my daughter was actually at that Kids Day. For her to hear it as well is huge. And so I think those are the stories we need to share as well.
That's exactly what I was talking about earlier. Like, people should watch these matches, and get closer to these gentlemen and ladies who play, in the wheelchair, because this is people that, they never doubt themselves that they want to do something in life, and they become adversity. They move rocks, and they're here playing this championship, and this is awesome. This is a great experience.
After this game, I'm actually going to switch out with Paul, and we've actually got Cece Bellis, who's a former, well, she's not former, she's a current top 40 player in the world. She's coming back out.
It's awesome. Yeah.
35, my bad. I was off by 5, but someone's telling me that back there. Apparently she bought cookies yesterday. What'd you bring us?
I didn't bring anything yet, but I can get some. That's for sure.
Yeah,
I should have bring the cookie from Disney yesterday.
Oh man, the Disney cookies, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they have the Disney Christmas party, and my girls just bring all the cookies possible they have.
Good, yeah. Cece bought us some great cookies last night. Maybe not, I don't know. They're back here making fun of me now. So I'm used to it.
Yeah, but I really appreciate the opportunity to enjoy it here. I mean, this is a lot of experience for me, a different way to see the life, and give me more joy in this sport.
Yeah, right. It does. It makes you appreciate what you can do a little bit more.
That's what we're talking about, the toss.
Yeah,
Well,
with the wind.
difficult with the wind.
Yeah, wind's picked up too. We do actually have a fair amount of wind at this point. See banners.
It's more in the open side of the course.
Yep.
So I got a question for you. I see the net got a little bit, I guess, higher.
Yep, it's called a single. It's called a single stick.
Okay.
So they put that in. They put the sticks in for singles matches, and that should be the height of it, and it comes down. Don't really know the history of it. They take it out for doubles.
Okay.
So that's how the pros play with it.
Okay. I was watching that because they play the same as regular, singles. So
Yep.
I mean that's outside the double line.
Yep.
So
They do it, and it's just a little bit higher, obviously, on those lines there. That's why they say that it's better to hit cross court, because the net's lower in the middle of the court than it is down the line, and the court's longer when you go cross court. See?
I'll try sometimes.
You try sometimes to hit the ball cross court? That's funny. Okay, Renee, thank you so
very much
for
I
joining
really
us.
appreciate it.
And we're going
Thank
to
you.
switch back over to the real commentator now instead of the fake one of me, and the real tennis player instead of the professional baseball player.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And Olcott up 3-2 in this first set, and we're going to put it back over to Mr. Walker and CC Ballas. CC, there you are. You're getting ready to come on. You're taking my spot, CC. Cameras. There you go. See?
Changing of the guard.
Changing of the guard. The good guard now comes in and the bad guard doesn't.
You know all about that, Joe, being a native-born Brit.
I
Changing
did.
of the guard
Yeah, I
at
did.
Buckingham Palace.
I did give Renee some harassment for not bringing us anything, though.
Tomorrow.
No, he's not here tomorrow. I'm saying I yelled at Renee for not bringing, not you.
Oh, I'm bringing cookies tomorrow, though. Don't worry. More cookies.
Yeah, I really want to thank Renee Rivera there. You're pictured in your screen talking to National Manager Wheelchair Tennis Jason Harnett. And I'm a big baseball fan. Renee is a superstar MLB catcher, plays big-time baseball. And as you look at him, he has got the catcher's build, thick, strong, able to take a pounding back there behind the plate. So much thanks to Renee for coming in and sharing a few thoughts with Joe Wallen. But we are back live on center court. Paul Walker with CC Ballas, great young U.S. women that's competing on the WTA Tour regularly. All caught up 3-2, CC.
Excited to see this match today.
Yeah, so this is your third day or fourth
Third
day?
day.
Third day in.
Tomorrow's going to be my 4th day.
Yeah, look at you stringing them together. You've been great. We've enjoyed getting inside your head a little bit about what it's like to be a professional tennis player, competing, traveling, doing all those things. You talked a little bit about your activities earlier today and getting your workouts in already prior to coming in here to spend some time with us.
Exactly, yeah. Already worked out, got my day all done. I'm excited to be here and watch some more great tennis.
Well, as much as people know you for your tennis, honestly, you now do have a reputation as a baker, because you brought us a big plate of cookies yesterday, and they were devoured
I'm
by
so glad.
the staff and crew around here. So thank you very much for that treat.
Tomorrow there will be more.
Oh,
Don't worry.
look at that. And a new variety, perhaps?
Yes, a new variety.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Okay,
Just
I'm going to
surprise us.
surprise you guys again.
Great.
Definitely.
And it's all caught up to a 40-love lead here, with a chance to stretch this early lead out to 4-2. Brightly colored Dylan Olcott serving.
Fitting for Florida, I would say.
Yeah, right. Bring the color.
Yep.
Are you a clothing sponsored athlete?
Yeah. Nike.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I'm sure they appreciate you mentioning that. As is Dylan. Dylan is a
Yes.
Nike sponsored athlete as well.
Very fun.
Yeah, and so how does that work out? I mean, you get to choose the different Nike outfits that you want to play in, or they kind of send you their apparel that they'd say,
Kinda
hey,
both.
CC?
Yeah, a little bit of both. Sometimes I get to choose. Sometimes it's, I get to choose from a couple different outfits and figure out stuff like that. And then, we get a lot of practice clothes too, and it's fun. It's nice to have that.
You girls are all about the outfits, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Not
More
to be
important
too
than the tennis.
stereotypical or
Of
anything
course.
like that, but yeah. Well, there's a reason why there's a fashion industry, and you got to look good to play good, right?
100%.
Lucas Sitoli serving. Love 15, down 2-4 against Dylan Olcott here on center court. The second semifinal match today here on semifinals Saturday. It was Andy Lapthorne defeating Koji. We're going to take a good close-up look at Lucas Sitoli serving with his one hand, one arm. Same toss hand as he uses to hit the serve with, and a great forehand winner by Lucas there. Take an advantage 30-15 lead in this 7th game.
Very
This-
breezy today. How do you
Oh.
think this is playing a role?
I think, yeah, we've commented on it a couple of times. It's certainly probably the windiest day that we've had in the competition so far.
A lot of different weather the last few days. It was cold, and then yesterday it was warmer. Now it's very windy. It's Florida.
Yeah, it's comfortable. Yeah, it feels like we're on the coast, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
That ocean breeze, but we're about an hour and a half in each direction from the coast. Familiar with the geography of Florida. From Orlando, can be to the the beaches of Cocoa or Melbourne in about an hour, a little over an hour. Up to Daytona on the East Coast as well. And if you want to head over to here's Satoli again. Good look at his one-arm toss and swing at that serve. Really, really remarkable set of skills there for him to be able to do that all from just one arm. Maybe he doesn't like our intense scrutiny of his serve there, and he double faults to give Alcott a chance to break and go up 5-2 in this opening set. So elements, things like sun and wind, Cece, how do you incorporate that into your play when you're playing and you have a day where you show up and it's like breezy like today? What are some of the thoughts that go through your head?
Yeah, it's definitely tough. I mean, you have to kind of change your style and what you think
Oh,
that
great
you're gonna
push. Great push by Lucas,
almost
but
got
not
there.
up. Yep, great effort. But it's 5-2 for Dylan. And continue, please, with your thoughts on battling the elements.
So, I mean, you definitely have to change your game style. Can't play as, free, I would say. Got to set up the point a little bit longer and not go for as crazy of shots because the wind can definitely, move the ball around a lot, especially when it's this breezy like today.
Yeah, kind of a much more conservative approach, right?
Right, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
At least for me, definitely.
Yeah. And do you have you taken the approach to embrace the elements like that, or do you get frustrated, or what's your
I mean, you
approach?
definitely have to embrace it. I think, I've come to enjoy it at this point from
Right.
playing in it so much.
And there's a good indication of what we're dealing with. Those are the palm trees, and they're cut pretty close, so you don't see a lot of movement out of those. But I'll tell you, when the palms are blowing like that, way up high, you can tell it's a really breezy day. Dylan Alcott to serve, potentially for the first set. Was a big first serve in there.
Huge first serve there.
Yeah, that was big. He can crack it. So right now, it's Dylan Alcott, pretty much in command of this first set, much like Andy Lapthorne commanded the other semifinal match with a straight set victory over newcomer to the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters, Koji Sugino, who had a great tournament, but really looked out of sorts in his semifinal match against Andy today. It's a quick 30-love lead for Alcott as he looks to serve this first set out. Looks very comfortable right now. Cece, we talked about you recovering from an injury, and is there a pretty good timeline on when you're going to be maybe back in action? What can we anticipate? When can we see you back in action again?
Hopefully Indian Wells
Indian
next
Wells.
year. Yeah, that's what I'm shooting for.
That's a nice one to target, right?
Yeah, that's definitely one of my favorites. So it'll be a good one to start if I make it.
Okay.
Which is exciting.
Yeah, and it's a little closer to your original home where you grew up from.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so we're here, Cece Bellis in sling and cast, but nonetheless, always.
style.
Yeah, you might be the one to kind of create a fashion statement there. But
I don't know about that.
Always positive, always energetic, Cece. That's the way she plays. I think that's just kind of the way you seem to live life.
I love it.
Only 19 years old, but I'll tell you, in the couple of years that I've had encounters with you, very poised, very really articulate. Full of good energy, positive energy. I mean, I think that's something that people admire in you, is that you give good, positive energy.
Oh, thank you. Love being positive. I think it's the way to live for sure.
I don't disagree. And it's Alcott who's got a positive chance at taking this first set, and there it is with the return to serve error. Oh, correction. Scoreboard puts it back to deuce. Thought it was Dylan who had the first set in hand, but we're back to deuce. A lot of activity here on the campus. You've been here for a couple of years now, is that right?
Yeah, definitely. 2 or 3 years now. Basically since campus opened, and it's been awesome. So much activity going on every day.
But you typically train out of the Player Development Center?
Yeah.
Over on the other side of campus, and it's kind of an isolated area where the top some of the top U.S. players, young U.S. players, train. And so, how many of you are there on a regular basis during a train-up session that's going on right now?
Well, right now, we started preseason, so there's a few more people here now. But usually, on a normal week during the season, there's probably 10 full-time players at all times, I would say, for sure.
Okay. And when you say preseason, what does that mean? Give everybody who's listening might not know exactly what that means. What are some of the things that you're going through now, and for what length of period?
So our season, kind of finishes in the late fall, and then usually players take a break for a little bit, and we start preseason. Actually, this is week 1. We're just finishing up week 1 on USTA's calendar of preseason, which is the week after Thanksgiving we start. And usually it's about 4 to 6 weeks, and it's pretty much a lot of players start before that, and they do like 2 weeks of fitness to start.
And there it is. There's the first set to Dylan Alcott, 6-2. They'll take their set break, and we'll continue on with Cece explaining what a training block looks like for these young, outstanding American players.
Yeah, well, usually there's fitness for a few weeks prior to preseason, tennis training, and then the tennis training starts, and it's just basically really trying to improve everything and putting a lot of time in on court and in the gym during this time, so you can work on a lot of things and improve before the season starts again in January.
Right. So typically there's some things that you and your coaches and trainers have identified as areas that you need to improve on, or are looking to improve on in your game, both technically maybe in some of the strokes or anything like that, and then certainly tactical decision makings, obviously strength. So all the aspects that go into making a great professional tennis player.
For sure, definitely. Yeah, you always have things that you want to work on, and what you see from matches that maybe you've lost during the season. So I think that's really important to always have those, so you can work on them and improve them in the time that you have away from tournaments now.
So what's the surface that you guys would be training on now in preparation for the beginning of the season in 2019?
Right now, usually you start preseason with a week or 2 on clay, but I think at this point everyone's on hard court for Australia next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the facility here at the National Campus offers a hard court surface that's similar to the Australian Open?
Yeah, they actually have. It's called Deco Turf, I think.
I think the U.S. Open is Deco Turf. Is Plexicushion?
Plexicushion, yeah.
Is that down under?
I think you're right.
Okay, all right, and I think they have that over in the indoor center. Okay,
Yep.
so yeah, it's one of the great benefits of the player development department is that they don't have grass to replicate Wimbledon, but they do have the exact same clay that is at Roland Garros for the French Open. And a little trivia: do you know where that clay was brought in from?
Italy.
Italy. Yeah. Yeah, they brought it in from Cremona, Italy. Tons of it. And that is the exact same red clay that you see so prominently displayed at Roland Garros for the French Open. So there is that's a great commitment by the USTA to bring that exact dirt in here for you players to train on, so you know exactly what it's like when you get on that red clay, which is pretty unique to pretty much all American players.
Yeah, it's huge for us to have that opportunity for us.
Well, it's not my hair that's blowing in the breeze. It's Cece's.
Are you sure?
And so I'm pretty sure Cece, and I think the viewers that know me know that there's not much blowing up there. So, yeah, you get a good indicator. You see the blanket next to our monitor that's blowing. We're having to hold on to the papers on the desk here. Your hair is flapping in the breeze. The flags behind us are blowing. So, that's just all an indication of what the players are dealing with down on the court. It's just tough to control.
Even tougher down there, for
sure. But it's Dylan Alcott who controls that shot right there. To get it to 30 all in this first game of the second set. Probably an important game for Lucas here. He got off to a good start in the first set, haven't gotten the first game in that set, but it was all Dylan for the most part after that.
Yeah, important to stay in this match, definitely, for him to get this first game.
Yeah, close. Near miss by Dylan there, and that might be one of those days where normally that shot for him falls, but with the conditions, he's just didn't make a big enough adjustment. Doesn't look too phased by it. He's pretty comfortable over there. Pretty cool character. But it's Alcott with the break point, with a chance to grab this first game here. And with that double fault, he does indeed get the first game of the second set, so in full command. No let up in sight. It's going to be Lucas that's going to be forced into some adjustments. We'll see how he does as he attempts to continue to keep this match in play. Favorite playing surface for you? Speaking of playing on different surfaces.
You know, I grew up on hard court, but after, you know, playing on red clay in Europe and in the red clay here, I definitely, you know, think it's grown on me. So I don't have, you know, a for sure favorite, but I think I'm a little bit more comfortable on hard since I grew up on it. But clay is definitely growing on me too.
Yeah,
so.
and does your playing style probably lend itself more to the grind of the red clay?
Yeah, definitely. I think I do, you know, my results definitely show that I'm starting to like red clay a little bit more as well. So I think my game, you know, is really suited for that.
Embrace it, right?
Mm-hmm,
yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit. I mean, physically, you're not a giant.
No.
I mean, you're incredibly fit and very strong and everything like that. But you don't have just the genetic size that a lot of other women on tour have. So it's not the power game that necessarily. Not that you can't hit the ball big. I've seen you play. I know, but that's not probably what your game is predicated on.
No, definitely not. I know that that's not probably going to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, going toe to toe with some of those 6-footers.
Definitely not.
Here's a nice replay of that last point. It's a nice slice there, but it's the flick of the wrist by Dylan Alcott and the trophy pose that he tends to hold when he hits that shot and knows that he's hit the winner. Totally with a slight lead here. Dylan with the volley. Great get by Lucas for the forehand. I think Dylan thought he had him. Maybe stopped pushing a little bit. Here we go. We'll get a confirmation of that. Dylan in, pops the volley. I think, yeah, got a little lazy there. I think he thought, okay, that one's over. But Lucas, to his credit, tracked it down and hit the forehand winner. Speaking of forehand winners, that's the return of serve. And game 2, Satoli to
It's
even
a big
this.
break there.
Yeah, that is. That's a even game now at 1-all in the second set. It's a place we were at in the first set, but it was pretty much all caught from that point on. How long did it take you to get used to the sliding on the clay? Was that a real process that you had to go through to learn how to do that?
Yeah, definitely, especially in juniors. When I played junior tournaments on clay and then the junior slams, especially at Roland Garros, it was definitely tough to get used to. But now I think it took me maybe 3 years of playing Roland Garros to get totally used to it. You know, including juniors, of course.
Right. 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a commitment to finally, you know, really say, all right, I think I've got a feel for this
it's
surface.
Not, you know, a full year, so you kind of, you know, play for a few months and then stop for the rest of the year. So
yeah, that's
kind
true.
of it's tough to get back to it, you know.
Yeah, very segmented.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. And
but I think once you have it, then you don't ever have to, you know, relearn it, which is good.
Yeah, right. You quickly just kind of be like,
Pick it
oh
back
yeah,
up.
like it's a day.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe it's that day of busting off the rust, and then,
yeah.
All right, got it.
100%.
Yep. Okay.
That's what I felt at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the mind and the body. When you're in tune athlete like you are, the mind and the body quickly can make those adaptations to those surfaces, and that's what makes you guys kind of special and certainly world class. How do you deal with just the red clay staining everything that you wear?
Not fun.
I mean,
especially the shoes and the socks. I think is the toughest part.
Yeah, are the outfits practically disposable after? I mean, once that clay gets in them, it's there's no getting it out, right?
There's no getting it out. I think the socks are the worst part for me.
Yeah, you're finding it like 2 months later. You're like, good Lord, it's in my tennis bag.
Well,
it's
the
everywhere.
socks that I have right now.
It's a beautifully executed inside-out backhand by Dylan Alcott as he takes the early lead here in this third and critical game. Great hands.
Such good hands there.
Yeah, right. In a good position. Lucas had him. Hit a pretty good ball to the feet, but it was Dylan who responded nicely with the soft volley for a chance to break serve here at 15-40. Like Dylan tried to muscle up on that one a little bit. You could kind of hear a little grunt from him as he kind of to put a little extra action on that ball, just drove it a little bit long. But another break chance for Alcott. And just like the end of the first set, it's a double fault by Satoli, who gives the second game to Alcott. Third game of the set, second game for Dylan. As we go to a change, it's Alcott 1 set up and 2-1 over Satoli. Semifinal match in the quad division. We'll be following this match with another match on court 2 in the men's semifinal. We've got a full day of semifinal action here as all the players that are playing today have moved through the round-robin competition and portion of this tournament, which is a unique format. First 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all round-robin. Top 2 players in each of the pools advance into the semifinals, and that's what we're looking at here. Number 2 seed here, and number 2 in the world, Dylan Alcott, who, if he goes on to victory in this tournament, will probably secure year-end number 1 in the quad division.
Do you think he's thinking about that at all?
I don't think so. I mean, I think he probably calculated it prior to coming into the tournament and said, all right, now let's go to work and just let it play out, and knew that if he takes care of his business, that the outcome would take care of itself.
For sure.
You know, what's your outlook, or what's your approach when you go into tournaments? And let's just say a Grand Slam, for example. That would be somewhat of an equivalent to this tournament being a really high-level tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So when you go into a Grand Slam, what is your outlook, or what is your mindset? What are you thinking? All right, this is what I want to achieve here.
Yeah, definitely got to set goals. I think that's so important. I think, depends on, what type of form you think you're feeling before the tournament, and, what, your results were at the warm-up tournaments. I think, just definitely set some goals, a couple rounds, and see as far as you can get, I think is the best way to do it. And just play it round by round and not really think about, stopping at one point for sure. I think that's the biggest thing.
And best result for you at a Grand Slam?
Third round.
Of the?
U.S. Open and French Open.
So 2.
Mm-hmm.
Third round in both of those. That's really impressive. Excellent. Little fist bump by Dylan Alcott to one of the ball kids. Just kind of goes to show you how kind of loose and carefree Dylan is. Kind of a somewhat... Oh. Dylan ever available to keep things light, even in the midst of some intense competition.
I think that's important, for sure.
Yeah, I've seen him on a number of occasions where, especially I've seen him, I've noticed in a couple of high-level doubles matches that he's participated in the past with his partner, Heath Davidson. And he's a great motivator. I'm not going to lie. I've seen it where he's been struggling in some matches and they've been under duress, and it's Dylan always trying to keep things light and just get him, come on, mate, and that kind of stuff. And it has worked. It's been very effective. It's allowed Heath to lighten up a little bit and play some good tennis. And it's a good,
that's great.
Good trademark of a good doubles partner.
Yeah, good partnership for sure.
How often do you play doubles on the tour?
Definitely at all the slams and some other tournaments, depending if I, feel I need a little more practice or want a few more matches. I'll definitely sign up for the doubles.
Here we go. All caught out wide. It's kind of a drop. He's there, and again, the ever recognizable flick of the wrist on the topspin backhand off the side line, and an ace by Alcott backs it up to give him the 3-1 lead here in the second set. And just like the first semifinal match, Lucas Satoli is up against it here and needs to get this thing under control, or he's going to be out of here quickly.
Definitely an important hold for him here.
Yeah, almost critical, really. I mean, 4-1, set down 4-1 against Dylan is
it's a tough one.
Maybe more than you could ask, right? Oh, just the good height, good depth, and action on that ball that doesn't allow Satoli to have any answer at all.
That was very heavy.
It was. So we talked about doubles a little bit. Do you enjoy the game of doubles, or do you kind of play it because, okay, it's just
No, I like it.
Oh, you do?
Yeah,
okay.
I like it a lot. I
All
think
right.
if you have the right partner, I think it can be really fun.
I'm not going to ask you to name any names about great partners. I'm sure they've all been great. But yeah, you're right. It is important for there to be chemistry, for your weapons and game styles to align,
Yep.
to produce good doubles. Because it's not two singles players playing doubles. It's a true
Right.
team effort, isn't it?
100%.
Yep. What's your preference, being back at the baseline, setting things up, or getting up into the net and
I definitely
finishing?
set it up for my partner.
Okay, yeah, You're more of the grinder back there, aren't you?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I would have suspected. So how do you handle that when your partner's serving? Do you oftentimes stay back as well and then allow your partner to maneuver in, or are you up at the net, kind
I'm
of
up
in
at
the
the
traditional?
net. Yeah, we just we switch it up then. Kind of have to play with, whoever's back. But I think I definitely prefer setting it up for my partner.
Right. And I know in the women's game, a lot of times both partners will stay back on the return to serve sometimes, and then allow the one partner who maybe is more adept at the net to get in, and allow that partner like yourself that's great at grinding it out at the baseline. But it's that service game of Satoli's that is in jeopardy here, as he has 2 points. 2 break points for Alcott. Oh, there's a nice combination by Lucas. Great serve. Look at the concentration. Sees that weakness. You see the chair come up, the amount of energy he puts into that forehand there. That chair come off the ground. Great action there. That's the missed return to serve by Dylan that puts it at deuce. Lucas never really fluctuates too high or too low on any of his emotions. He is always staying steady.
That's
all the
good.
matches I've seen him play. Yeah, I think it is. I mean, I might like to see him play with a little bit more passion. That's just my sense of it. I like players who use emotion but kind of know how to control it and use it to their advantage. But hard to argue with the stoic approach as well.
Yep.
How fiery do you get on court?
Pretty fiery, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I've seen you play. You are. You're not going to lie, are you?
No.
People be calling you out on that if you're like, oh, I stay calm.
I know, everyone's going to be like, oh my God, she's such a liar.
You a fist pumper?
I am.
Yeah. All
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
I try and stay positive.
Absolutely. We talked about that. That I mean, again, if that's who you are, why change as
Why
a player,
not?
right?
Yeah.
That's your natural state as a person. Then allow that to be your natural demeanor on the court as well.
Yep.
It's advantage Alcott with a chance again here to go to 4-1 in this second set. Big exchange, big
Huge
backhand, big backhand by Lucas, but equally, or if not bigger, response by Alcott. And that's a convincing 4-1 lead now. We are looking at a guy in Lucas Satoli that's wondering, what am I going to do here to stop that freight train of Dylan Alcott, who's on a roll and just looks incredibly comfortable and certainly confident. Dylan wheels past our cameras, going around the net post, and if you're on campus, you might want to visit the Net Post Grill, which is the right. It's not a paid sponsorship that I was asked to mention them or anything like that, but that's the eatery here on campus. So if you're ever visiting and you need a bite to eat, and they have some good food there, head to the Net Post Grill, and it is that's where most of the players have been getting their meals throughout the tournament, at least lunch. Yeah, it's incredibly. It's right here, right in the center of right at the center of everything, so it's hard to beat. Go get a smoothie or a salad, pizza, burger, some sandwiches, some nice deli. Pretty much everything. It's nice. Yeah, they've really done a nice job of pasta at night, vegetables, chicken or shrimp. Yeah, not to give you the whole menu, but it's very convenient, and they do a good job. Not up, and it's quickly. This match is heading south for Lucas Satoli, and everything going Dylan Alcott's way. What's your mentality if you're in the Satoli position, Cece?
I mean, I think, he probably knows that Dylan's playing pretty well, is in his groove. I think just try and get into some longer points, I think, and try and get him out of his groove and maybe slow down his rhythm a little bit. He seems to be playing pretty quick in between points because he knows he's pretty confident. So I'd maybe try and slow it down a bit, mix it up with my shots like a slice like he did there. Back to 30 all now.
Yep. Maybe he's able to hear you with the wind blowing
I
that
know.
way. The wind's blowing the other way, but Dylan's swinging out on that one, and you could hear a little bit of a miss hit, which causes the error and a chance for Satoli to get one back. I feel a little missed.
Yeah, I felt that too.
Right? I'm not going to say the word. I'm looking over at
I think
the tournament referee. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're right. Good call there,
Yeah.
because I was
I
looking
felt
over
it before here.
All right. Look right in the corner there. What a great shot by Lucas as he grabs that game and keeps himself alive here in the second set. 4-2. And now really probably needing to hold. He can't just get one occasionally. He's going to have to string a couple together here in order to make a dent in the second set.
Definitely.
It's so important once you get a break, right, to come right back with the hold, or vice versa.
Yeah.
If you hold and to go consolidate it right with the break.
So important.
Yep. But it's a smiling Dylan Alcott with a set in his back pocket and 4-2 over Satoli. Early going here of the second set, or midway through the second set. Big forehand combination. 1 to expose Satoli and 2 to close.
He uses that pattern really well. The heavy out to one side and then put it away to the other.
What kind of grip do you use on your forehand side?
I'm pretty Western. I'm
extreme.
pretty under the racket, yeah. I've been slightly moving it over to a more semi-Western, though.
Is that something that your coaches have been encouraging you to attempt to do, or are
Yeah.
you feeling the need to do it yourself?
A little both.
Little both.
Yeah, a little both.
All right, as we continue to give you live coverage here of semifinal Saturday, it's a great shot of Stefan Olsson, the undefeated champion out of Pool B, undefeated in pool play, 3-0, and he's going to be going up against Joe Girard in this men's semifinal match, which I'm really looking forward to. I'll tell you what, these two guys have played some great tennis, and it's been Stefan Olsson, one of the lower seeds here. I mean, that's no slouch when you're talking about the top 8 men in the world, but he is one of the lower seeds here in this competition. But man, he has been on fire in the round robins, having taken out world number 1 Shingo Kuneta to ultimately win his pool. As he prepares for the coin toss on court number 2, which is the coverage that we'll be joining here shortly, as Joe Girard rolls into the picture. And the two men very familiar with one another, just weeks ago competing as partners at the UNIQLO Doubles Masters.
Oh, wow.
And making their way into the final. Coming up a little bit short against the Frenchmen, Stefan Houdet and Nicolas Pfeiffer, the two top players in wheelchair doubles in the world. Was those two that had a couple match points that didn't convert.
Oh, that's a
And
tough.
I was talking to him a little bit earlier where they were yeah, it's still sticking with them a little bit. But we'll come back to that coverage as those guys get their warm-up done and then get ready to kick off their men's semifinal match, which we expect to be a real great match. But right now we're on center court with Dylan Alcott serving for the set and the match. That one sails long and sails out and sails almost into the hands of Dylan's countryman and doubles partner Heath Davidson, who competed here in the competition. sitting back behind courtside, supporting his mate, and hopefully getting ready to congratulate him shortly. I'm sure that's what he's thinking. Maybe be able to congratulate him shortly on a berth into the finals. It's 30 love Satoli here, not going away. There's the shot that he's probably most famous for and comfortable hitting, the topspin backhand. Dylan kind of sitting there, maybe anticipating that down the line, and got crossed up. And it's a great job by Lucas to get that break and continue to keep his hopes alive here as he'll serve now to stay alive in the second set.
Double fault there by Lucas. 15-all now.
Yeah, he's just thrown a few too many of those in today. Not much margins for him today for easy errors because he's just up against such a tough opponent. Can't be given the free points, right?
Yeah, it definitely gives the opponent a bit of confidence.
And there's another one with the unforced backhand error. And again, he doesn't seem to be looking to slow the pace down, kind of letting these points come one after the other, and quickly he could be looking at a couple of match points. And there it is with that flick.
Oh, great return there.
Yep, that's something that Dylan executes pretty comfortably and has no problem with at pretty much any time he wants. And here it is, 2 match points. Off the back wall on that one. But the serve was out, so it didn't matter. Well, that's Dylan swinging out a little bit. And there's the double fault to seal the deal for Dylan Alcott and seal his place in the final tomorrow against Andy Lapthorne of Great Britain. Those two guys, no strangers to each other, as it's in the 18 head-to-head matches between Dylan Alcott and Lucas Satoli. It's 16 wins for Dylan, 2 for Lucas. The pattern continues. It's been a long time since Lucas beat Dylan, all the way back to 2014 when kind of Dylan was just coming on the scene a little bit. But since then, it's been all Alcott all the time. As he congratulates the ball kids for a job well done. Really excited to see them involved in the tournament here today and tomorrow. So I guess we'll be probably shortly turning around, CC, to do a little coverage over on the men's match, as they probably are just about finished up with their warm-up. As we get a parting shot of center court, it's congratulations to Dylan Alcott as he books his passage into the final tomorrow. Times to be announced on which matches will be when tomorrow for the quad women's and men's final. So 1 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time. We've got Shingo Cuneta and Gustavo Fernandez here on center court, and I'm telling you what, that is going to be one you're not going to want to miss. Really 2 of the best, and both playing at an incredibly high level. Just both relentless competitors. So I'll tell you what, if there's a match of the day that I'm looking forward to, it's that one. And then followed on Yui Kamiji and Julia Capocci. So there's Dylan giving some autograph balls to some of the kids that were kind enough to be in the stands. Lucas giving some knuckles to some of the ball kids as they depart the stadium. So it's Heath Davidson down there on center court. I don't think he's looking for an autograph ball from his partner, Cece, do you?
I don't think so.
No. Like, yeah, you're just my bud. But he's always there to support his partner. They've probably warmed up together. Oftentimes that's the case on tour, as doubles partners and teammates will warm each other up.
Nice to have a partner like that.
It is, right? Even if it means getting up earlier. Maybe you've been eliminated from the tournament and your partner's still in, so it's like maybe it's a 7 o'clock wake up.
Yep.
But I got to do what I got to do to get my partner warmed up, and hopefully he'll be there for me someday too, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
I think it's the right thing to do.
I think so too.
Yeah. But we will be quickly joining action on court number 2 between Stefan Olsen and Joe Girard, as those two typical doubles partners get ready to square off against each other. Head to head, it's Stefan Olsen warming up his serve in the bottom of your court in the yellow shirt, and it's Joe Girard on the top in the blue. Just to identify the two competitors, it's the bald-headed Swede throwing serves in against the big Belgian. Both big servers, both guys with great weapons. It's going to be the slice backhand of Stefan Olsen versus the traditional topspin backhand of Joe Girard. And we'll see how those backhand battles stack up today. A couple of differing styles, but no less effective from either one of these gentlemen. As Joe takes his position up on the side, it's Stefan just finishing up with a couple of extra serves just to ensure that he's feeling comfortable in these conditions with the toss. He's not going to want to end the warm-up on a bad one. Is that something you superstitiously,
definitely.
right?
I think a lot of players do, for sure.
Yeah, right?
Can't end on a miss.
No, I don't think so. You know what? That one was up and over. Well. Throws another one in. Well, we'll be ready for that action here momentarily as things continue here on the campus. As we mentioned earlier, there's a big Florida sectional tournament taking place out on the clay court side of town. And it's about 500 competitors from the state of Florida competing in an able-bodied tournament. But our coverage is revolving around these greatest of wheelchair tennis players. It's Stefan Olsen accelerating into his position to return serve from Joe Girard as Joe is prepared to throw the first point in this men's semifinal match. Good luck to both competitors.
Big serve there to start it out.
Yeah, you're going to see some big action here. Joe, widely considered to have one of the bigger serves in the game, if not the biggest. So
I don't think I've ever seen Joe play.
Oh, haven't you? Okay.
Yeah, I'm excited.
So you're in for a treat here. Yep. He airs it out, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Cece and I are turned our chairs around, so we're watching the action live. We're not looking at the monitor right now, and you get such a better appreciation when you see these guys play live. The action on the ball, the speed, the pace, the spin.
Definitely.
The monitor, as great as the coverage is, it almost doesn't do it justice. Look at the wind knock that ball down. Wow. That, I mean, as I'm watching that one live, right? You could see it go up and just get pushed back by probably 10 feet. And Stefan anticipating something coming deep there. Had no.
I was too.
Right?
Yeah, I definitely was. I thought it was going way deep near the baseline.
That's the best indication of what we're dealing with, or what the players are dealing with. We're not dealing with it. They are. And that was crazy. Ball just got beat back. Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, talk to me about it, Cece.
Oh
Come on
goodness.
now.
That
right?
was so clean.
Yeah, from both players, right?
I mean, the first 3 points have been insane to this match so far.
Yeah, really, really nice.
Gonna set the tone for sure.
Good. We got some quality ahead of us.
I'm sure they know each other's games so well from playing doubles too. It's always tough to play a doubles partner.
There's another example of Joe utilizing the wind, and Stefan, I think, being a little frustrated, knowing that, you know what, I'm going to have to stay a little tighter onto the baseline on this side with the wind in his face, or the wind at his back, and Joe hitting into the wind. The balls are going to come up short, other than that serve. Well, there's the slice backhand that I talked about that Stefan Olsen executes so brilliantly.
So well.
So cleanly, and that is his mainstay weapon. That's pretty much what he utilizes to set up most of his points. And he has been flawless with that throughout this tournament so far. So it's going to be classic ability to control the ball with the wind at your back today. On the side that Olsen's on right now, he's going to have to probably employ a little bit more spin. But boy, these guys are going to be able to hit out on the other side where Joe Girard's at. Because they got a wind in their face. Both guys capable.
Wow.
And there it is. And that's just a perfect example of somebody who's very dialed in with the conditions and knows that that drop shot is going to be devastating from that side. You just got to get it up over the net and let the wind do the rest.
So important to know, different shots that work well on when the wind's at your face and also when the wind's at your back. I think it's drop shot's definitely one of the better shots than when the wind's at your face because it just then dies.
Yep, and there's Stefan Olsen opening up with a bomb first serve for an easy point. Both of these guys with big serves. We talk a lot about Joe, but Stefan, having been a two-time Masters champion as well, typically the Masters played oftentimes over in Europe on an indoor court late in the season, and so where players like Joe and Stefan, who have big serves, will have a really significant advantage on a tighter court with perfect conditions. They get that serve dialed in, and when they're doing that, they're tough.
Yeah.
We're going to see a contrast in styles when we see the Shingo Kuneta and Gustavo Fernandez match later on today. The other men's semifinals. Both of those guys, of course, great players, but probably don't possess the raw power on the serve like Stefan and Joe. Usually a little bit more spin-oriented to control their serves, but nonetheless effective, and then we'll see how both of them embrace the conditions. As we watch Gustavo Fernandez over on court number 3 getting a good warm-up in with his coach. Great shot there by Joe Girard to get it to 30 all. Real commitment by Joe to push in and take that serve and drive a clean winner past Stefan. That looked like, we talked about, that looked like a wedge.
Yep.
You know, that Tiger Woods might hit that checks up like 2 feet from the pin and just dies. And again, utilizing the wind. Stefan says, I can do that too, Joe.
Giving him a bit of a taste of his own medicine
exactly. There. And there's the big serve, which Joe responds with. And great control there with Joe with the wind at his back. Just good command of the spin, rolls it to a target and lets the wind do the rest. It's going to be fun to watch these two today. First double fault of the match by Stefan Olsen gives Joe Girard a quick look at a potential break. And a chance to go up 2-love here in the opening set. Both players look sharp, I'll tell you.
Wow, that was close.
Right on the line. Got just enough spin. Or not. No, apparently it was just long.
Very, very close.
Yeah.
Need Hawkeye for that one.
Yeah, I thought it had caught. But it's deuce. Olsen lives to serve. Oh, it's a beautiful return. No response from Olsen. The ball just jumping once Joe gets that spin in place and targeted. Really nice. You see a good look here. That's just perfectly targeted, and of course with the wind blowing at his back, that ball is just going to continue to accelerate past Olsen. Second double fault of the game for Stefan, and so it's 2 games to love for Joe Girard. Off to a nice start for him. You know, we talk, CC, about embracing the elements, and I got to tell you, having coached a lot of years, I kind of don't understand how players don't take that approach. I personally just struggle with it. It's something I got to get over. But listen, you as a tennis player know that these conditions are going to exist in a majority, probably a majority of the tournaments that you play.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's either get on board or continue to frustrate yourself, right?
Mm-hmm. Just make yourself, even more upset and probably lose some points because of it for sure.
Yeah.
Or matches.
Yeah, I mean, I hear players come up, oh, it was so windy today.
Right,
The condition. Listen, yeah, exactly right. And you want to just not go in that direction. I just encourage all players who are trying to figure out this difficult game. The earlier that you embrace conditions, the earlier you embrace situations that revolve around the outside of the court, things that we call controllables versus uncontrollables, right?
Definitely.
You can't control the wind, so just get on board. A little late there on the backhand by Gerard. Doesn't allow him to get that one inside the lines. And so now it's Olsen with a couple of early points and maybe a chance to get that break back and settle things down here in the early going of this first set and semifinal.
Right. Second serve.
Another second serve for Joe Gerard. It's the let serve call. I think Joe's command of the spin on that side that he's on right now with the wind at his back is going to be a problem for Stefan. I think that ball is going to be lively coming off his racket, and where Stefan has not had to deal with that in any of the other matches, and that slice has been good. Where his slice would typically knife through the court a little bit in response, I think the wind's going to knock it down a lot and give Joe some shorter balls. It's usually the combination of spin and depth with Stefan's slice that is very effective, but into the wind that's going to be coming up shorter than he's normally used to.
You could maybe try, kind of angling it more to maybe get him off the court. I think that'd be a good way, kind of like that.
All right. Yeah, there we go. Oh.
Saw that coming.
Yeah, Stefan read it. Joe went cross, tried to get it off the sideline, didn't do the job, and Olsen was waiting there to punish that thing down the line for the nice winner. Here it is. Tries to roll it off. Stefan was sitting on it and knew exactly what to do when he got it. And now it's 2 break points for Olsen. Serve of Gerard fights off the first break chance, and it's now Olsen looking to capitalize on this one. The fist pump with a nice slice down the line from Joe. Pretty confident that he's going to get a good look at a backhand there off that return of serve, and he was ready for it. Deuce. And Joe serving really well today, and when he's serving this well, and this is only his second service game, but he's showing no indications of being off or the wind bothering his serve at all.
I think that's so important in the wind to get some free points off the serve, I think, for sure.
Yeah, and when his serve is on, he's as tough as anybody in the world.
Yeah.
It's the second time we've seen the short return by Olsen. Allow Gerard to go up the line with the backhand. And with the wind at his back, that ball just sails clean and easily past Olsen for a 3-love lead for Joe Gerard. He's looking strong and fit as he goes to the banana to keep the nourishment high. Here's a great replay. Short, pushes in, lines it up, and that's just no problem for him. He really is off to a great start. It was a couple break points for Olsen there. Chance to get into this first set, but it's Joe Girard all the way. Coin toss. When you're winning the coin toss, do you have a preference? Do you typically go one way or another?
Depends on the feel. I think depends on the mood that day. I think I'd usually say heads.
Okay, so it's heads call.
Yeah.
But I mean, then once you win the call.
Oh, with server
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
I think I usually return first.
Return first.
Yeah.
Kind of taking a
I
page
feel
out
like
of
a lot
Brad
of-
Gilbert.
Yeah. I think a lot of players usually like to serve first, so it kind of works out well for me.
Ah, okay.
Even
All right.
if I, don't end up winning the coin toss.
Right, right. Yeah, they'll choose to serve, and you're like, fine, I'll
Right.
take it. I wanted to return anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the philosophy behind that is for you, what is it that allows you to maybe settle in a little bit more by returning? Or?
Definitely settle in, get a feel of the match without, feeling pressure to hold serve in the 1st game.
Okay, good. And if they hold serve, hey, that's what they were supposed to do anyway.
Exactly,
And
yeah.
so now.
If I get a break, then it's just,
yeah,
a
bonus.
nice start.
Yeah, right. Great bonus. Stefan Olsen to serve, love 3.
Out.
Cleanly struck by Girard, but long. Both players looking confident and strong today in the early going here. I think both anticipating that this could easily be a match that they are going to be prepared to go 3 if necessary. Like you said, they're very familiar with one another.
Do they have a head-to-head?
Oh, they do.
Matchup.
We're gonna look at that, and maybe give you some statistics. I'm sure they have a pretty significant head-to-head matchup. I'll let you do the honors on that one. Glean some data from the information provided to us by our great staff and support team here.
So Stefan Olsen leads 9-6 in their head-to-head. That's pretty tight.
That's pretty tight. Yeah, 15 career matchups, and it's Stefan with the 9-6 lead. You know what? It's odd that these two haven't met. It's been over 2 years since these guys have played each other, which is really remarkable. 2016, they had 4 head-to-head matchups. It was 2 going to Stefan and 2 going to Joe. So, really equally matched.
So they've been playing for a while, for sure.
Yeah. You know what? They date back, according to these statistics, they date back to 2003. That's incredible. I don't know if that's, they're both about 30 years old. That would have been both a couple of young kids, maybe playing almost in the juniors back then.
Wait.
Oh, Belgian Open second draw. So that means these guys were young up-and-comers that didn't quite qualify for the main draw, kind of like a quali, CC.
Got it.
What they call the second draw. Ball forehand just long by Olsen. So, yeah, that's what that would have been. That would have been them kind of coming up through the ranks back in the day.
So they've definitely known each other for a while.
Yeah, they have. Both from Europe there, kind of the northern part.
That's awesome.
Belgium and Sweden.
Always nice to have friends like that on the tour that you've known forever.
Yeah.
A lot of doubles, too.
These two guys are truly good friends and oftentimes hitting partners as well as doubles partners.
Mm-hmm.
Very back and forth in their career matchups, very back and forth. Stefan goes for the short angle there. Backhand unforced error. I think he's a little frustrated with that one. Now serving 30-40. Taking some time here to collect himself. Yep, definitely frustrated. Kind of talking to himself a little bit about maybe having gotten off the game plan.
Yeah, it's tough going down low 3 in the first set of the match. Very quick. Definitely not his fault, though.
No.
Yeah.
You're right. It's not.
It's all been good games, all good points.
Yep. It's been really more what Girard's been doing. I mean, Stefan hasn't played poorly. Joe's been on fire and not missing much.
Right when you say that.
Why does that always seem to be the case?
I know.
Not missing much, and then he misses a volley by 4 feet. But, and it's back to deuce. Olsen happy to have dispatched that break point. Olsen looking to go corner to corner, wiping the sweat from his brow with a little bit of frustration. The first slice was outstanding. Great response by Joe. Second one attempted down the line. Just floated a little bit there. Great serve by Stefan. You can see him trying to get himself going there. He's like, come on. He knows he's just a couple of shots away from totally being in this set. Just things mostly falling Gerard's way, and he knows he's not far off. Joe a little off balance there, kind of out of sorts. Something odd happened there. I'm not quite sure what it was, but that was a good rally between the two guys there. Both strong until I think he might have missed a push or something. Just kind of seemed to come up off balance. Advantage Olsen. And there it is. There's the hold for Stefan Olsen. Kind of stops the bleeding and gets his first game of the first set. It's Joe Gerard with a 3-1 lead, but Stefan very happy to hold there, knowing that at 3-1 he's just a couple of points away from really being in this set. If things can just kind of turn his way, but it's been really good quality tennis from these two guys early on. Joe to serve. He's been strong on the serve so far. .30 love Joe as he continues to be just almost dominant on his serve so far today. There, and that's another example. Boy, when I tell you, when he's confident on the serve and he's up to 40 love here,
So
for a chance
key.
to go 4-1. He's in the serving zone right now. He's continuing to pound serve after serve in. Great forehand by Stefan Olsen right there. Keep him going in this game. He's up against it here with Joe serving so well. As he's got a couple of opportunities to still hold serve and extend his lead to 4-1. And it's a clap of the hands by Joe Gerard as he recognizes in the shot by Stefan Olsen just something really, really nice and clean and spectacular. So, again, great acknowledgement by the competitors for each other's talents. And there's the hold for 4-1. And I know that Cece's going to be leaving our broadcast now. Once again, we've been happy to have her in with us to share some thoughts on what it's like to be a professional tennis player out on the tour, and her thoughts on how the game of wheelchair tennis is very similar in a lot of ways to able-bodied tennis. So we're going to thank you, Cece, and I think we're going to see you a little bit more tomorrow. Is that correct? Or at least
thank you
listen
for having
to
me.
you.
I'm so excited to be here tomorrow.
All right,
100%.
great. Thanks for sharing some time with us.
Thank you.
We're going to get somebody else in here on the mic, and we're going to continue to give you coverage on Court 2 of the men's semifinal match as we take a look at the overall picture of the facility. Center court, most prominently displayed there. And right behind, it's Court 2. So again, thanks to Cece Bellis for spending some time with us as she gets on with her busy schedule and busy life, training and doing all the things that an aspiring pro tennis player needs to do. And here's a reminder of what's coming up a little bit later as we continue to move through the day. It's Dylan Alcott having already moved on in his semifinal match. That's a win for Dylan. But it's Shingo Cuneta and Gustavo Fernandez, two of the big dogs in the men's game, going at it on center court here shortly. As much as I'm excited about the match we're watching here on Court 2, I'm equally enthusiastic about that match because those two guys are just phenomenal players, both playing really at the top of their games right now. So we'll look forward to that. And Yui Kamiji and Julia Capocci in the final match of the day, women's action semifinals Saturday here at the NEC Singles Masters. Stefan Olsen to serve, down 1-4. Once again, going to be welcomed into this broadcast by Joe Wallen, the tournament director. And Joe, you've been able to watch this match from a spectator's viewpoint so far prior to coming in to talk a little bit about it. What have you seen so far from the two competitors, Olsen and Gerard?
Right off the bat, the hard questions. No, I mean, Joe's looked really smooth. I've been down courtside a little bit, and Joe's just looked to overpower Stefan a little bit. The wind today is a little bit tricky. I mean, those balls right there, he's just flattening them. Stefan can't do too much right now.
You're right. That's exactly what I'm seeing. He's been clean almost on every stroke. It's been pretty impressive by Joe Gerard so far. And I honestly don't think Stefan's playing poorly. It's just been Joe's been just better so far.
You know, you got to adjust to the wind in these conditions too, and it is pretty breezy out today. So I know that in the beginning there was a couple balls of Joe's that just died. I mean,
we
like
commented
died,
on it.
Yeah,
it was
Stefan
unbelievable.
Just laughed. Stefan's like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Nothing you can do with those. Yeah, the one in particular got knocked back about 15 feet.
You want to do some adjustment on your toss and on your swing path a little bit. You've got the wind with you. Probably want a little bit more arc, a little shorter. And you've got the wind against you. You've got to be driving through it. Slices great into it.
And it's typically the slice of Olsen that has been one of the shots of the tournament so far, but today, maybe because of the conditions or maybe because of the way Joe's responding, it's a few more misses than we've seen in the first 3 days of action from Stefan Olsen. And kind of the first signs of some frustration from him. It's Joe Gerard continuing to be in charge, large and in charge. Really storming off to a 5-1 lead, which leaves Stefan Olsen doing nothing but scratching his head and wondering what's going on here in this semifinal match. And again, I'll repeat, I don't think he's playing poorly. It's been Joe. It's just been too strong.
Yeah, he has. He's been just grinding through it and just hitting. His swing looks really long right now.
Yep, he had a battle through round robin competition. It was Stefan that came through 3-0. Not that he didn't battle to get there, but it was Joe who had a kind of fight to get into the tournament, into the semis, and come through with a loss in his round robin, but ultimately getting through. And maybe it was all that fighting he had to do that kind of allowed him to find his game.
It's sometimes good to, it was great. We talked to Stefan about coming out 3-0, right? But it's also nice to have to fight for that, because you have to get in that battle mode a little bit earlier, as opposed to like right now where Stefan, not saying he wasn't in battle mode, but really, really having that pressure. That's a great shot.
Great get. We're seeing everything here in this point.
Wow.
Everything.
The best point by far. That was a great point.
Yeah, it was, and we saw a lot of variety from both players there. And again, it's Olsen playing really good, but Gerard playing great tennis. I saw Stefan employ a few more topspin backhands there in that point. First, we've seen him hit that in this match so far, and maybe that's something he's searching for to see if that's a better tactic for him.
Oh, he wanted that called out, but linesperson's right there.
Yep, got the center lines person there, and they're not going to miss that one very often. I don't think they did. It's just Stefan a little frustrated with just the way everything's going today. Not his way.
Yeah, I think it's as well when you talk about playing in the wind as well. You know, Joe with that big serve, being able to flatten it and spin it really, really helps. That's a big advantage, I feel, in the wind.
I agree. Yeah, and he does have command of the serve today. You know, we've talked a lot about world number one Shingo Kaneda and everything like that, but again, we should mention that Joe Girard's won this event twice, as has had Stefan Olsen. So I mean, he's been in this position before and knows how to come through this. So he's no stranger to success here at this event. Joe.
He hasn't made many of those.
No, he hasn't.
Many on Fosteras,
I mean, it was still cleanly struck. Just caught the tape. And you know, just to go back to 30-all, I don't think he's too concerned about that miss. Right back to the big serves, and
unless he loses this game, he won't be concerned with it.
well, if it goes to 5-2, he gets a freebie from Stefan there as he spins one high into the backhand. Stefan can't respond with the slice return, and it's a set point for Joe Girard. And a little bit of a outcry from Olsen as he puts that backhand into the net, allowing the first set to go to Joe Girard, 6-1.
He needs to make sure that on this changeover, Stefan, that he just refocuses here. Kind of, we could say another good term. It's a great one here. Flush the toilet. I may add a word in there, but I won't on air.
No,
but you got to flush it away, right? That's what you do when that happens. And so, after that first set as well, that's really important to flush and get rid of everything, right?
Looks like Stefan's going to flush. I mean, not to stick with that.
It's hysterical. That's actually a good one right there.
With that pattern of conversation, but yeah, he's going to take a quick break here and maybe regroup and get his thoughts in order. Yeah, it's just like a dry erase board there that you've been working on and throwing up a game plan or a lesson plan on or something like that, and you're like, you know what? People aren't getting it. They're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm going to erase this board, and I'm going to come at it from a different approach. Or, you know, you go with the flush approach, Joe. I don't know, whichever one you prefer.
I just think flush is funner.
It's pretty dramatic, and it paints the picture, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it does.
I think it does, too.
If you're talking to a player, too, it's a good way to really give them. But you're right. It's a, you know, I think that it's interesting you said that about, and I think that's where coaching comes in as well, right? You've done something, you've shown someone how to do it, and they're not getting it. That's you've got to show them a different way, right? So that's where really Stefan does have to.
Yeah, you know, so many players learn in different ways, right? And sometimes it's through the verbal instruction. Sometimes they have to see it. Sometimes they have to video analysis. You know, so many different learning styles, and good coaches, I think, are recognize in their players what it is that suits their players best, and get them a lot of that feed, depending on how their learning style is.
Yep. Another beautiful day on campus today. Again, my favorite shot, well, one of my favorite shots, that Gustavo behind the back jelly babies thing was the best. That was the best shot of the day. But even camera shot, that was the best shot there. But this campus today, see that there's a lot more action on the courts as we've got the Florida sectional championships here and people stopping by to watch. Hearing some good, thoughts, good comments from people as they watch as well.
Yeah, you can.
So you can see where everyone is today. We've got the TA building that's in the middle. As I like to say, the campus is split up by the TA building, and to the left of that are all the hard courts, and to the right are all the hard true courts. And today they've got out the cafe that's open underneath. Actually, a woman just came by and said, "Ooh, observation bar, is it open?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I think it is. It's open." So there is a bar up on top there with people sitting up there. And then the grill's open today, and I know that they're playing cornhole. Do you know that game?
I do.
It's a very southern game.
Yeah, predominantly. Again, done a lot of tailgating, as we've talked on the broadcast about, college and collegiate sports and the culture that goes on, especially in the Southeast, Southeastern Conference. Football is big.
See our umpire here giving the ball kids, as it's ball kids here, a little reminder of what to do. And Jason there as well. Jason's our manager for wheelchair and technical, and he's done all the special events for this week, did all the kids' days, organized it from start to finish, and then has been in charge of ball kids too, and also driving and picking up players from the airport.
Pretty much been a jack of all trades. Jason does a remarkable job in all the aspects that he's involved in the tournament. Very dedicated, very passionate, loves the sport, loves all the aspects that come with putting on a world-class event like this.
Yep.
Yeah, I was going to comment on those food tents over there, and they got the grills going, huh, Joe?
They do. I just had a hot dog.
You didn't need to tell me that.
Sorry, it was pretty good. You need a hot dog?
I do. That was what I think I'm jonesing for a little
really?
bit.
I know. You just smell the grill, and you're like, that's a good smell right there.
And and they're so good for you.
I was just telling someone the other, when you run events, right? You just eat whatever you can eat whenever you can eat, right? We talked about that. We've talked about root vegetables and cauliflower and Lord knows what else.
Brussels sprouts,
crunchy bars, all that kind of stuff. And I think that definitely, when you're at an event, especially when you're running it, you just eat what you can eat when you can eat it, and so. I think that it's like you kind of go, I said today I want some really healthy food like salad. I ended up with a hot dog. What's that all about?
Well, Oscar Mayer would tell you that that's a healthy food.
Something like that.
Yep. We all know better, but they taste so darn good. Maybe it was the influence of Rene Rivera, the baseball player, and baseball and hot dogs being so closely associated with one another. Ballpark Frank.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe that's what got it in your head.
Yeah, maybe.
It was a great interview you did with Rene. Glad he had a chance to join us earlier today as we see Stefan Olsson resume his place on court, prepared to get back to work here in the second set, having just dropped the first set to Joe Girard in what was a lopsided set, but it was a high quality of tennis, but just everything falling Joe's way, and him just executing at a superior level of Stefan.
Yep, exactly. We've got ball kids. Have you talked about the ball kids yet today? Ball kids today for the first time, so they're doing a good job, and obviously just some of them are new, haven't done it before, but they're doing a good job, and Jason's done a good job as well. Stefan's starting us out in the second set here.
Boy, he sure would like to hold.
No,
I mean, we talk about that a lot. We have talked about that a lot, but it's almost into the critical zone for him. But these guys are not strangers to these kind of matches where somebody just comes out hot. Let's see if Joe can sustain that.
Stefan's got the wind with him this side.
you're going to see some more topspin backhands from him off that side. I think that would be a wise employment.
But Joe's smart there, because if you're going to slice and you're going to drop shot, that's the side that you want to drop shot from.
Yeah, he's utilized that. That's probably at least the third time that he's utilized that in this match so far, and each time incredibly effective. Very aware. We talked with Cece how important it is for players to be in tune with these elements and embrace them and utilize them to the advantages that each of the sides allows or maximizes. Olsen sticking with the slice there. That one penetrated a lot deeper. As Joe tried to unload on the topspin, wasn't able to respond.
Good play from Stefan. Nice taking the ball on the rise. You know, if you're against the wind too, if you hit it up too much, not too heavy, the wind just takes it and actually stops it, slows it down. So it's really important for when, you know, for anyone playing out there, when they're playing against the wind, you don't actually want to hit it too high unless you're really going to absolutely crush it, because the wind just kind of takes it and just kills it.
Yeah.
It's a good get.
Joe in control. Stays in control and just stays relentlessly on the attack with aggressive ground strokes.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, and I think
I like that rip.
It's one of a couple of things. One, why not? And two, you know what? Just air it out. Sometimes when you're frustrated, you just got to air it out. And, whether it goes in or out, it serves its purpose. But that one's a double bonus by going in.
I was going to say it's much better if it goes in.
It sure
you just
is.
get a little bit more upset with yourself if you air it out and it goes out.
Yeah, but he sure did swing out on that one. But that still serves Gerard well, because if it's going to take shots like that to beat him today, it's going to be tough to continue to repeat that. As Olsen floats that slice a little long, got that one elevated a little bit too much. The wind got behind it and just kept pushing it. Going to have to keep that down low if he wants to get that slice in today. The wind at his back.
Thank you, ball boy. Yes.
Back to deuce here. Olsen knows this game is hugely important for him to start off this second set.
And that's awesome.
No, great serve by Stefan there. And there's the hold that I think he desperately needed. Wipes the sweat from his brow as they change sides, and as good a start as he could have hoped for in that second set, just to kind of stem the flow here from Gerard. But Joe's been serving so well today, it's likely that he might just get this game right back. We'll see how he responds.
Stefan's supposed to hold off today. Supposed to have some tomorrow. So, and I said that word. Sorry,
I know.
Paul.
I don't. I have a hard time believing
I know,
you doing
sorry.
it.
Sorry.
Cardinal sin.
Slice, but
Yeah.
oh my gosh.
Wow.
What a great shot from Joe
Yes.
there.
Yes, it
Wow.
was. Really.
Behind the back. Is way out of position there.
Once again, you've talked about it a couple times about the length on that stroke right there, and how much he was able to, with his long limbs, get fully extended and just complete that stroke. And technically, very efficient. As he technically looks beautiful on that serve.
Stefan just laughing a little bit there. I don't know whether he thinks the ball was out or he's just like, there's not much I can do here.
That's my impression. I mean, again, these guys know each other well, and I'm sure Stefan knows that when Joe's on and hitting balls like that, there really isn't much you can do. And we're taking a good look at Joe here and how close he is to that center line. And I wonder, if he sits there, depending on the angle, how close he
Right
is
there.
to a wheel fault right there. Technically,
Well, he moved as well.
Yeah.
Like, that was okay to start with, but then
rocked back a
he
little
rocks
bit.
back, and I think he went over that line.
It's right on the edge there when he serves to that
I want
deuce
one
side.
wheel fault.
You want one?
I want one. Absolutely. I wonder whether they would understand to say what they're going to say if they say fault.
It's a great hold by Joe, and I don't know the answer to that.
Wheel fault.
Wheel
Maybe we
fault,
should
wheel
ask
fault.
our referee that if he comes by.
He comes in, or the
He comes up and down every once in a while and just walks past and laughs at us.
Smirks at
Yeah,
us.
it's a smirk. That's
It's a
right.
smirk.
Yeah.
He's a
Must be a
smirker.
South African thing.
Yeah.
Smirks.
He's up to something, generally speaking, that guy.
Yeah, I know.
He's a very good tournament referee.
He is. Again, he didn't do too much with that. The wind just helped him on that.
Yep.
Just placed it nice and deep right at Stefan's chair.
Very comfortable, very easily and smoothly executed. And it's been Gerard who's been able to seamlessly navigate the win on both sides of the court today. Set up and one game all in the second.
Players out on stadium, getting ready. Well, no, not all of them, not just yet. Gustavo's not out yet, but
Yeah, we're just
Shingo's here. He got his lemon water.
Yeah, we're just minutes away from coverage on center court as we continue to give you live action on court number 2 between Joe Gerard and Stefan Olsen in the men's first semifinal. It's going to be the men's second semifinal coming up on center court here shortly. It'll be Shingo Konita, world number 1, versus Gustavo Fernandez, former world number 1. In fact, all of these 4 semifinal participants have spent time at the world number 1 at various points of their careers. So really 4 of the best, as you would expect at a Masters level tournament. Errant backhand by Joe, one of the rare ones we've seen so far today. And maybe momentum is kind of settling in a little bit here, and maybe this is going to start to become more of a dogfight as we watch one of the service animals walk by court number 2 behind Stefan Olsen.
Another good deep return there from Joe.
Kind of forcing the error. And,
Yep.
keeping this game alive, but it's Olsen with another chance to hold, and certainly off to probably a better start than what he would have been in the first set, having lost that set 6-1. Doubled his output here, first 3 games.
Oh, that was going out. It was like way behind the baseline hitting that there.
Yeah, second return to serve that he's been forced to hit in the air. Oddity for him. And so we're at deuce, as we're moments away from going over to center court to observe the ceremonial coin toss by the chair umpire.
And the run-on from the Bull kids, too.
Yeah. Fun little aspect of today's tournament.
And Paul, you know what I feel? Okay.
Here we
Court
go.
one.
Center court. It's going to be Gustavo Fernandez and Shingo Pineda. And there's the run-on by our ever excited and enthusiastic ball kids. I think I know what you're talking about, Joe, but...
No, okay,
no,
sorry.
hold on. No. I'm going to give you a little inside information. Cece and I commented on the same thing.
Yes, no, I know.
We think it's this. We think it's the fountain.
No, we did, but this one wasn't. This.
You sure? That drop there.
Look, I'm blocking it from you. The referee just looked up to it. It's definitely the. Hey, here's the referee. Maybe we should ask him. I think you should ask him.
No, I don't want to ask him, Joe. Hey, Mr. Tournament Referee, if we could ask a quick question. If a player, when serving, either crosses over the baseline or crosses over the center line while serving, what is that called?
Wheel fault.
And would the linesman call wheel fault or foot fault? What do you think they'd shout out?
Wheel fault, yeah.
Well, there you have confirmation of it.
Do you think we're going to get one this week?
Not likely. He's saying
Not really?
Not by
Joe
these
Girard's
professionals.
pretty close on that center line, sir.
He seems to be unfazed by that announcement, and probably rightfully so. That's the area of concern that probably isn't in the... you are seeing some drops on your screen. We're seeing some here, and there is a little bit of hint of some precipitation. So,
As long as the sirens don't start going off, we're good.
yeah, I don't think we're going to experience that today. I don't think we've got lightning. This looks like if it's going to come, it's going to be rain, not that kind of storm. But the umpires have been down checking the court, as there has been a little bit of precipitation. Not enough to stop play yet. And we'll just see how it unfolds.
See today with Shingo, his neck taping is a black tape today. Easier to pick up than yesterday. So we're talking to Renee this morning, and he was asking about the, just being strapped in and why players do it as much and differences and stuff. So I was telling him that they all get tied in very, very tight, but it seems to me as if Gustavo probably is one of the ones that gets tied in the tightest.
Yeah.
Obviously with his balance and stuff, but...
Well, these two guys have played some great tennis in this tournament. Again, all four participants in the semifinals have been really sharp as they've come in prepared and ready to go in this tournament, knowing how important it is for them to finish the year strong and launch off into a pre-Paralympic year in 2019.
Yeah, talk to us about the qualifications for Paralympics, Paul.
Well,
off the top of your head, what has to happen?
Yeah, so for these players in the men's division, there's going to be a draw of 48, okay, I believe. So I think there's going to be a direct entry of 32. And then, what's that there, if the math is correct, 16 wild cards available, if I'm not mistaken. I could double check that, but I think that's how it works. So you're going to have the top 32 available, but say a particular country had 6 or 7 players in that top number, only the top 4 maximum could qualify, for example. So oftentimes, historically, the Dutch women, who are so strong, might have more than 4 players in the direct qualification numbers, but it's only 4 that they're going to be allowed to take to the Paralympic Games, 4 singles players, and then that would allow them to field 2 doubles teams. But the players will all be vying throughout the year, this year, next year, and into 2020 to get their ranking in order to either direct qualify or possibly through a Pan Am qualification or an Asian similar qualification in Asia. And those usually take place the year prior. So in 2019, down in Lima, Peru, our American men and women in quads will be going to the Pan Am Games with some possibility for a winner to directly enter into the Paralympic Games.
So I know that I was talking to one of the players this week, and I didn't realize this, and I don't understand why this is the case. Because she was talking about obviously we have the US Open in September, and this year, in 2019, it'll be the Pan Am, and then the players come straight back from that and go to the US Open. And I know that Asia just had their qualification too, but she said Europe doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why that whole sequence leading up to the Paralympics and Olympics is not on a similar basis, in the continents and everything like that, as they kind of align with. So we'd have to talk to somebody maybe at the ITF or something like that, or Paralympic committee.
Maybe we can get that answer for later, because it was interesting to me. She was like, "Oh, I'd love to
have a chance to direct
win in," and she said, "We don't get that opportunity." I'm like, "Of course you have to." I mean, I'm surprised it wouldn't, because I know all the other different regions do, and I was just really surprised that they didn't.
Yeah, no, it is a bit of an oddity, and it seems like it's those folks are at a little bit of a disadvantage there, because again, if you win, say, just for example, in our Pan Am Games, if you win that Pan Ams, the winner of that has a direct entry into the Paralympics.
And
so it's
the
a
only
nice
thing I can
luxury.
think of is that there's so many more, there are so many more tournaments in Europe than there are in the other parts of the world, right? Asia and within South America or Central America, those areas. So I that's the only thing that I could possibly think of that, is maybe why they would say, well, why would they have it? Because they have the opportunity to play more tournaments throughout the year to get their ranking up. But still, it's not a direct qualification, so it's a little different.
Well, we've talked about the initiatives that the ITF had to grow the game globally, and that might have been one of the things that they instituted early on in the process, to say, all right, because we want to afford these other players from different parts of the world, regions of the world, access to the highest level of events, maybe that's something they put into place to then give them a little bit better chance to get into the games.
Yeah, it could be the case. Again, super excited just watching. I actually just went in with a couple of the ball kids to get lunch a little bit ago, and Gustavo was in there, just really chilling, playing some games. Actually hadn't seen Shingo out. I know he's been out, but I didn't see him, so he was keeping more to himself with that, as opposed to Gustavo, just his coach and his girlfriend, I believe it is, and they were just playing a board game and just really relaxing, and it was even, up until a little while ago. So good to see, different to see how, each player prepares.
I think mostly just quieting the mind, not wanting a lot of activity in there, and just doing something that's kind of calming and quiet.
A lot
relaxing.
of players obviously listen to music. Some players read books. I know that some of my best tennis came after I just read like a mystery or something. And Mr. Walker is looking at the table. Yes, Mr. Walker, you got delivered a hot dog.
Am I allowed to eat this thing on the air?
Just don't make any noise when you're doing it, please. Our nice massage therapist bought it for you. Snuck in behind you so they couldn't see. He's in heaven right now. His mouth is in heaven. He's speechless right now. Again, another great match here. Really excited for this match. Big hitting match right here.
Oh my goodness, that first fight was so good. I'm not going to lie.
That's hysterical. Okay, so update from court number 2 with Gerard up, set and 4-1 in total control here.
Yeah, relentless attack by Joe today. I mean, he just showed up, and it's no discredit to Stefan, because he's played pretty well, but he's just had no answer for Joe, who has just been overpowering on both sides of the court.
Yep.
Stefan with good energy right there. No lack of fight in him, and he knows that tennis is a funny sport, and that at any one time things can kind of go sideways. We'll be coming back to live coverage on center court here as we just take a final look at Joe Girard preparing to serve at 4-1 up, but it's Shingo Cuneta, number 1 in the world, versus Gustavo Fernandez as they just about finish up their warm-up. And we'll be prepared to watch this epic battle here on center court. You're going to see some of the best. We've got phenomenal coverage on center court. We have great coverage on court too, but center court's a little bit more prepared to give you some better angles, some better looks. And so we're excited to see these two wheelchair tennis rock stars, quite frankly. I mean, Shingo is a rock star over in Japan. I mean, well known.
Oh my gosh!
Well known.
Yeah, I mean, he's legendary.
Yeah, he is.
Right? It's crazy.
Yep, and Gustavo is slowly but surely establishing himself in his country in Argentina as somebody who's a really recognizable figure.
It's exciting for these players. You know, they're exciting to get the recognition in their countries and, you know, really getting their name out there. And as we said to Renee, a lot of it is about what you do socially off the court. I'm a firm believer in that, you know, and, you know, they can just speak so well, and they can speak about their lives and how they can impact others. And yes, tennis impacts lives, obviously it does, but really what they do off the court and how tennis is just a catalyst. That's all it is, right? It's just a catalyst. It's not the start and finish of it. It just helps everyone get on the same page. So very exciting. And obviously for Shingo and Gustavo becoming more and more famous in their country as well.
And the competitors are taking their places on the court. It would appear that it's Gustavo Fernandez who will throw the first serve in from Argentina, world former number 1. Gives the customary nod to his opponent as we're preparing to play. Shingo Cuneta, world number 1.
Great shot again. Those are the type of rallies that we're going to have, those high, heavy, hard-hitting balls. Watching a little bit this morning, Gustavo practice. He was really practicing with his coach, actually getting up to those shorter balls. He practiced a lot of short ball putaways this morning. Shot.
Yeah, we're gonna if you're able to pick up the audio from the court here, it's a grunting battle today between these two. Two of them more vocal, not in verbiage, but in just kind of in that grunting, breathing format. Yep. Both of them utilizing it. And is off to a good start in his first service game here.
Shot. If you have to pick a winner, Mr. Walker, beautiful backhand here from Cuneta, turning, taking that short ball. Again, that ball still had great net clearance, really high percentage ball.
Yeah, we talked about that last night where he doesn't have to hit miraculous great shots, paint lines. He sets the points up so well that when he looks to finish, it's like, all right, I just have to hit a routine shot aggressively to a nice spot on the court, and I'll get my simple winner. That's the way the game is supposed to be played.
So your pick for this match, Mr. Walker?
I mean, my pick. Well, I'll say this. I mean, I've said it numerous times when folks talk to me about some of these matches. If I'm in Vegas and I gotta put a bet down, I'm never betting against Shingo Cuneta.
Really?
I mean, until he's knocked out, and he has been out of the number 1 spot. In various times, yeah.
He does a good job there, usually, of maneuvering out of the way. But again, the wind right there
probably disrupted him there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm never going to bet against Shingo. I mean, he just forces you into having to beat him, and it's just so tough. But if there's anybody that's probably capable of that relentless approach, it's Gustavo.
And what's their head-to-head?
It's a significant advantage to Cuneta, having had the head-to-head lead. We do have some statistics, as we've mentioned time and time again here, but head-to-head, it's 20 wins to 6.
For Shingo.
That's pretty significant.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. You know, we were looking at the printout here. You know, that's dating back to 2012 when Gustavo was just a young kid on the block, and some really straight set. I'm looking at that back to 2012. You're looking at 6-0, 6-0. And
Wow.
2 times in 2012 that was 6-0, 6-0 between these two. But it's a long time between 2012 and now, and the last 5 times these guys have met all this year, 4 out of those 5 times 3-setters. So dig in,
So
Joe.
we're in for a good one here.
I'm glad I had my hot dog because I'm going to need that energy. But yeah, out of the 5 meetings this year, it's only been Fernandez once at Wimbledon in a tough 3-setter, 7-5 in the third. So that's the only victory he's had against Shingo in their head-to-heads this year.
Yeah, they haven't seemed to, looking at that, they haven't seemed to go back and forth a lot. Obviously with the head-to-heads there, but it seems to be they win in blocks, right? When Gustavo has won, am I right in saying, a couple times in a row there? Except this year. Yeah, so 4-match streak in those years. That was probably when he was his best. That's
That was when
unusual.
Shingo, but that's when Shingo would have been coming back. Honestly, that would have been
Yeah.
when Shingo was coming back from some injury,
Yep.
having had some elbow surgery, and was on his way back, having dropped out of the top 10 for a short period of time there, and then he's slowly but surely, as he's gotten healthy, worked his way back in, and obviously reclaimed that #1 spot in the world. I think he believes that spot is his,
Yes.
and that he takes a lot of pride in being there.
Ooh, close.
Interesting approach on that one, and again,
I
but I
know.
think that's because of the wind that
Yeah.
it's tough to really get things lined up and trust exactly an early setup.
Yep. Agreed on
But
that.
it's a good
hold.
Good hold for Gustavo.
Update on court number 2 with Stefan down 5-2. I'm going to go here again. I'm kicking you out again, Paul. I keep finding people that I want to talk to. Is that all right?
I've got a hot dog to eat, Joe.
Okay, can you
know?
move your
I'll be
stuff so I can
absolutely
get
happy
Sam
to-
Crawford, one of our players from player development. I'm going to get her talking to me because she always talks to me. So I'm actually going to put her in with me right now for a few minutes. And the headset. There we go. Then you can hear what I'm saying, Sam. It's me again, Sam. Every time I talk to you, you have a headset on, right? Joined in the booth by Sam Crawford. She's like, oh my gosh.
I'm Sophie Chang.
Oh my God, Sophie. Oh my God. Okay, could I be any more embarrassed? Same. Okay.
It's okay,
But you were
that's not
still
the
in
first time this
Lexington.
happened.
You were still in Lexington.
Yes, I was.
There you go, Sophie. Oh my gosh.
That's
Okay.
not the first time that's happened.
That's
so
okay.
Don't feel badly.
It's okay. I
We're
know,
both
you
half
kinda
Asian.
do.
We're both over 6 feet tall. Both tennis players.
But you are here training in your training block with PD, right?
Yes, I am.
So how long are you going to be here for?
Until the 21st of December. So I just finished week 1.
Oh wow, how was it?
Oh, it was tough, but they really pushed us hard. It was great. It's nothing like I've been able to. It's nothing like I've been able to experience before, but it's amazing. So grateful for the opportunity to be here.
And some of the coaches that you're working with?
Adam Peterson, Kathy Rinaldi a little bit, although she's been pretty busy because she just took over director of women's tennis. But
Yes.
The whole strength and conditioning team, Jen and Craig and Gabe and then all the athletic medicine.
Just here, we're going to switch over to court
Okay.
2. There being a set in 5-2. So I know you've been watching this match a little bit. What do you think?
It's amazing. I'm so happy I finally made it out to watch a little bit of this. I have so much respect for these wheelchair tennis players. It's like amazing to see anyone in their craft, being the best in the world or at the most elite level of anything. And I'm just blown away right now. Not literally by the wind. It's a little windy out here.
I know, right?
But the skill level is amazing. I actually tried wheelchair tennis for the first time.
Match point here. So 3 match points for Joe. Sorry, I'll let you finish that in a second,
fine.
Sophie. Joe's played pretty well today, and this.
Yeah, can you tell me a little bit
Yeah,
about these two
I will in a
players?
second here. Hold on. But Yeah, Joe wants this.
Wow.
He's gonna. That's
What an
game, set,
amazing
and match.
shot.
Yeah, and he got his win, and that puts him into the final of the men's singles, which he will take on the winner of the match that we're on court 1. Stefan had came out of round robin, so they had two round robin groups, A and B, and Stefan came out with not losing a match.
Okay.
Joe actually lost a match, but so came out and they played 1 and 2. So. Not saying this is an upset because these are our top 4 players in the world right here.
Wow,
But
okay. Like in the entire rankings.
yes,
Wow.
yeah. Well, ranking wise, they're not necessarily, but definitely. I mean, we've got the best 8 here, and they've all come out. Joe obviously plays a little different than Stefan. Stefan, I always say Joe's got really long swings.
Okay.
He plays really long, plays a little flatter. Stefan has been using his slice like deadly this week, but Joe today was just phenomenal. So
I saw Joe taking some return of serves early, like what I like to do in my game, but it was really fun to see that, adaptation and angling the ball off the court. It was really cool.
Yeah, really, they do. And then we go, and Joe's excited there, probably texting his family. I don't know what he's got in his mouth there. Something from his chair, I guess. I don't know. Texting his family saying he won, messaging saying I'm through to the finals. So, but these two over here, Shingo Kaneda and Gustavo Fernandez. Shingo's number 1 in the world. Tons and tons of Grand Slam titles, gold medals. And again, we've talked about, just so you know as well, Gustavo just being so physical, right? I mean, he's so physically fit. But when he plays, if you watch, he uses his left hand and keeps his left hand on the wheel a lot when he's hitting because of his balance. You may see it on the screen better, but whenever he hits a ball, he has to keep his hand on because he actually can't walk, so he doesn't have good balance. So when he's pushing, if he actually leans forward, he actually tips out of his chair. And we actually have, he played the most amazing point at Wimbledon. You have to just Google the best, wheelchair doubles tennis point Wimbledon, and it'll be him. He falls out of his chair. Oh. And he's down, and he takes a volley when he's on the floor. It was amazing.
I see that he has extra, he's kind of strapped in there a little extra.
Yeah, he's pretty tight. We had actually Renee Rivera, baseball player, catcher, was in earlier today, and I was saying that he probably Gustavo definitely tightens himself in there as much as anybody, and it's all based on the disability that they have. But he plays very physical. I say he plays like a South American, Argentinian, heavy topspin, grinding more, as opposed to Stefan and some of the others who, are not quite that Spanish.
Okay.
And then Shingo here again, just really consistent. It's just constant. It's it's like playing someone that just consistently. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And Fernandez took that break point there, and see really using the chair again. You didn't see it there; it was pulled a little bit, but it's constantly on it. As soon as he drops his left hand on this serve, he's gonna grab. Well, actually, he didn't. He went across. He grabbed his chair. He's hitting that back, grabbing his chair.
I see, and sometimes he even puts it on his, it looks like on his quad. He put it on his leg.
Yeah, just sometimes, just to give the balance. That's what he needs. And then you see the legs together too, really tightly together. They want to become more one with the chair. And we were talking earlier as well about we're talking about open stance and closed stance.
Yeah.
Right? In a wheelchair, you're maybe like, really? There's open and closed stance?
I guess it makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm learning just from being out here already.
So that last ball he hit, he was very closed with his chair, right? So just think of the chair as his legs.
Yeah.
And so when he's hitting, he actually hits a lot of closed stance.
So, I mean, do they hit open stance a good bit?
They will. They'll come in and they'll take the balls on the rise a little bit more open. Yeah.
Makes sense.
But we've got, we had a point the other night that was, it's ESPN worthy. And he hit a ball and then he turned around and hit it back behind his back.
Oh
and just
my God.
the strength of his upper body. It was,
Sports Center top 10.
Absolutely. But they're head-to-head. Kaneda has a 20-6, I think it was, win head-to-head. So Fernandez is coming out pretty hot here.
Nice shot.
shot. Shingo's only missed about one of those shorter balls. When he comes in, he still plays really high percentage. You know, he'll get that short ball. He still gets really good net clearance. Doesn't go for too many lines.
Mm-hmm. Just watching them move around the court, I can feel like my arm's getting tired.
But that's why he looks like he does too.
I know,
I mean,
it's incredible. It's incredible.
yeah. And you see as well sometimes the players when they serve, it's almost like their chair pops up because they've got so much force pushing them up. Gustavo's probably not like that too much just because he doesn't, he can't use the lower body any. We've got one player, Stefan Houdet, that was actually, he has a prosthetic leg and he actually kneels in the chair. And so you'll actually hear his chair like come up.
Okay.
But this ball right there, I mean, it's heavy, and I've actually hit with a couple of them too. I actually haven't hit with, it's going in. Took a look up there to see what Gustavo was doing. Relentless there. But I've hit with some of our American players who are like maybe 40 in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and you hit and you're like, yeah, there's not going to be much on this. There's a lot on it.
Yeah.
There's an awful lot on it.
Yeah. It's interesting you mentioned in the middle of the point how he kind of stopped and took a look where his opponent was. I guess with the two bounces, sometimes they can do that. I'll think that they're almost stopping the point.
Yeah.
And then they kind of look.
Yep. See the umpire there, the linesperson have to get out of the way a little bit. Ooh. Man. This is where Shingo's so good. Every point is just making Gustavo just work so hard. So you're here till December 21st, and then where do you go?
I'm going home for Christmas a little bit, and then I'll actually come back here for maybe a week or so, and then I'll start in the next professional events in Florida. I think they're in Daytona Beach and Plantation.
Are they still on clay in January?
Yes, yeah. There's an Oracle Challenger that takes place in Newport Beach early on. Perhaps I might think about playing that. If not, I might go to Midland, Michigan.
Oh, the indoor, the fast indoor, and the freezing cold.
Yes.
Do they still do all the kids' days there?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. You could make more money off the court there than you could on the court, especially if you were losing in qualies.
I know some of the players really take advantage of it to the point now that they call like a week in advance. And
do you think really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But I usually try to do maybe 2 events or so, but there's so many. They have a whole book that you can go in right at the front desk and sign up for as many as you want.
That's good. We had kids here yesterday and the day before for Kids Day. We had about 200 kids each day, so that was nice. That's a good return there from Shingo. Good hold. It was much better 2-1 than 3-0. Yeah, we were talking yesterday about Shingo, and I don't know whether we can see it down there now, but he had a book. He was reading his book. Do you have? What are your rituals on changeovers?
Well, I do actually usually take a book out to court with me, although I don't make it a regular thing that I actually look through it. It's more just for me to have in case I want it at any time before the match or something. But my ritual usually is get to the bench.
Again, I'm sitting here with Sophie Chang, not Sam Crawford. They look alike, I promise.
They have the same initials as well.
Yeah, exactly. She's one of the players from Player Development that's here training. There's about 40 of them, right?
Yeah.
40, yeah, something like that.
I think that's a lot, but I think something around there.
Yeah, so one of our top American players. So go back to the book. Is that something you just write in over time, or is that something that is specific for that match, or a bit of both?
It's over time. Definitely, actually, probably I write more in it in practice or after practice sessions and after training. Whenever I feel like I have something that I learned and I don't want to forget it, I want to keep it on the forefront of my mind. It just helps me to write it down. A lot of times I won't even look at it again. I just remember it once I write it down. But it helps me. It's whatever kind of works for you. But my changeover routine, I just kind of get obviously hydrated, and I also try to calm the nerves and maybe just think one or two things, kind of simplify things for me because I like to overthink. I have a tendency to do that.
Yeah.
And get ready to best I can to play the next 2 games.
Yeah, that's good. And we see, I mean, these athletes are the top players in the world too, and they're very strict with what they do. I would say Shingo is definitely one of the ones that has even more, rituals and really super focused on that kind of stuff. But I was in the cafeteria a little while ago, and just Gustavo was in there with his girlfriend and his coach playing board games before he played. So
It's to each their own, I think, definitely. I mean, you just know the place kind of you want to be mentally and physically before you go on court and during your match, and you try to maintain that the best you can and do what you need.
Yeah. Wind just got away from it there a little bit. How do you like playing in the wind? You should say, I embrace it. I love it.
Of course I do. I do embrace it. It depends on the day and depends on the player. It definitely makes the serving a little bit harder. So, I usually like to use my serve. So sometimes with the tossing, if it is really bad, it has gotten in the way of that. But other than that, I just look at it as an opportunity to really focus on my footwork and stuff because, my movement around each shot, I should say, because that's what's going to be messed up the most, I think.
Yeah.
You just really got to make sure you get in position to hit every ball.
Lots of little steps.
Yeah.
And Fernandez put that return right. What was that?
He silenced the crowd.
Did he really?
I don't know. He made the shush motion.
That's quite funny. I thought he blew a kiss to somebody. That's
Wow,
it.
what a shot.
I mean, look at that drop shot. That stopped.
Oh my God.
Like that didn't even move. I bet you wish you could even drop shot.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen a more perfect drop shot.
I don't think I've ever hit a drop shot like that. Maybe off the side of my racket. Maybe off a shank
by
overhead.
accident. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that ball just died. I mean, that ball just did not go anywhere. I'm pretty close to the line there. Didn't really go past me.
He needed that silence from the crowd. The
Yeah.
funny thing is he did it very respectfully.
Oh, well.
he was like, thank you.
Oh, that was going out. Had no choice but to get out that way. Gustavo's playing with the wind on his back here, so I always think that is the easier side. I always said that if you can win the 2 games with the wind at your back, it's good. And this end, you've got to really grind. See if you can just get one of those games with heavy wind. Not that bad today.
Yeah, it's just a little breezy. It seems to kind of swirl a little bit as well. Not kind of go in one direction, mainly.
We've talked about a little bit about the respect these players have for each other because, the tour's obviously a lot smaller than, your tour, the ATP tour.
Okay.
Because it's just not as many players, and they just have this, they play each other a lot, and they have a huge amount of respect. And he's going to, wow, love that movement there. Wow, that movement around there. That's the other thing they do, right, is that they turn their back to the court. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Yeah.
So, and then they have to find the ball. So, that last
It's giving
ball,
me anxiety watching.
Yeah, I know. It's like, oh my gosh, you're not looking at the ball, right?
The ball is.
But yeah, it's amazing. But I've seen most of them before they actually start their match, they give each other 5.
Oh wow.
And it's been really nice to see they just did it. They're like, good luck. And I know I even saw Gustavo say something to the chair umpire before this too, in a nice way, not saying anything, but kind of thank you. It's really good to see.
That's so good. That's so amazing.
We
miss a lot of that.
Yeah.
On our tour.
That was an amazing get from Gustavo there. Actually, Gustavo almost tipped a little bit. I always see when he tips, you've got the 2 wheels out in front, as you can see, and you've got the back little wheel that's called the tip bar back there.
Mm-hmm.
So, but so they don't often fall out, but with Gustavo's lack of balance on some of the shots, when he does tip and he's going so fast, I'm always like, oh, he's going down. But he didn't. And it's a little different too. Here I was in Sardinia watching the team play for World Team Cup, and the courts, the side court, or the courts didn't have the cement. They just have regular like tennis netting. And, I think it's a little different for the players too, because they know they've got the cement side. So, yeah. There've been some where they've just been going so fast that and they probably could keep going and probably could get the ball, but they've had to like turn before they go into the side.
I saw Stefan, I guess, like kind of run into the umpire in midpoint. How often does that happen?
It happens a fair amount. I mean, the umpires know to move out of the way as best as they can, but I mean, actually Stefan ran over. No, it was Gustavo. He ran over. Actually, the guy that's behind him here. He ran over him like last night, I think it was. He's like, I'm sorry, okay. He's like, no, it's fine. And we told the ball kids today, to
make sure.
Yeah, to make sure that, because they have never, been a ball kid for wheelchair tennis. So we told them just to make sure that they're watching and kind of turn their back. I told them just jump the fence if they saw it. I really
jump the cement wall.
Jump the cement wall. Teach our kids some athleticism. That's the closed stance I was just talking about there. See how he's facing? Yeah. Now that's more open, right?
Yeah,
that was open. So yeah, nice point there. So in that rally there, we saw Gustavo really fully closed, almost turning back, and then the next ball hitting the open stance.
It's amazing. Because even when we're closed stance, I feel like our weight transferring it almost ends always kind of more open.
Yeah.
And for them, it's hard to imagine how they can get from such a closed stance to an open, at the end. But they do it magnificently.
Yeah. Good return there. Good deep return. Giving Fernandez a break point opportunity here. He would love to go up 3-1 here. I mean, we've had out of the last, I believe, 5 times, Paul took my stats sheet, but out of the last 5 times, 4 of the last 5 matches have been 3 sets. So I'm sure Gustavo wants to get that first set under his belt. I mean, you just realized too that ball, he hit that return, it was just out, right? But it had so much spin on that it jumped the fence.
Oh, wow. Okay. I kind of missed that.
Yeah, so it bounced just long, but then it had so much spin on that it went over the fence.
Sheesh. I need a little bit of that in my game.
You're pretty flat, if I remember.
I hit. I mean, for an average women's shot, I think actually I put a little more spin on it, but I do hit. I do play pretty aggressive, and so it is. I'm always looking to add more spin. Put it that way.
Another good point. These points are hard. I mean, they're not, they're hitting so heavy and they've got so much, they've got a lot of speed on it, a lot of spin, that they're really, really tough balls here. Great angle there. Saw that Shingo was really far back and then just saw that all he needed to do was roll it through the singles line. It was a great break there. Gustavo's looking really good. We've talked all week about how good he's been looking, and if we said we usually don't bet against Shingo. There's still a long way to go, but playing very, very well. He said he feels really comfortable too. We've talked to him different times, and he said that he's feeling comfortable out here. Good shot though. See, have you noticed that they don't come in a huge amount?
Yeah, I have. I noticed they play pretty far behind the baseline usually, I think.
Yeah,
in
they
the
do.
rally.
They do come in and they do sneak in. We've seen a couple like sneaks coming in where they've pushed them really far out, and the volleys and some of the pickups are amazing. But it's you definitely, after you hit that first volley, you've got to get out of there somewhat, because it's obviously easier to get lobbed. So. Again, the wind just pushing that ball just a little bit deep there. Both coaches and teams in the same place they've been sitting the whole week. So Gustavo's coach is in the orange family, and then Shingo's family is behind him, both on the same side, which is a little strange, but you know.
Whatever's been working.
I was going to say, it's what you don't change it. As Paul keeps saying, if it ain't broken, don't fix it.
Yeah.
That's what he says. And I'm slightly superstitious.
You are?
Oh my gosh, terribly. When I was playing, I was so superstitious.
What's that Michael Scott quote from Office? I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious.
That's great. I like that one. It's a good one there, Sophie. That's a great shot again. Again, great high percentage net clearance, not having to go for any lines. Yeah, I mean, I know some of the players won't walk on lines.
I know, yeah. Like
Right.
Rafa.
Yeah, like
one in particular.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people that are very, very superstitious, and
Yes.
I wasn't that much, but definitely, if you say you're coming up with a match point, I want the last ball that I played with. That's my lucky ball. Stupid. Look at that ball. He's going to get to it. Oh no, wow. Almost.
Just back on that shot.
Kenyatta would love to get this game here. Love to break right back. You'll find in wheelchair tennis that there's not a huge amount of holding serve, you know?
Yeah.
It's not huge. It's not as important as it is, say, on the men's side.
Okay.
But good hold there from Kenyatta. So when you're watching these athletes, Sophie, okay, when you go back now to train on Monday,
Okay.
what are you taking?
I can't believe we're already talking about Monday. I literally just finished.
You just finished, what, an hour ago, 30 minutes ago?
Yes. No.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's all good. I mean, first of all, putting it in perspective, a lot of times we're complaining about all the steps we have to take on court. But as I said, I've tried wheelchair tennis, and it is way harder than anything I've had to do just to play a point. And, putting everything in perspective, the sport that we're able to play, you know, I gotta look forward to it and enjoy every moment of being out there on court and being able to train the way that I do. And I mean, just watching at the elite level of any form of the sport, or I mean, any sport in general or anything you do, it's amazing to see the dedication that goes into mastering your craft. So that's what I really try to bring to my practices.
And we are going to look here, I think, at Shingo when he gets a little frustrated here. Oh, see? Shush. Still looks like he kissed it and he said sorry. He was very polite. Very nice.
He didn't capture his face. He kind of had a little smile, so he wasn't being too rude or anything.
And then this is our favorite dog. That is Cayman, guys, just so you know.
Hello, Cayman.
He's one of the service dogs of our veterans in our program. I wish I could get him to wave and say hello. He knows everyone. That's why he actually stood up there and sees Jason, who... Look, Jason doesn't understand. We got a great shot of the dog, and he just blocked him, right? He did photobomb. Have to yell at Jason.
It's all about
for that.
Jason.
It's all about, yep, exactly. But no, I think as well, you know, you what you said was right. The preparation that goes into it, you know, and these players just have to prepare so much more as well because they've got their chair. They've got to, you know, even getting in and out of the car is different for them, right? They've got to transfer. They have to do all that. They have to, you know, so it is harder like that as well.
Even the changeovers, like something as minor as that, I was watching. I didn't think about that, but how they position themselves next to the bench and then how they have to always cross away from the chair.
Yep.
There's not enough space for their chair to go through. But it's amazing to watch the discipline.
It's beautiful ball here from Kaneda. Again, moving in. Again, that really high percentage. A winner, as we said, is not really a winner until the person doesn't hit it back and it bounces twice, right?
Yes. Or 3 times here, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're right, 3 times. And then I think the other thing, too, is that, you know, yes, we look at these players and we say, wow, you know, what they have to do extra. But I just, personally, I think for you, me going into my coach mode here, sorry, I can't help it. I always have to do it. Is that these are the top athletes in the world with multiple Grand Slams, multiple, you know, Paralympic gold medals, silver medals, all the above. And I think just seeing the professionalism from both of them, you know, so take away the chair and just seeing, you know, how they've prepared, how they are on the court, how their demeanor is, right? How they're staying focused. They do the same things, and it just take the chair away and totally focus on that. And it's I think any young athlete, a young professional can, you know, take from that. As far, even from Shingo, please asking the crowd to shush, right?
Yeah.
You're telling them to shush, but you did it in such a respectful way. Yeah. And not
didn't
all
let
players,
it get to his head. He had the amazing drop shot afterwards.
Yeah, exactly, right?
We just, over at Player Development, they had us listen to a TED Talk by Tony Nadal, Rafa's uncle and coach. And that was one of the main points, I would say, he said was, you know, what Rafa had always, you know, what he tried to instill in Rafa was character. And you take away the physicality of it or the technique or anything, a strategy. And that was, he felt like the defining characteristic that took Rafa to be the Grand Slam champion that he is. And amazing.
And I agree, right? I mean, he rolls his own courts, he brushes his own courts afterwards, right? Does that kind of stuff.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, I think it is. And I think that, you know, just in general, that's what it is.
But you see that out here, definitely. I can tell.
Yeah. And it's not that, you know, as I said, every sport has the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? And you don't have situations with all the athletes in whatever sport. You've got the ones that go the extra mile, you've got the ones that don't, right? But it's just so nice to actually see it when it does happen, that it needs to be highlighted. Oh, he works so hard for that. He fought so hard for that point.
Yeah.
He doesn't make those unforced errors usually. That was a big point right there too.
Giving it his all, definitely.
He had match point last night. He was the last match on last night, and he literally hit the ball. And I don't know what he said, but he said something as he grunted, and we need to find out what he said. But he was it was so funny. We're like, we put words into we translated it for him, but we said something like, "This is going to be a winner," and that was what it was. It was.
I'm taking this match.
Yes,
right now.
this match is mine. Oh, and that's gonna go out. But that's
perhaps the wind got a little.
Yeah,
bit
wind
the best
did
of
get.
there.
Absolutely, it did. That's a good break again.
Do you see a lot of the players choosing off the coin toss to receive? That's a question I have.
That's a good question. I haven't paid enough attention, but yeah, you probably would more than on the male able body. Probably so more.
I think on the women's tour that I play on, you see it. Some people actually choosing to receive too.
Yep, absolutely.
I don't know how it is in the men's tour in wheelchair tennis.
Probably more serving on the men's. Again, Paul and I laugh about this. Every match we've gone to, we've said this is a very important game. It's the 7th game of the match.
Actually, my dad used to say that to me. Shout out to my dad.
I know, right? For teaching you the good things.
It's all important
7th game. That's what I said. We've said that literally every time. And guess what? In every match we've been in, there's been at least 2 7th games, if not 3 for the 3rd set. So Paul and I laugh at it and we go, what game are we in? We're in the 7th game.
The 7th game.
But then it's if it gets to 4-3, the next game's huge too, right? It's if it gets to 5-2 here, it's a little bit, that's it. Yeah. See how he had to control his body there with the racket when Gustavo leaned for that one, just went the wrong way. And I
think Gustavo hit his racket on the chair after his serve. Is that a common thing?
Yeah, he's going to a lot, yeah. They don't have the common follow through on the serve, so they use probably a little bit more pronation on it. But yeah, that's a great shot. Beautiful again. Watching Gustavo here, that's that closed stance right there.
Yeah.
Recovering back, getting to it, taking his time, and look at that, holding that backhand right there.
They really hold their shots well.
Don't they? Yeah, they do. Gustavo, Shingo went with that down the line and tried to hold it as well, but pushed a little wide. Great for Shingo. Good break there. Getting his racket out of his hand there, if you notice too, just like you would switch your racket out of your dominant hand. Shingo does the same there. Rehydrating.
They like to point their chairs away from the other side of the court. When I was younger, a lot of people taught in junior tennis, always sit kind of facing away from your opponent so that, you can kind of clear your mind of that side of the court or something like that. But he doesn't do that. But I noticed on the other court, the other two did as well.
Yeah, they do. I think part of it is it's actually interesting. I think Gustavo is one of the ones that doesn't. He actually faces, but he's facing because he actually looks at his coach a little bit more than most of the other players do. But yeah, so I think that they do it for that, but then they do it purely as well for the reason that, they need to get their stuff, and it's just easier if it's in front. And that little boy there, one of our bull kids, in the UNIQLO outfit, another one. And we're just hanging out here. We're just having a break. We got some older kids and some younger kids hanging around being the bull kids. They've done a great job so far. there's our dog again.
the
Jason's
doggo.
nowhere to ruin it again. There's Cayman and John,
Jason's
who's
coming
part
right
of
over.
our military program here on a Monday night. He's actually been to the U.S. Open with us, and so's Cayman. I actually have a picture of Cayman on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Oh,
I do. It's pretty cool. Cayman's famous. He was actually, I was looking for something on the app at the Open, and it for, I don't know what I was looking for, maybe accessible something, and there was a picture of Cayman there. So Cayman's famous. Runs up to people here.
There's Cayman.
Another great view of the campus here. Great view of the campus with all the activities going on today.
Shingo really has some different styles of grunts that he uses.
Yeah, you're right. He does. I told you. He speaks. He's willing the ball. And have you ever tried that? Serving. In.
The first part, he kind of has a two-part grunt. The first part's always the same. The second part's like the wild card.
Yep, there it goes. The wind's taking that one for sure.
Wow.
That's where he's got to understand the wind is blowing. Even though it's swirling, it's
Yeah.
definitely going from our
It's mostly
right to
going-
left, yeah? So he's got to make sure that when he does throw that ball up, he's throwing it up really heavy spin, but also not too hard, if that makes sense. Like just kind of soft up, just up, as opposed to trajectoring out. Trajectoring, I think I just made a word up. But
Trajectory.
yeah, trajectory out. Oh, wow. Amazing hustle there from Shingo.
I thought the point was over.
Yeah, no, you can never think the point's over with these two.
know.
It's not over until literally, you're right, there's 3 bounces. Look at this. Here we go. Digging. Look, almost comes out of the chair there. Has to pull up around really quickly, but talk about hustle. That's a big hustle right there. Great rolling, great pushing.
I love that that load or that stance Shingo gets to on his serve. It's like a perfect, like that trophy upper body.
Yeah, he does, right? Yeah.
I've been working on that in my game.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty good. Oh, wow. Good pickup. Wow. It's a great shot. Yeah, it's an amazing shot. And we're at 4-all in the first set. Tight first set here. Shingo going to the towel just to relax a little bit. Racket out of his hand. Give his hands a little bit of a break. Gustavo has a lot of hair under there.
Wow. I didn't even recognize him for a second. I was like, who's that?
Yep. Just both players taking their time here, knowing that this game is really, really important. Good spin there. Wow. Thought Gustavo had that. Spun it really, had a lot of spin on, very heavy.
Yeah, it was just a pure winner through the court.
Yeah. Shingo being able to take that on the rise, use his strength, hit straight through it. serve there, wind helping them out. That's a great shot too. I think Shingo knows there. I mean, he just took that ball early on the rise, and the wind helped keep it down.
Now, I do have a question about the return stance. Obviously, it's very different from what I'm used to. Does it matter, right-handed or left-handed, which side they start on?
No, so it's funny I asked that question because I thought they were starting really close to the middle. I asked that question yesterday, but they have to get their momentum moving. So they kind of are going that way where if they start too far over to the side, they're going to go too much. We're going to go over to court 2 here in a second, where we've got Aniek van Koot taking on Dida de Groot in the first women's semi-final match. With the it's going to be an interesting one because we've got in the champion in 2013 was of this tournament was Yui Kamiji, and since then only Dutch women have won.
Wow.
So we're guaranteed a Dutch woman in the final from this semi-final.
Wow.
And then Yui Kamiji comes up later this afternoon against the Italian Giulia Capocci, this is her first singles masters that she's qualified for, and she's in the semi-final, so she's done well. I actually like the way she plays. She plays good all-around game. I've seen her come in a lot. I like the way she plays a lot. They just did their coin toss.
I recognize that's one of the referees that does my matches. I've seen a lot of this out here.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. Sure you have. Again, players on court 1. Another big game here. They've got changing balls at 11 and 13. Shinga going back to that rehydration, whatever he's got in there. He's been using some, I say goo, it's not goo, right? But and then he's been putting stuff in his drinks, just like what he did right there as well. Almost looks like kids' baby food. Yeah, it does. Like baby food, but Japanese squeezing at it. Said, I'm sure it's not baby food.
Some sort of gel.
Yeah, there you go. Goop, gel, same thing, right? Got his waters in there, obviously really important for the players. I haven't seen him take his notebook out yet, though, so I think he feels pretty calm at this point in time. Definitely got the ice, too. The players, they do need to cool down. Their body temperature regulates a little harder for them to regulate their body temperature. So either when it's hot or cold, so they need to either keep warm or keep cooler. Shingo, interestingly, took his drink over there to the corner. And with that break of serve as well, Shingo is going to be serving for this first set. Shingo's got the win with him, which I think is usually the easier side, at least physically, but obviously not after that last game. I think Shingo's probably playing the wind a little bit smarter right now. Not much, but just a little bit.
Wow.
Point.
What a great backhand-to-backhand rally.
Right? I think as well. I think the players are actually liking the wind at the end where they're having to play into the wind because they can just go a little flatter, right?
Yeah.
They can swing out. You probably like that end too.
Sometimes.
Swing out.
Depends on the day.
Yeah. Swing out, wind in your face a little bit.
Yeah.
It reached a little bit there, same as we would say reach for the ball. Needed one more push up to that ball. Love 30. Shingo saying thank you to the ball kids when they give him the ball. Love to see that too. I think I saw a video yesterday on Facebook of Roger Federer being a ball kid for Michael Steek. I bet you don't even know that name, do you? You're too
I've
young.
heard that name, but I really
What,
can't
Federer?
say it. No. Yeah, who's that old guy, Federer? Oh, shouldn't have said that on live. So I'm the biggest Federer fan, so
I know.
nobody can cross that. But I have heard the name Michael Steek before, but I can't say that I know too much about him.
It's okay. I'm glad you at least know him. That last return gave, wow, what an amazing game from Gustavo there. And I'm going to change it and say that players like playing against the wind better. Watch this return a serve there, the strength that he's got, and see how he grabbed his chair too. That was amazing. Brings us to 5-5. So there's a Michael Steek is from Germany. Is a player that a little bit older than Federer, and there's a picture of Michael going around and giving the ball kids like a little gift and shaking their hand, and that was Roger talking about it and said he was a ball kid for like 2 or 3 years. So
Wow.
you know, we look at our little ball kids out here and we never know who's going to be the next champion.
It's true.
Oh, that's a good shot. Just enough spin to keep that in there.
They're all always out here. All the little ball kids. They're always. You can always tell they're trying their best. You know, whether they've had some more experience some than others, or some are older than others, but they really want to do a good job, and so we players appreciate that.
There's a overall there from our chair umpire Scott Albert. Scott's been doing our assistant referee for this tournament and also for the US Open, along with our main referee Ian Smith from South Africa. We have 30 here. Both playing actually, maybe it has nothing to do with the wind. Maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe it's just the return game. They're pounding their returns. They're returning so well.
They're returning well.
Yeah, that was definitely wind. They're definitely struggling a little bit more with the wind when they're being pushed really far behind the baseline and they're actually spinning it up. That's when they're not really adjusting to the wind or adjusting their trajectory of the ball. They're just going a little too high where the wind's catching it and pulling it out.
I see that.
Wow.
What a shot.
He just thought that was going out.
Inside out backhand.
On the run, by the
On
way.
the run.
Or on the roll.
On the roll.
Amazing.
One-handed. too.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
One-handed, inside out. Backhand winner.
This one here, this first one there. Yeah. Another one, and then he'll go back around. Yeah, amazing. And there's the third consecutive, maybe even more, break of serve for Shingo, and he leads 6-5 in this first set. See whether what he does. I'm eyeing Gustavo's coach now. I'm going to see whether he's giving any positive reinforcements or not focusing on him. There goes Shingo with the gel, the goop again, the energy. Just trying to breathe the bananas. Bite of different kind of food. It's really important, obviously. I see a lot of the top players doing it too. We have, we've got a mental coach that has been working with our wheelchair players. There's a great shot of Gustavo's coach. He's not doing anything right now.
He's deep in thought.
Yeah, he is deep in thought. He's pretty chill right there, actually.
Yeah.
I think Gustavo pretty much knows what he's got to do. But one of our cultural coaches has been working a lot with our players. We've brought him in a couple times, Alistair McCaw, and he's the coach of mental toughness coach of Kevin Anderson.
Oh,
and
wow.
he says that he breaks his 90 seconds down into 330s where he does actually 30 seconds to rehydrate and food, and he says all the time it's really important to like keep eating throughout the match. It's like, you know, just keep, even if it's a bite of banana or the gel or something, like every changeover you should be putting something into your body.
Yeah, that's really good advice for sure, because we're constantly expending energy out there.
Yeah, there's a drop. That's a great play to the drop shot in the wind. He's going to get it, though. That's a great get, though.
I thought the point was over again.
You thought the point was over again? I'm used to now, obviously, the two bounces, but I'm not like Gustavo. Like, a lot of times I'm like, oh, he's not getting to that. There's no way. And then all of a sudden, he's like getting to it and hitting a clean winner off it. I'm like, what? I know. That was actually a good play from Shingo, though, to go the drop shot into the wind, obviously, but just was a little high. Just gave Gustavo a little bit too much time. 15-all. It changed, right? Is that why you allow you giggling a little there? Great shot. Wow. Same thing again, just probably catching that right well above his head, right? Gustavo on that last one, well above his head.
There's a little talking going on.
Yeah. It's kind of telling his coach something there. Yeah, he wants that back. You haven't seen too many unforced errors. Very low unforced errors in this match so far. That does give Shingo 2 set points. That's going to go in. Wow. Yeah,
nice get.
Yeah. Wow. Backhand. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Just caught that backhand, huh? It's good. Always.
Nice.
Oh, smart.
Well, that's a rare
That was
shot
French.
to see.
Thanks, it out. Great point, and that gives Shingo Kaneda the first set. I think no.
It gives him the set point.
Sorry, that gives him the set point. Sorry, my bad. Totally had the wrong score. My fault before. Wasn't paying attention. That's a set point now.
We saw some rare shots from that point.
Yeah, I know, right? Yep. Ooh. Misjudged that a little bit. These guys just, I mean, they never back down.
No.
That makes sense? Like, they're never backing down. Whatever the score is, they're just consistently there. Just heavy balls, no silly unforced errors, no, oh my God, I just got to hit a winner here. Just very resilient. That's a word I think that's used, right?
Mm-hmm.
Resilient.
Shingo just bounced right back from that. It can be very disappointing to lose that first set point that you get. You really want to clinch it right there. And he's already ready to go.
Say unforced errors. I shouldn't jinx anybody. Now this gives Gustavo Fernandez a break point A lot more people here now. Actually have the, I believe, the Rollins College women's tennis team behind us, which is nice for them to come out and watch. Yeah. That's a great ball, great point. Shingo just not doing quite enough with that volley. Usually when you see him coming in, they're really aggressive with it. I thought he actually had a chance to come in a bit earlier than what he did, but came in on this one. Actually had a decent volley there. Yeah, maybe just got it a little bit more towards... He didn't want to go up the middle as much as he did, I don't think.
I can imagine probably these guys really have to make sure they punish their opponents if they are coming into net. You know, really make sure they get that point over quickly.
Yes. Well, yeah, you do, because you've got to get out of there. You can't stand there, because you're either going to get lobbed or it's just very hard to recover. Tiebreak, first point of the tiebreak. He's waiting for that plane, I think. Yep.
He should shush the plane.
I don't think he should shush the plane. That's a great shot. Yeah, really good. Both players just staying so focused and so aggressive. 0-1. This tiebreak will obviously be to 7. Win by 2. Taking his time, just shrugging his shoulders, going through his rituals and routines. That's a great return. The down the line return in wheelchair tennis is just huge, because when they're serving, they can't get out of it quick enough. They can't get around, so definitely a huge weapon. Zero, 2. That's going to fly a little bit. It's good ball though. It's one that's just got to be a little bit more gentle with the wind. Yeah. Still up a mini break at 2-1, Fernandez. Certainly the planes last couple of days have not been flying in this way, which has been nice.
Okay.
You know, when those planes fly in, they're nice and low.
Yeah.
They are definitely taking off now, though, from that side.
Yeah.
2-1. Racket speed. 2-2 here. It's going to refocus. Again, as you said with Shingo, when he just, he let that one go mentally. That's what Gustavo just did on that double fault. Just let it go very quickly.
Much easier said than done. Much respect for them.
That's a great backhand down the line there. Just the strength against the wind, too. Take that ball nice and early. Beautiful. Just takes it there. This next one, going to take it a little bit earlier. Yep, moves in. Sees Gustavo didn't really recover very well. Takes the opportunity. 3-2. Another backhand down the line. He likes that backhand down the line, huh?
Yeah.
Players will change ends here. Grabs that drink. Gets the racket out of his hand. It's actually going to go to the bench here. 2.
I guess Gustavo didn't seem to get a drink.
No. It's focus there. Cute little baby there. One of our players, Koji Zigano, that played this morning, lost in the quad semi-final, so he'll be playing for third or fourth in the bright pink shirt there. 4-2. Stop. That's a great shot. Great hands there, right? 4-3.
That was a more successful coming into net there.
Yeah. I mean, this one here is just good hands. Moving in, see him there. And then see the grip too. I don't know if you noticed that. Didn't really change that grip too much. Yeah. He's definitely not hitting those volleys with a continental grip. That's 3-4. Back on serve. What a shot. Great shot. Heavy. 3 backhand winners down the line from Shingo in this tiebreak. Gives him a mini break. 3-5. Good backhand again. The backhands is the tail of the backhands right now. Shingo taking his time just a little bit. Going with the towel. Up 5-4. Still has that mini break from that last backhand down the line winner. Good. Just consistently, just heavy balls. And we're at 5-0 in this first set tiebreak. Can't get much closer in this tiebreak.
No, they're really taking it to the end here.
I love actually watching some of the people that are watching where they see the backhand and they kind of double take it. Like, wait, how do they do that backhand? And then they're showing it. They're like, wait, how does that work? 5-0. Oh, he's worked so hard to get back in this tiebreak with that. Good serve, though, from Shingo, jamming Fernandez a little bit, and that sets up his set, another set point.
Another set point here.
Right?
Yep. I'm sure he'll be looking to adjust whatever he did on the last one at this point.
Yeah.
Too good.
Can't do anything with that. I mean, Gustavo's just, again, heavy balls. That's 6-all here. Let's just replay here again on there. Seeing he's out, moving in, just like anyone would. Couple steps in.
Shingo
ball on the rise.
He tried to take that return a little bit early and then almost got in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah. Went above his head and wasn't able to get the full power behind the return of serve. Again, going to the much obviously quicker. You're not supposed to stop on a change of ends in a tiebreak, but stopping, going to his chair. Our amazing ball crew right there.
The motley crew.
The motley crew, I know, right? That's the older crew. We've got them almost in. There's like a middle-aged one, except the one to the left. Obviously, he's a little younger, but
he's hanging out with older guys. Ooh.
6-all. Obviously win by 2 for the tiebreak. Definitely taking that one on the rise. Yeah. Ooh. I think that's a good choice for Shingo, though, moving in, not letting the ball get above him. You know, he's got the wind in his face now, so taking it early.
You're still seeing a lot of those errors long from the side with the wind, especially in the first few points they play over there.
Yep. And that sets up another set point number 3, I believe, for Shingo.
I believe so.
As you kick Paul Walker out, he's usually good at doing that stuff. I'm supposed to not be doing that, so I can't keep track of how many set points.
Yeah.
Oh wow, he did adjust to that. That's going to be it. He's going to be in trouble. Nope. And that amazing point from Shingo there. Amazing. Great point there. Great first set from both players. But Shingo coming out on top with 7-6 and almost a sigh of relief at that, right? Like, phew.
Yeah.
He wanted that one under his belt. No one wanted to lose, obviously, working that hard.
Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you, my bet here, a lot of other players would come out in the second set and just be disheartened, right? We actually haven't seen that. We really have not seen this. Let's watch this set point again from Shingo here. Focusing totally on him here. He moved in. There's that overhead there. Backed right out, right? And then was able to come in and take that volley.
Yep.
He's excited about that. So I haven't, seriously, we've had a lot of matches where they've been really close first sets, and a lot of times, you know, it's like the second set's in like 6-1, 6-2. It's not happening because the guys are so strong mentally, they just come back. Some of our USTA staff and national coaches there.
I recognize some of those faces. Jen was just out there, who I just did fitness with.
Yeah, I was going to say they were probably the ones that taught you.
She just kicked our butts. Shout out to Jen.
That's funny. Sophie, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
I'm going to kick you out and put Paul back in now.
I'm getting kind of hungry watching Shingo eat all his snacks.
You're going to go eat now?
I think I'm going to go have a snack myself.
Well, we'll be back out tomorrow, so you're welcome to come say hi if you're around tomorrow.
I'd love to.
I apologize for calling you Sam. And just a quick note on that as well, that is our national wheelchair coach in the USA hat with Satoshi, who is the lead fitness trainer for Team USA. So, yeah, I'm sure he tortures you as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll be around, and I appreciate you coming out, and I apologize for calling you Sam Crawford.
No,
you can
that's totally
you can always
fine.
you have to come up to me every time and go, I'm Sophie.
I'm Sophie.
Yeah, you can totally rub that
Thank
in.
you for having me. I'm such a big fan of these guys, and I want to hopefully get to meet one of them or so. I mean, it's such a...
Whenever you want, come up afterwards and I'll introduce you to him.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Amazing first set of tennis here in Lake Nona at the USTA National Campus. Always a great pleasure to have different people in the booth, especially when we have some of our Team USA players here watching, getting an insight from them. And we just kicked Paul Walker out for a little while, that was all. He needed a little bit of a break. Mr. Walker, we missed you. Did you just say we didn't?
I tell you, what you weren't missing was good tennis.
I know,
Nobody
right?
was missing that.
I know. I did say it's... First of all, I totally embarrassed myself. I called her Sam Crawford.
Well?
Have you seen Sam Crawford? She looks just like Sophie Chang. And the funny part is that when I commentated in Lexington at the 75 for the men and the women, Sam actually, I say Sam, that's why I had Sam on my mind, she was in the, she actually won it, and that was the last round of the wildcard playoff, so she won a wildcard for the US Open. So I had Sam in after every match, just giving me a breakdown of a match, and I just totally embarrassed myself, totally cold, and she goes, I said, Sam, you used to see me we always meet in the booth, and she goes, I'm Sophie.
She was gracious, wasn't she?
Oh my gosh, yes. So it's all good, and I'm glad she was gracious, but I think it's always nice to get the players in too.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's one of the great things we have about being here on this campus, the exposure we have to some of these great young American players that are around training here on a regular basis, going through their preseason right now. But man, it's all about center court and Shingo Kunita and Gustavo Fernandez right now. Just a world-class display of excellence on center court.
Yeah, that was a high-quality first set. I mean, it was really, really good tennis.
Seems like every time we compliment how great things are, somebody goes and shanks one or double faults or misses bad. But it's been few of those so far from either one of these guys today, as it's been nothing but top level. We'll look to see at some point if we can get a little updated score on the women's semifinal between Dita de Groot and Aniek van Koot on court number 2 as we continue this first game of the second set, the men's semifinal on center court here. Two ladies from the Netherlands battling back there. World number 1, world number 3 going at it, just like we are on center court here with the men. Same matchup, number 1s and number 3s.
There's some cute ball kids out on court number 2 right now too.
Is it your kids? If you do say so yourself,
If
and
I
you're
do
right,
say so
and you should.
myself.
As a mom, you should, Joe. I'm not going to lie.
Just one of them. I don't always give her too many compliments because she's too like me. She's feisty and fiery.
She is. I've met her. She's a great gal. I love her spirit. 40-30 Fernandez, and there it is. A double fault, a couple of easy unforced errors from Shingo in that match, which a little bit uncharacteristic from him, certainly so far in this match.
Do you think he was? I mean, he looked really relieved to win that first set. Like almost, it was like it was, you know.
He almost pumped it like he'd won the match. Period. Right?
Yeah, and he like smiled and was kind of like a relief, right?
Yeah. Well.
So.
Well, here's our update. It's Dita de Groot off to a 5-2 lead in that women's semifinal match.
Again, Dita and Yui, strong favorites, right, for these semifinal matches.
Yeah, I keep saying it. They have separated themselves for the most part from the rest of the women in the world to an extent. I mean, not that there's not competitors out there that are pushing them a little bit, but they have come up on the winning end of predominantly everything this year in 2018. Oof. And there's a miss by Gustavo. I mean, I think both of these guys are going to have to settle in for a couple of games with the intensity that things were running at in that first set. Hard to sustain the level of concentration that both of them were performing at as that first set came down the stretch. And we're just seeing a bunch of unforced errors compared to what we saw in the first set. And I think it's just both of them going to have to regain their confidence and mainly focus. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a loose set by either one of these guys here. Obviously, Gustavo cannot afford one. It's going to be him that's up against it, and maybe Shingo's just going to lay back a little bit, allow him to expend a lot of energy to get this second set, and then be prepared to go in the third.
Are you saying you're expecting a third set, Mr. Walker?
Based on the history with these guys this year alone, I would say that the odds are really strong that it's a possibility. Yeah, I would put it at better than 50%. You know that guy's not going away anytime soon.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
No, he's got off to a good start here, and if he could get out to a 2-love lead, Shingo may just kind of... At a minimum, he's got a psychological advantage knowing if he gets to 3, he's had the greater success in third sets against Gustavo, and it's Fernandez who pumps the fist to take a quick 2-love lead.
He's going to like that. That's where he wants to go. I've loved the fight. I really have.
Oh, from both of these guys.
I was talking.
Unparalleled.
I don't think you could hear. Maybe you didn't probably want to hear what Sophie and I were talking about. But I asked her as well what she's going to take back from watching these athletes, and she said the normal things, right, about what she thinks she has to do to prepare, but these players have to do so much more with the chairs and that kind of stuff. And I told her, I said, just take the chair away from it. Look at their professionalism. Just look at their attitude and their professionalism, and how much they're fighting, and their mental strength in between points, where there's only positive reaction. There's no negative reactions whatsoever. So, I think that's something I think. And she was like, yeah, absolutely. It's different.
Yeah. I mean, these two have been in a staring contest for about an hour and a half now. I mean, and, not to boil it down to something so simple as that, but that's what it's been.
Yep. Ooh, I thought that was going to be a swing volley, Mr. Walker. Nope. That's right. We have said that when they're to our right, where they've got the wind, the side that Gustavo is now, they haven't fully adjusted yet to when they roll the ball up with the wind. It's still flying a little bit on those. They've got to realize they've got to probably just aim, not so they don't have to swing so hard. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
They don't have to hit through it as much. They've got to hit a little bit more up.
I got to tell you, I was over on the Shingo side, right behind that wall, and it's a really different perspective from down at that level.
Yep.
And from that angle compared to where we're at calling the match. And it was amazing to see how even as hard as these guys strike the ball, how much when they even crushed it, how much it was moving in the air. You could really get the sense of it from over at that straight on view. They're having to deal with a lot down there, and they're making it look easy.
Great shot. Shingo's done that really well this end, where he's playing against the wind. He's done a great job of really taking the balls on the rise on that forehand and flattening it out a little bit while still staying really high percentage play.
Yeah, I've seen him really looking comfortable and swinging out on that side, and as you mentioned, flattening out a little bit more, which is not really his norm.
Nope.
He tends to like to hump it and spin it. Yeah, typically a lot of shape on his ball, but like you said, flattens that one out pretty well on that side. Much like the first set, chance for Shingo to hold here, get it to 2-1. 1-2 for him.
Great get there, really. Oh no!
Yeah, just when you think by normal standards, and I'm even talking really good players, the ball not coming back with these two, it doesn't matter. I mean, they just keep coming back, and that's a great hold by Shingo to not go down 3-love here in the second set.
Absolutely. It was it's a funny thing. Sophie and I were talking about the grunting a little bit in that match point last night from Shingo, where he didn't grunt. He said, "Ball, you be in." I don't know what he said, something, right? And Sophie's like, his grunts change all the time. Again, just beautiful backhand again.
Look how short he is from that thing, though. I mean, just positions it beautifully.
Yeah. Takes his time. I love the way that there was like almost a break, if that makes sense. Not a break, but he just was like, he paused himself.
Yep.
I don't know if anyone caught that in the middle as well. And we don't see that very often, where he did the cross of his, obviously his left arm, right? Yeah, his left arm on the right wheel of that.
Cross-handed turn. There's a couple of ladies enjoying the action here on center court, probably participating in the Florida sectional event. I wish them luck. I hope they're doing well. I hope their team's doing well, unless, of course, it's against the Polk County team where I'm from, and I'd prefer that the Polk County Gales are coming out on top.
And then there's our pros from the campus. The lady in the red is in charge of our Nemours Family Zone 10 and under program. Great coach. I actually saw a great video of her the other day. I think hitting with like a 6-year-old, maybe even a 5-year-old. I was like, whoa, that kid's good.
Yeah, but we've had a steady stream of people coming into the stadium today to enjoy what would arguably be as good a tennis as you'll ever see. Two people playing in a wheelchair. Gustavo Fernandez serving to Shingo Kaneda.
That's a good point. He was
I've taken the headsets off for just a second, Joe, because I'll tell you what, I enjoy the sound of these two guys.
And I
enjoy the sound of the ball coming off their strings, and very much in tune with.
Flip it over to court 2. Flip it over to court 2, where De Groot just won the first set 6-2 against Van Coot.
Yeah, pretty convincing.
Talked a few minutes ago about only one person that's non-Dutch has won the tournaments in 2013, and that's Yui Kamiji. So I know that she'll be on after this match with her semifinal and gets through that, and we'll see whether we have another. Obviously, we're going to have one Dutch girl in the final.
Yeah, it's odd at any tournament on the UNIQLO Tour of any substantiality that there's not a Dutch girl.
And Fernandez.
An historic run of dominance by the Dutch women over the course of the history of the game of wheelchair tennis.
Great deep return there by Caneda, but Fernandez still in a pretty good spot here in this game. He would like to go up 3-1. He would like to go up 3-1.
Yeah, Shingo was halfway in between the baseline and the service line to take that return to serve, which afforded him that angle.
He's done that quite a few times. He's doing that more on the other side of the net, so the ball doesn't get too far above his head, but he's so good at doing that.
Yeah, well, with Gustavo serving into the wind, his ball checks up short, especially a lot on those second serves.
Yep.
And I think Shingo started to recognize that and look for those opportunities to get that short serve.
There's a good hold there from Fernandez, though, for that 3-1 lead. Shingo definitely hydrating more this match.
I was just going to comment on that. He's not waiting to get over onto the changeovers. He's parking that bottle over on the chair in the corner with his towel and getting sips in as often as he can. His electrolyte drink over there, keeping him as full of energy as possible.
You know what was funny about the 7th game? I said something to Sophie, and she goes, "Oh my gosh, my dad used to tell me that. It's the most important." I was like, "Excuse me."
Who did I talk to? I asked one of our other broadcasters about a 7th game situation. They're like, "Yeah, no." It's funny how different people interpret different things and think of importance. It might have been one of our PD coaches. I'll have to think back of who I was talking to about that.
I don't want it to be one of the PD coaches. It has to be like someone that, not a PD coach. You're really trying to think now.
Yeah.
Beautiful ace here from Shingo.
We've had a lot of different voices in the booth.
Beautiful ace, loved it. Good spin.
Haven't seen a lot of aces from these two.
No.
That's not what they base their games on. That would be more of the Joe Girard game. Girard having advanced out of his semifinal against Stefan Olsen earlier today in convincing fashion. And we'll see him throwing in big serves tomorrow in the final against one of these two.
An amazing get. Oh, no.
Yeah, you saw on that point, and if we get the replay, you'll see where Shingo kind of creates his little hub well inside the baseline on that point. Once he got kind of got that point under his control, he was not looking to reverse out and get good ground. He was looking to stay in control well inside the baseline there and dictate play.
No, wind didn't help Fernandez there. That wasn't far from going over, but wind definitely held it back a little bit. A beautiful sneak in. I like that pull.
You look at that arm of Gustavo Fernandez, and it reeks of nothing but power. But I'll tell you what, he has really shown that he has the ability to soften up and go touch when necessary. So not just one-dimensional from Gustavo Fernandez. Employing all the tools necessary to be competitive against a guy of Cuneda's abilities.
Just randomly too, I just realized something. It's December 1st.
I wished everybody a happy December 1st earlier today.
Did you?
Yeah.
You're
We've crossed over.
You're totally clean, shaved.
You
Just
noticed.
realized.
Ah, okay. Thanks for paying attention.
A little late.
Advantage Cuneda, trying to hold serve here to keep this second set close. Right on the line. Punishing forehand by Fernandez down the line.
I would love this to go to 3 sets.
Yes, I think if you enjoy tennis and you enjoy really good tennis, typically, like at the U.S. Open and stuff, they don't want these kind of matches to end. People want to see more.
Yeah.
I know I do.
I know I do too.
Yep. These guys are exerting a ton of energy. You almost wonder if the easy semifinal match by Gerard and what these two are going to do to each other today is going to have an impact on tomorrow's final. I mean, they're both great athletes, but they are having to go maximum effort to get through this thing.
Yeah. One good thing is the weather is pretty perfect for them, so I don't think that. Oh dear. It's abnormal from Shingo there.
Yeah, that's
But-
the first time he's looked a little tired almost, and as we were talking about that. But I don't suppose he'll stay in that status for very long.
He'll let himself have one time that maybe does that.
Yeah, as I was watching while you were talking with Sophie, it's just the intensity with which these guys play, and the word that kept coming to mind was relentless.
Yes.
And they're both that way.
And then the other word that we said was resilient,
Yeah.
right? Because I think that, oh wow, what a get.
Great get.
He's gonna go
Not
get it.
over, not up. But, and then that's just a great example. I mean, a lot of players will just stop knowing that point's a winner for Cuneda, but not Fernandez.
No.
Never, ever stop. And that's the relentlessness that I'm talking about. And for them to be able to stay as focused as they have been for this long, as this match now
There he goes.
approaches
Yep.
close to 2 hours.
Yep. And that was a good stab too. I mean, that was not an
No.
easy volley. That
No.
was not an easy volley.
Nothing's come easy today for either one of these guys.
Yep.
It's been nothing but work.
Oh wow.
Oh,
He tried to cut that angle off too. Went on an angle to that ball.
and we're seeing a similar
Wow.
sequence like we did in the first
I
set,
know, we are.
where it was early on. It was a little bit of Fernandez, and there's a whack of the bench by Fernandez as he comes across.
Was it? I missed that.
Pretty
Can't see.
upset about things. You can see I'm getting to be able to peek down at him.
I haven't seen Shingo's book yet. It hasn't come out yet. All the gels
and of course, great shot there of the overall view campus. And here's her little shot of court number 2, Dita de Groot, world number 1 against countrywoman.
Wow.
And
that was a good
oftentimes
pickup.
teammate or partner, Aniek van Koot. And it's de Groot with 1 set to love and 3 games. So really in command of that, match.
I'm putting my money on her.
Yeah, I think that would be a wise bet. The odds would be in your favor. She's just so strong. Really utilizes all her chair skills, weaponry on both sides, backhand and forehand.
And it's funny because when you say that she's so strong, she doesn't look strong, as in Gustavo strong. I know man and woman, I understand that, right? I get that. But like, she's not like built and cut super, super strong. So, but it's just definitely, just the way she pushes and the way she plays as well. It's very strong.
Yep.
Back here,
she's got some shoulders. I'm looking over
yeah.
there. And yeah, no. I know exactly what you're saying though. But
Yep.
she's got a very prototypical lady tennis build, really fit and strong, and it shows in her game.
And we're back with Shingo Cuneta and Gustavo Fernandez. Fernandez up a break here in the second set. Yeah, it's a good play. Missed one of those earlier today. Not that time. I said he missed one of those earlier today.
Yeah,
but
they
not
haven't
that
missed
time.
many. Those guys know what to do when they get into that position on the court. Typically means they've done a couple of things right to get a ball like that.
That's a great shot.
Haven't seen a lot of attacks like that by Fernandez today. He decides to press the action. He got one look at it, but didn't capitalize, and Shingo made him pay for it.
Yeah, he just didn't do quite enough with that volley. Didn't stick it enough.
This
right?
one right here,
yeah,
of course.
This one.
Yep.
Or
Yep.
had that. Yeah, just short. I mean, not short. Too deep. Right, kind of in the center of the court. Needed to angle it off and cut it a little bit more.
Forced error there. Loose point.
It's just that Shingo just keeps coming at him.
What's another word for that? I want to hear it. Relentless.
Relentless.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
all I can keep coming
Relentless,
back
yeah.
to. You're right.
Yeah.
But it's from both of these guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. And there.
But that's where Gustavo's just started making those unforced errors.
Yeah, and there he is. That's again. It's back to the staring contest, and it's like which one of these guys is going to blink first, and it was Shingo, and maybe why he was so elated or emotionally showing his pleasure with winning that first set, knowing that to break this guy's spirit, you got to get out ahead of him. To let him feed off of a success is a bad formula against Gustavo Fernandez. He's a tough guy to get down, so it takes that. Here comes another attack and a much better.
That was beautiful, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He knows he needed that one.
Beautiful. I can't wait to see this volley here coming in here. There he goes.
Eyes light up.
Just hands right out in front of him. Volley was pretty perfect.
But it's the acceleration at the end there. It was really critical to him getting up and in there and putting himself perfect position to execute. Deuce. the volley with a little extra cut by Shingo. Not enough to just drop it in the box, but then have it kind of peel off the sideline as well. Beautifully executed volley in its own right there.
My opinion, this is a must-win game for Fernandez. I know it's still say 3-all, but he's been up a break, and if he doesn't hold here, I think he's in trouble.
Yeah, he was up 4-2 in the first, and so you know, the fact that he wasn't able to close that one out, certainly at 3-all. Having gotten off to a nice start here in this second set, it's Shingo who's kind of settled in again. I love it. I love it. Walked around, read that one, said, I'm getting the forehand. Love when players make that commitment, go for it, go to get their shots. He was determined to not be denied that forehand there and knew exactly what he wanted to do with it when he got it.
Gets him back to 3-all in the second set. This ladies match over here, I believe we're at 5-0.
Wow. That is a dominant performance by Dita right there. Looks like
Ooh, sneak attack there. That's what I've been wanting right there. Just was a little too soft with it there. Needs to be a little bit more aggressive.
I always love Shingo's responses to an error like that. I mean, it's never that he gets frustrated. It's almost as if you can see him give himself the right task and how he wants to execute that shot the next time. And I think that's a really good lesson for players in regards to how to go about dealing with errors instead of just getting frustrated. What is it you want to do the next time? And he puts that thought in his head. Just as quickly as he gets it back to 3-all in games, he gives up a couple points here to Gustavo. Gonna make it a tough hold here. That center ball of the court that Shingo comes in on, he just has so many opportunities to go anywhere he wants. He holds it, he gets there so quickly, and he forces his opponent to read, and it's difficult. He can go backhand or forehand side. It's pretty much at his disposal.
I'm gonna switch over to court number 2 here.
Double match point for Dita de Groot. Applauding herself for her performance so far today.
Now it's a great match.
Not if you're a NEC.
Well,
I know, Joe.
gosh, you're such a smart aleck. Great match from Dita.
You're
there.
right. I agree.
Look,
Yeah.
those two really good friends.
Yeah, they are.
Customary
Yeah.
3.
It's tough to do that with your training partners and doubles partner and everything like that. They feel they almost have to mask their elation because they don't want to do that in the face of their good friends and teammate.
Yeah. You mean you don't want to go, come on?
Yeah, no.
When you're really good friends with someone?
Yeah,
really?
I agree. Yeah, so
if I play you, I shouldn't do that to you?
Well, I wouldn't like your chances anyway. But you know what? Bring it on, Joe. At this stage of our careers, does either one of us really care that much about?
Oh, absolutely
All
not.
right,
I agree too.
So it's Fernandez 4-3 on center court, and so it's going to be just one more match here today to finish up semifinals Saturday. As we're a long way from this one being over. So one lady has booked her way into the finals, and it's another great picture of some of the people in our crowd here today, kind of comfortably lounging around Stadium Court here on the USTA National Campus to see some USTA personnel taking in some of the action on center court. As Gustavo Fernandez prepares to serve 4-3 in the second set, down 1-0. It's a big ace by Fernandez to kick things off. His important service game. As we just inch into the second hour of this match, from the time that the coverage started here on center court, or roughly about the time the coverage started. These guys have been going at it hard for 2 hours, and really no signs of fatigue from either one of them as they take care of themselves. Again, good lessons for those players aspiring to get to this level. Phenomenal depth, and with the wind at his back, a ball with that amount of spin really explodes off the court, and if Gustavo Fernandez can't get that one back, there's probably few in the world that could. Chance for Kaneda to maybe get a couple of break points here early in this service game. 15-30.
Wow. What
great
a
angle by Gustavo.
Huge.
Speaking of huge, look at the arms of that guy. Yeah, it's just.
I'm just going to take myself out of that comment.
Yeah.
Paul Walker.
Well, I mean, that's me with arm envy, is what it is. I'm not going to lie. And now it's Fernandez with a chance to hold and extend to 5-3.
Yeah, this would be a big game again. Wow.
Yep, and that's a ball that Fernandez left a little short there.
You realize, though, that
Shingo capitalized.
Shingo has hit so many back and down the line winners. Like, a lot.
Yeah, well, that has been a trademark shot for him over the years, as he's trained hard to have command of that shot. What was that about backhands down the line? As he just whacks another one?
Yep, I agree.
Jeez. It's like just when you think he couldn't hit one better, he paints a line from hold to possible break now. Shingo had a good chance to take control of that point. He had control of that point with the one lob that pushed Fernandez far back against the wall, but then didn't do quite as much with that second ball. He seemed to let drop just a little low, allow Fernandez to get it back aggressively. Deuce. We've been at deuce a lot today, haven't we, with these two?
Yeah, it's been a lot of deuces. Awful lot.
That's another example of Kaneda using the wind at his back just to spin a ball into a great target, and is just not able to catch up to it by Fernandez.
He's changing his grunt again.
Strength of Fernandez just driving that ball through the wind and getting it continually deep on Cuneta, not allowing him to get into the court where he wants to be. Another example of how Shingo just sets up in the center of that court there and dictates play from there, not at all looking to let Fernandez off the hook. Stays in total control, positioning on the court.
It's amazing where his contact point is as well. Just he's got so much, well, they all obviously have so much upper body strength, but he's hitting that ball from above his head and just still able to roll it.
Just long on the return, and again, back to deuce. And here we are, kind of settling into the way this match has kind of unfolded from the start, back and forth, just toe-to-toe grind.
He was in control of that.
You know, and that's a ball that Fernandez likes. I mean, he does not mind pushing forward and taking that ball on the rise there and driving that forehand into the corner. Just got it a little bit, got ahead of it a little bit and rolled it into the net. See if Shingo gets aggressive on this return here, trying to get around it and get a forehand. Here he goes. There he goes. Got it. Ah, went the other way this time. You know, he's been saving that one. He's kind of gotten the read on it.
Yeah.
He's waited till he's needed it for the big payoff. And again, I just, as a coach, I love to see players that are willing to take that risk. I mean, he's calculating that, saying, hey, listen, I got an add point. And so I get a second serve. I know what he's been wanting to do or normally doing on his second serve, so we'll make a run at this thing. But it takes some great skills with the chair to get there. Good shot at Julia Capocci, who's going to be taking center stage here shortly in her first ever NEC Wheelchair Masters semifinal. Debut at this tournament has really been successful for her.
Wow, see that pickup? It's a good pickup from Shingo. That's a great shot.
Beautiful job by Gustavo.
Great point there, though. Great hands from Shingo on that return pickup. And then that last backhand slice cut.
Sun's really shining down on center court there. You can see a great shot of it in the sky, breaking through the mostly cloud cover. But for the moment, we're getting some good sunshine.
Yeah.
It's an interesting tactic there by Shingo, letting that thing bounce again and forcing Fernandez to have to stop his chair. Because if he takes it on one, it's while Fernandez is still in motion and kind of got some momentum. But by taking it on two, well, look who we have here. It's Dita de Groot, world number one, who's going to join us for a quick little interview. Joe, I'm going to give you the honors of doing that,
Gee, thanks.
lady to lady. And
Wow.
Dita, I'm going to hand you the microphone and a set of headphones, and you two are going to have a little conversation about your very decisive semifinal win over your countrywoman, Aniek van Koot. And if I'm pronouncing any of those Dutch names wrong, feel free to correct Joe.
Oh, you're going to put it on me, right? Great job.
Thank you.
How'd you feel?
Good. I think the circumstances today with the wind and yeah, it's not really sunny, so they were quite difficult. And then to play really well is a good feeling.
So you obviously adjusted to the conditions well, but do you actually like playing in the wind, or do you?
No,
you don't.
I don't think anyone likes playing. Well, I guess there will be some players who.
So keep going.
Yeah, no, I think there will be some players who obviously like it, but I think 75% won't, and I'm one of them.
You don't like it. Well, you obviously adjusted a little better today.
Yeah, I
than
think
maybe
so.
Anik did.
Yeah.
So do you talk about playing in the wind? Like what kind of shots you know? Obviously, I mean some basic things. If you've got the wind coming at you, that's the best time to go with your slice and your drop shots.
Yeah, for sure. I think the few days we have been here before the tournament, I really got to see where the wind was going and how it was to say turning, how it was which way it went, and that way I just started to get used to it a bit.
That's good. And so you're in the final again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Are you going to stay and watch the the semi-final, or are you going to let the coach do that?
The coach did it for me yesterday with the Dutch ladies, but I think I'll join her today.
It's probably a little different. It was later last night, right?
Yeah. Yesterday it was quite cold as well.
Yep.
So no, I'll probably stay out today.
And today the weather's a lot nicer.
Yeah, it's so much nicer.
So I asked someone this the other day too. Orlando, is this your first time in Orlando?
It is. Yeah.
You really haven't gone very far though.
No.
You went to Disney Springs.
Disney Springs, yeah. I got to do some sponsor shopping for the for the tournament, so that was really nice.
Any time afterwards to go to Disney or not? Or are you leaving?
No, I'm going straight home on Monday. It's been a really long year thus far, so I'm really just looking forward to going home, and my birthday's coming up, so I'm really excited for that. So I just want to be home and be with family and Christmas and all of the holidays.
And when you go through, do you take a little bit of vacation?
Well, we actually still have our national tournament.
Oh, really?
National championships. So that will be, and there will be Christmas, and I'll be training, and so not much time.
Not much time off, and then you head over to Australia.
Yeah, and after Australia, I'll be able to take some.
That's when your time off is.
Yeah, for sure.
And I know this is well, you just said first time in Orlando, but this is our new home of American tennis right here.
Yeah.
And I told Stefan yesterday, I was like, you don't have to be nice just because I'm sitting here, but. Obviously we're really proud of it, but give me some thoughts about the national campus here.
I don't think I don't even have to try to be positive about it. It's just really good to.
Looking at match point from your match here, right? Feeling pretty calm at this point.
Yeah.
And finishing with that, I think that was a backhand, right?
Yeah.
And we talked, Paul and I, she's obviously a friend of yours, countrywoman, right?
Yeah.
Do you have to hold back a little bit did you really want to say, come on? Or is that not necessarily your style anyway?
I did say a little come on. I do feel like we're also friends.
Yeah.
And you hang out with each other so much, and I know sometimes you play a match and you're both playing really well, and then sometimes you play a match and.
Okay, we're at Shingo and Gustavo here. We've had a great match here, and Fernandez is looking to serve to stay in this match right here. So pretty.
Yeah,
this has been
intense.
This has been a really intense match here. So maybe you can walk me through this last game too.
Yeah, I looked some before my match and it looked really good.
Yeah, it's been really good. It's been battling for sure. Just Gustavo's few unforced errors here and there.
Yeah.
And the wind a little bit. They haven't adjusted to it great this end. A few unforced errors, but really, really high quality match here. They said the last couple times they've played, 4 out of the last 5 times have been 3 sets. So we figured there'd be a 3-set match here, but we'll see here in this.
He's gonna have to up his game a little.
Yeah. So you can keep telling me how wonderful the campus is, by the way.
It's just great. It's just great. No, I think it is amazing to have such facilities and just be able to just have all of USTA tennis here.
Yeah, it's nice.
Great.
It's been good. So Kaneda up 30-love here, 2 points away from going into his final against Joe Girard. Rolled pretty much this morning. that is a double fault, right?
That's never a good feeling.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling there. And that does give Shingo Kaneda 3 match points. He had a couple set points in the first set, and it took him a while he had like 3 or 4. I think he got his on his 4th one.
Oh.
Yeah, so point here for the match. And amazing way to finish it with the backhand down the line. He hit about 6 backhand down the line winners in really important games, just one right after the other. But great match there from Shingo and Gustavo. Again, just total respect for each player and for each other there. So, yeah, I mean, the total respect for each other there. And I know Shingo's going to be happy with this. So you'll stay and watch this match. Have you played Julia before? Obviously, you've played Yui many a times.
I played Julia in the group stages.
There you go. Of course you did.
So yeah, I played her 3 times last year, and she's a really good player and like up and coming. So
yes.
It's really. I think her game is really exciting.
Yeah,
so,
I do too. I've said the same thing all week. I said her game is super exciting to watch.
Yeah. It's just quite tough to play against.
Yeah.
So you really have to sort of just go for every ball because you know that you don't get a lot of chances.
Yeah.
And then I think the exact same thing goes for Yui. Like you need to play so well every point to actually win it. So yeah, it's gonna be tough either way.
And we've talked about Yui quite a bit too, where we say that you've got a lot of weapons, right? And when we say weapons, when I specifically say weapons, I'm talking about one shot that is a big shot, right? That you can win a point fairly easily from when you need to. But Yui necessarily doesn't have that, but I would say her weapon is her consistency, right? And
for sure.
I mean, a lot of balls. I mean, I saw at the US Open, a lot of those high rollers, right? And I would imagine actually that's going to be interesting today in the wind to see how both of them adjust, because if she's with the wind and she's hitting those high balls, she's got to be a little careful they're not going to fly, and then also into the wind, right?
Yeah.
She's got to flatten it out just probably a little bit too, so.
Yeah, I think it will definitely be interesting. I think Yui's a really smart player, so I think she'll definitely play with the wind a little bit.
Yeah.
But it will be exciting because there's a lot of wind. It's not just some.
Yes, exactly.
Some wind, so she'll have to adapt quite a bit.
Yep.
So yeah, it will be interesting.
Yeah, thanks so much for stopping by, and good job, and thanks for all the positive words this weekend. And we hopefully we'll see you out here watching, and then we'll definitely obviously catch your final match tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Okay, and I'm going to switch you back over to Paul Walker right there, and we take us down maybe to Shingo, talking to the ball kids down here. I love that. Obviously, the ball kids getting full advantage of the players up close and personal, which is what is super nice, and signing the autographs and stuff. And I think, just being a pole kid, we talked about it earlier today with, I saw a Facebook video of, oh my gosh, Roger Federer ball kidding with Michael Steek, and that Steek, okay, and how it made an impression on him. So super cool for that. Great match. Thoughts, Paul Walker?
Yeah, well, my thoughts have been expressed throughout the entirety of this broadcast, in that we're looking at 2 just incredible competitors, and that's almost an understatement when you watch it live here. The intensity that these guys are able to perform at, the level of focus that they're able to sustain over the course of a match like that, and so I'm just impressed with both Gustavo and Shingo, as we're going to take a quick peek here at match point. Gustavo serving, and it's Shingo with, what was it, Joe? A down-the-line
That's what I said.
winner.
I said the same thing as soon as it went. Yep.
And it's not, and again, I just constantly maybe think, who could be listening out there, and if there's young players, again, who are aspiring to get to this level, these guys train those shots over and over and over, and it's coaches that work with them that are able to provide that to them, to where that stuff is just normal for them. It's just a walk in the park for them to execute like that. But it's been an exciting match here on center court. We've got one more match to go.
I love what I'm seeing on center court right now too. I'm really liking the UNIQLO clothing here, and the picture that they're trying to get with the officials and the referees, and then we've got Wow on the court too, interviewing, and the team and kids coming up. Super fun. So we We're getting ready now for the women's semifinal, the last match of the day. Julia Capocci and Yui Kamiji.
There it is.
And we are going to be taking a 10-minute break where we get these pictures done and Shingo off the court and get the ladies back on. And so we'll join you right back for the ladies' match.
Don't you dare leave us.
Come back.
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay, so remember how important your role is right here. It's extremely important. You guys are the air traffic controllers, the quarterbacks. So if you know that they're down there serving, and there's 2 balls down here and they haven't thrown them to you yet, what are you doing? Give me the balls, exactly. You've got to always be filtering back and forth. Remember, we're not doing crisscross crossing or anything like that, okay? And also, no, rolling it down all the way straight. What I'm saying is if you run across, you don't have to come across the other side, okay? Another thing you have to be careful with on this court is the cameras. So if you are going to stand, when they're not playing, I need you back here by the plexi cushion side. So this is your return spot every time, unless you're over there. And make sure you're not in the way of the cameras, okay? Good? All right. Yeah, excuse me for a second.
He just did it. We're back to our live coverage on center court. Semifinal, women's semifinal, and the final match of today. So this one is the last, and we're going to determine who is going to be beating Dita de Groot in the final tomorrow here on center court. It's Giulia Capocci from Italy, making her tournament debut here at the NEC Masters. Already very successfully having navigated her way through the round robin portion to earn a spot in this very critical semifinal match. And it's her against a very familiar opponent in Yui Kamiji, familiar to success in most all tournaments on the UNIQLO Tour, as you're looking at a long-time world #1, only having been displaced by Dita de Groot in that position, but Yui occupies world #2, as those two have split all of the. Yeah, there's some supporters in the fans. We saw that sign yesterday, and Giulia with some local and loyal supporters flashing that sign in support of their girl. But it's Yui that'll probably be the heavy favorite here today, unless it's Giulia can get things going her way with her aggressive playing style. Kind of a contrast in styles here, as you've got the aggressive slugger in Giulia Capocci versus the just relentless baseliner Yui Kamiji, who just seems to know how to get everything back in play and usually wears her opponents down just through attrition. She certainly has some weaponry, but her #1 weapon is just being the backboard. Great chair skills, of course left-handed, brings a lot of unique dynamics to the court. See some of the ball kids just kind of chilling right now. But they've been working hard today and doing a great job out there. I think it's been a great addition to our semifinal matches. And, there was a time when a girl could do that to my hair, but it's been about 25 years since that's been possible. Nice shot of our center court as we're, what are we coming up on? 3:30 in the afternoon Eastern time. So we're going to continue this one all the way through daylight here. No night play tonight here at the NEC Masters. We'll be sure to get you tomorrow's schedule as soon as we can to let you know when we'll be bringing you the quad women's and men's final. It's going to be a great day tomorrow. It's been just a remarkable tournament, and one that I know I've really enjoyed from start to finish. That is a pretty tranquil shot right there. A fan up in the stands just grabbing a little snack as they get ready to enjoy this women's match. Florida sky and palm trees in the background, and still blowing because the wind is not let up here today. And it'll be up to these two girls to now deal with it like the men did in their match prior here on center court. Things are beginning to thin out a little bit here on campus. There's not as much activity over in the Nemours family section. The Florida sectional has probably still got quite a few matches on the clay side of campus. But right now, all eyes on center court and the NEC Masters semifinal match between Julia Capocci and Yui Kamiji. Girls are finishing up their last warm-up serves and will be getting ready to kick this thing off here shortly. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with all my free time here after this match is over. We've been normally going strong till about 8, 9 o'clock at night, but today we'll get a break, and the whole crew that's been working hard might actually get dinner at a respectable dinner time. It is a dedicated group that works long, hard hours to bring this coverage to you, so I hope you appreciate it. I know we've appreciated bringing it to you, and I know it's a labor of love for all the folks that put in the long hours, so it's what they do professionally, and they do a great job, really great job. So a big thanks again to the USTA production staff that's set everything up here and made things look so great for you viewers. I should say look and sound, because there's some sound people that are responsible for how magnificent my voice sounds. I think it's all just mixing. Getting a good look there at Julia Capocci as she warms up her serve. Probably spent a little additional time yesterday after her match trying to fix a few glitches, as she kind of struggled yesterday in her match despite having come through with a win over Lucy Schuker. It was the serve that was a little suspect throughout the entirety of that match, and so I will tell you, if Julia does not get that under control here today, I think she's in for a rude awakening against Yui. But I'm sure after some tinkering with her coach, she's regained some confidence and probably got the stroke back in order. You will see some explosive shots from her, particularly on the forehand side, as she tends to utilize that as her main weapon of choice. Very competent on the backhand side, but I would say when given the chance, she's looking to rip, crush, do damage with forehands. It would appear that it's Capocci who will be serving first to kick this women's semifinal match off, and then once again it's going to be Joe Wallen that's joining me on the coverage here, and we've kind of gotten into our groove over the last couple days, haven't we, Joe?
I was going to say, yeah, it's pretty good actually. I was going to apologize to you for having me all the time, but it's been kind of fun.
Do I look concerned? Do I look like I was one that was waiting for an apology?
You look pretty relaxed to me, sir.
Yeah, chilling. Yeah, it was all good after the hot dog, Joe, I'm not going to lie.
Much better, right?
Yeah, yeah. Oh boy.
That's just nerves.
It is, and I talked a little bit about that in their warm-ups, and that was an area in which Julia struggled yesterday, and I really hate to see her come out and start it that way, but hopefully that's not an indicator or something that's going to be a struggle for her throughout the entirety of the match.
With the wind too, so better get some spin on.
See her quickly shaking that arm out, trying to stay loose.
Nerves, wind, all the above, right?
Yep. She's been sitting here probably, with the last match on for the day. What has she been doing all day? Kind of sitting around, burning energy, getting anxious, wanting to get on there and get after it a little bit, right? And that's like, whoa. You just gotta, let it come. That comes with experience.
Sixth throw goes in. Good shot. And that's what I like. Actually, what I like about her is I like her aggressiveness. It was actually funny, Dita, that we were talking to, right? She said she's fun to watch, she's a young up-and-comer, and she's actually really fun to watch, and she's got a fun game. She's got to learn to harness all that, right, as well.
Exactly.
Sometimes when you find that you've got somebody that's got a lot of shots and a lot of different ability, it's sometimes hard to choose what shots to hit at what time. It's a good shot.
Yeah,
like
when
that
you've got
there.
weapons at your disposal, which ones
Yep.
use need? It's almost like narrow the choices and just stick to a few.
That was my main problem. I just had
So many weapons.
so many weapons. I didn't know what to use when, so I wasn't good at one thing.
Constantly confused. You were destined to be a multitasker.
Being so facetious. No, I did see a cute kid there in the camera view.
You know what? There's nothing but cute kids out here.
You're right.
They're
but
all
there's,
cute.
there's one just a little cuter than the others. I'm just
Again,
joking.
spoken like a true mother. and again, I say you should be. Proud parent as well. If I had one of my two lads here, I'd be pointing them out and saying how cute or handsome they were.
Have you got head-to-heads, Mr. Walker?
When have we not had head-to-heads?
Drop shot's not
The
going to be.
answer, of course, is yes.
That's a great
big
shot.
thank you to our ITF crew that's been
Yeah.
so gracious to supply that to us all week.
That's a great point there from Julia. Julia, as I said, she's got a lot of upside. Julia does.
Yeah.
So yeah.
To your question about head-to-heads,
Yeah.
as that forehand falls in, it's a service hold for Julia Capocci. So
That's a good comeback after taking the 6-5 serves. Well,
Yeah.
plus the 1 to get it in.
yeah, no kidding, right?
Yep.
So good on her to hold serve there out the gate, and I'm sure that is a big relief for her, and that might just settle her down and then allow her to play some really good tennis, as we've seen and know that she's capable of doing. Back to head-to-heads, it's a 4-0 career in favor of Kamiji. All of those meetings, not all of them, one in 2016, and then 3 of them this year. But a pretty tight, close two-setter at the U.S. Open in St. Louis earlier this year, 7-5, 7-6. So
Wow.
that's a good indicator of what could possibly happen here today.
Yeah, and if she does that, then yeah, she's excited already. She knows she's fighting.
Yeah, the one thing that Yui, there's a couple things that Yui has in her favor. Obviously, it's experience, and the other one is her just relentless ability to get a lot of balls in play. But the one thing she doesn't have are those explosive weapons that can kind of pressure Capocci right from the start, with one big serve or one big forehand. So Julia's going to get a look at a lot of balls. It's just a matter of how consistent she can be in putting them back in play.
I was going to say, is it in Julia's best interest to try and flatten it out and take balls earlier and be the aggressor, as opposed to let Yui get the spin and the height on the balls?
On a typical day, I would say yeah, but on a day like today that we've talked so much about the wind, the conditions are going to make that tough, I think. It's going to be a lot tougher to get those reads with the wind moving the ball around as much as it is today, but we'll see how it plays out, and right now it's playing out in the favor of Julia Capocci.
It's a great slice.
Yeah. It's funny, I haven't seen much of Yui in this tournament.
His slice serve, and then Julia just doesn't quite do enough with this. But yeah, you're right. Slice, that was beautiful. Kept her wrist nice and firm. Got under it.
I don't know why, for whatever reason, it feels like this is the first match that we're calling of hers. I think it is.
Yui?
I think she
Okay.
played a match
that's a good
couple
return.
of the nights down on one of the courts, got moved.
She got moved, yeah. She has. I think she's been scheduled a couple times up here and just got moved. The first night was because it was so cold.
Yeah.
First 2 nights, yeah, it was because I think it was the first night, and then with Marioline, yeah, and then KG got moved because we were running late last night. So
Right.
yeah.
Yep. So, welcome to the broadcast, Yui Kamiji.
How's I haven't seen Julia play enough to know her game very well. I've liked what I see, as I said, with the different variety and her strengths and stuff. How's her movement?
It's getting better and better. I'd commented to Jason Harnett, I think he was on the broadcast when we did her last match, and the difference I've seen in her from when I saw her in Rome, and then again in St. Louis, I've seen a steady progression from her over the course of the 8 months, dating back to March when I first saw her, and then into the summer when I saw her. She continues to get better and better on the chair skills, which she's going to continue to have to get better to continue to compete at this highest level. But I give her a lot of credit for having made some great strides, and especially from the time when I first saw her a couple of years ago over in Sardinia at World Team Cup when we competed against her U.S. team. She's really come a long way since then.
And her disability, do you know what it is?
I did read that it was from a knee surgery that went bad.
Really?
Some complications from a knee surgery, having been a former very respectable and good able-bodied player, which you can see in her strokes and some of the things that she does on the court in a very able-bodied fashion, or at least an approach to the game. Nice forehand up the line by Yui as Capochi was digging for the cross court. You'll watch here and you'll see Julia kind of anticipate the cross court shot, forcing Kamiji into the down the line. She takes that, looking, yep. Yui just waited till the last minute. Easily took that one line for the winner. And there's a hold for Yui to get this thing to 1-all in the early going. So we're at 1 game all. Both ladies able to open up with some service holds, which can be sometimes unique.
So is Julia able to walk any?
Haven't seen. I would think if it was just a knee surgery that went bad, I would have to believe that she's capable of at least standing on one. I don't think she had both knees done, as far as I know. But honestly, I haven't seen her in that capacity.
I haven't either. I haven't seen her walking around. But maybe that's another reason that, I would imagine her chair skills may have gotten better as well, right? If she's consistently walking around, right, and then she just gets in the chair to play, as opposed to going in an everyday chair and really maneuvering her chair, learning to maneuver it, right?
It is one aspect that some of the people who don't spend all the time in the chair have to negotiate and navigate, is how much is enough time to really get the skills that are necessary for them. But there's such a difference between obviously the everyday chairs and the tennis chairs, so it really would, the big factor is how much time she's getting in training in her tennis chair. If she's doing 2-3 hours a day in the tennis chair, she doesn't need to be pushing an everyday chair regularly to get her chair skills down. So.
And that wouldn't help her with her strength in her upper body either, just having to push on an everyday chair?
Not to a huge extent. I mean, over the long haul, it would and could, but it's also some fatigue. I mean, in other words, again, if she's getting some regular training and if she's doing her off-court training and strength and conditioning, she should be getting the muscles that she needs to push the chair in a good enough condition. But you're right, you can build up over a slow period of time enough strength based on just pushing the wheelchair around on a daily basis. But of course it's a different push. We don't push too explosively on a regular basis. We just kind of ease through the day, getting there. We're not at a fast pace. It's not athletic. It's just kind of like walking.
Yeah. And talk about her chair. We just got a great picture of a chair a minute ago. It's very, I mean, if you look at her chair and compare it to Yui's chair, it looks very, very different. It's actually very Stefan Houdet-ish, but especially with the spokes. So can you explain to me just the differences with the spokes, the differences of the two chairs there?
Yeah, she's just got that the big carbon fiber wheel that has with just the 4-spoke design there kind of coming out. And partly that's just preference or look, but certainly it's just the manufacturer. I'm not sure. Estra maybe is the manufacturer of that chair. They're not kind of a mainstream manufacturer that I've seen a lot of. I know that when we were over in Sardinia a number of years ago, they had those chairs on display. So that might be an Italian-made or Italian company that makes that chair. And so they were trying to promote their product and maybe had been a sponsor at the World Team Cup over there that year in Sardinia. And so she's got them as her chair sponsor, and she's just repping that product, and it looks like she's very comfortable in the chair. It's set up well for her.
Yeah.
She moves well in it.
When you travel, obviously we understand picking some players up from the airport, right? And obviously storing their chairs for the US Open and for here. We get to see all different types of chairs and how they're stored and how they do stuff. Are there any benefits with traveling with the carbon and the four spoke? Obviously there's not any metal in there. Is there more risk for, I say not me, just because of injury to the chair on Yui's as opposed to Julia's there?
I think most of the players nowadays, at a minimum, are taking their wheels off, either packaging them in a wheel bag. Oftentimes, they're doing some bubble wrap and some plastic wrap to kind of ensure that those components from the chair are not damaged. With as much as these players travel internationally in the airlines, even doing their best job to not damage the chairs, those baggage handlers, tend to kind of chuck things around a little bit. Especially after a long day at work. And so, but these players are very cautious with how they take care of their equipment, because it's so critical to them when they arrive at these tournaments for things to be in order. So they have things pretty well, their systems pretty well down in regards to how to handle their
Kind
stuff.
of interesting that Yui's going straight to the ice there on the changeover. It's got, actually the sun has come out now and a little bit. Definitely gotten a lot warmer out here. So
and as I'm looking again at our indicator, which has been the flagpoles out in front of the headquarters there, it's still breezy, but it's actually calming down quite a bit.
I agree.
Yep. So these girls are not going to have to deal with quite the gale storm that the fellows were dealing with earlier and the quads were dealing with earlier in the day. So good fortune for them. But it is nice bright sun shining over our shoulders.
I'm not sure what the umpires there had 5 balls in play there. Trying to figure out which one it is.
You be looking for a favorite number of hers.
Yep.
Looking for that Wilson 2 or something like that. Not that any player would ever be superstitious.
No.
Did you have some superstitions when you played?
If I got match point, I wanted the ball that I got match point with.
Okay.
Didn't matter about all the other points.
And what happens if somebody was onto you and over on the other side they were like, no, you're not getting it?
I want it. Give it to me. It's mine. It's kind of like that crunchy. It's mine. Keep your hands off my crunchy, right?
I recall that.
It's mine.
I've never had a crunchy, but if I did,
I'm gonna have to give up some of my crunchies tomorrow now.
Okay. You have some?
Yeah, I got. Yeah, that's what they were trying to steal my whole box of crunchies the other day.
They brought them.
That's why they said I had to keep my hands off.
Oh, I didn't know that. Inside info.
Yeah.
Nice of the ITF crew to bring some contraband into the country.
They know. They know what the Brits like. It's that and Marmite, and I didn't get my Marmite. So.
Did they bring you some proper English tea?
No, but you know what I did do? Being such the kind person that I am.
Of course.
I had a kettle and some tea bags ready for them, and milk. Not creamer, milk.
No, milk.
Yes.
You know what? I have borrowed that tradition, and I'll say about most nights in the evening I have a cup of tea with milk.
Wow, proud of you, Paul.
Most evenings. It seems to just settle me down. You know how high-strung I am.
Kamiji here with a 2-1-40 love. Pretty easy so far for her, apart from that first game.
Yeah, just kind of chatting here while we let these girls kind of settle in a little bit before we really dig into this match. You're not going to see things move quite at the tempo and pace and intensity of the last match. It's few players that can produce that, few players in the world that can produce that level, and so it's kind of this is great tennis in its own right, but boy, I'll tell you, we were really treated to something special with the Shingo and Gustavo match.
Definitely were.
I really got a sense of how disappointed Gustavo was. And I don't think in his performance, just in how much these matches mean to him, how important it is for him to feel like he belongs, in a final like this, in this event. It wasn't from lack of effort.
No, wasn't. I actually talked to Shingo after the match about his notebook.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Inside scoop.
That's what I like to hear.
You don't get it till tomorrow.
Good investigative reporting right there.
You don't get it till tomorrow.
All right, during the finals?
Yep.
Saving it? All
During
right.
the finals.
Oh,
that
sure.
means just all our viewers have to come back and find out what the secret sauce is, as you say.
Yeah, and it's going to be him and Joe Girard, who played a phenomenal semifinal match against Stefan Olsson. You know, I was thinking about we've talked a lot about the format of this tournament, round robin versus knockout, and it's interesting to think that it's Stefan Olsson who at the end of this tournament is 3 wins and 1 loss, and it's Joe Girard who's 2 wins and 2 losses, and yet it's Joe
Is in the final.
moves on.
Yeah.
Did Joe have 2 losses? He doesn't have 2 losses, does
No,
he?
he only
couldn't
lost
have 2
his
losses,
one.
just the one.
He only had his
yeah.
one loss.
So he's 3-1 and 3-1, but
Yeah.
he's the one who moves on. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
But
Huey's just being a little too consistent here. That's a good slice, though, from Julia. You know, we did see Julia take a slow start against Sabine as well, and pretty much got rocked that first set as well, right? And really actually focused and hung in there and figured out a way to turn around and win that match.
yeah, I'll tell you, would have not have probably put her as the odds-on favorite in that tiebreaker. You know, thinking that Sabine was going to be a little too experienced, a little too crafty, perhaps, and Julia being here at her first Masters, maybe just a little too nervous to get into that third set tiebreaker with such an experienced player. But it was her staying confident and staying aggressive mainly that produced that win.
Yep.
And I'll tell you, you know, when we see her in that manner, you know, with the fist pumps and the Neamo and the Italian, that's when she's at her best, you know, and I think she's going to need to start recognizing that that's when she's playing her best tennis. Not when she gets a little passive and a little bit tentative. That doesn't suit her game.
Racket speed's a little slow on that serve. Needs to speed up the racket just a little bit. Go up after it.
You know, she's got the proper technique. She's got the good swing path there. Everything looks good.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you know, she's got to recognize how important that is to just keep throwing that racket head around.
Did you, and I stepped away for a second now, I think, when we said that. Did you say she was a tennis player before her
Yes.
injury?
Yes.
So standing up. Yeah. She's pretty classic with the way she plays.
You know, I can tell you, I haven't mentioned that we participated or played against Italy in the World Team Cup several years ago, and she was really new to the sport then. But you could you could see the tennis acumen and already how she had some tennis skills really clearly developed, but she just really struggled with the chair piece back then.
Yep.
And so now that she's getting that more and more under control, it's allowing her tennis skills to come out. I personally think if she gets focused and gets dedicated, and she's played a lot of tournaments this year, but if she really gets dedicated to training and doing some things very purposeful, she's going to be a force to potentially be reckoned with on the women's side.
I agree. She's got lots of upside, as we say, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
A lot of upside.
A lot like to have the upside, but it's big upside by Yui Kamiji here, 4-1 up. And so as they take the break in 5 games, it's the number 2 seed, Kamiji, in control of the first set.
And hard to believe that looking at that last shot, I was a little slow, sorry, but the the campus here and seeing that there's like 500 people on campus for an event today still doesn't seem like this.
Shout out to Joe.
Doesn't seem like there's 500 people here today because the campus is spread out so nicely. Back at that shot again. So
who are those people that just stopped by to say hi? I don't know.
Those people, they're very embarrassing. They are Brad and Brenda Singer from Lucky and Love, which is clothing company, and they have been big supporters of Team USA Wheelchair. So they have a friend who's in a power chair, and actually we went down and did some charity work with them and did a charity event, so that was super cool. And actually Sabrina got to play. It was Sabrina's Adaptive Beach, and she's trying to build an adaptive beach down on Miami Beach. So they're here showing support for what they could not sponsor, just being all very open to everyone. They actually wanted to sponsor this event, but with UNIQLO as the tour sponsor and obviously one of the major sponsors of wheelchair tennis, that's a conflict of interest, so they didn't. But they actually do sponsor a couple of the players on the women's side, and so they're just great supporters of us and what we do here. And you know, it's actually funny because you actually look over this morning. I was at the hotel picking up a referee, and a lot of the Florida teams had their clothing on. They're very much that style, the recreational tennis style that's really in style.
Mm-hmm. Always on the cutting edge, right?
Yeah, they're on the cutting edge. So they're here for the weekend just to support, and they love wheelchair tennis. And
now, are they strictly a women's apparel line, or?
They are right now,
Mm-hmm.
as of right now, but they are looking to go into the men's line. They've got the name ready to go. Don't ask me what it is.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to have
something. Humor is king. King is humor. Humor is king. Humor is
king.
Humor is king.
Yeah.
They're ready to go. They're actually looking to do some of our wheelchair boys as well. So.
What about some of the wheelchair coaches? I mean, Joe.
No.
I mean, I'm a man. I got humor.
No. That you do. I don't know.
No.
We'll see.
That's good. I'm not looking
No.
for a Lucky in Love or Humor and King sponsorship.
You don't need Lucky in Love. You don't need to be lucky.
I'm already
in love,
lucky in love. I got a great wife at home. I am lucky in love,
yes,
Joe.
That's so sweet.
That's the truth too.
So, but no. So they're the ones out there giving me a hard time. While Capochi is also finding a hard time here in this first set. 4-1 down. Struggling. Those high balls, just that high topspin right there from Kamiji is just deadly.
Yeah, and she's going to just do that all day long. I mean, that's her normal game anyway. And then when it really sets up well against a player like Capochi, it's like, oh, perfect matchup for Yui. Julia likes to slug it out down low, balls down in her strike zone, and Yui's going to be doing everything she can to keep things out of that zone.
Yui hasn't really had any really, really tough matches here in her round robin play. Yeah.
3-setter against a NEC, maybe? We'll have to go back and look at that. I think she had one. I think she had one 3-setter. I'll have to double check some of the scores to find out, confirm that. But by and large, she's moved through it pretty easily. Deuce here in the 6th game of this women's semifinal match between Yui Kamiji and Julia Capochi. It's Kamiji serving and deuce. Nice little applause from the crowd in the stands, acknowledging Yui's performance. Oh, there's Yui with the left-handed magic right there, angling that forehand off the side and getting a nice round of applause from some fans in the stands. And it's a commanding 5-1 lead, Yui Kamiji. Great get by Yui, just long. She doesn't like to give any free points away. She has a quiet kind of intensity to her, always a smile on her face, but really a great competitor, fighter. Another double fault by Capoci, and you can see that she's struggling with her confidence right now a little bit, down quickly. 5-1 in this opening set. She double faults her way into giving Kamiji 2 set points. Kind of talked about that. I didn't want to think that was going to be the case with Julia today, but she's right out the gate kind of struggling here to have command of this serve. That was a nice one in there. Only to have Kamiji drive it to the baseline for the forced error and close out of this first set, 6-1. And it was Capoci who held serve out the gate, but then 6 straight by Kamiji. That's a big run right there. So it's gonna take a lot of energy and focus by Julia to turn this around quickly. And another great shot of some fans here enjoying the action on center court. It's been a great day of tennis. All of our semifinals matches are done, but this one. And tomorrow it's going to be Dylan Alcott versus Andy Lapthorne in the quad final. 2 very familiar opponents. It's going to be Shingo Kunieto, world number 1, versus Joe Girard, 2-time champion in this event. And it's going to be Dita de Groot, women's world number 1 versus, yet to be determined, but Yui Kamiji well on her way to filling that spot in a final match against de Groot. Julia making some adjustments to her chair there as we get the ball kids changed for this second set. What a great addition they have been to the dynamic of the tournament today. You get a great shot there of the Florida sun in the background, shining brightly on center court. It's really a great look today. I'm sure it's presenting well. You can see a couple of shadows here and there, but mostly sunshine on the court. The shadows are only from objects that block the sun. I guess that's the definition of a shadow, isn't it? Kamiji immediately back to the high looping balls that she's so famous for. And there it is. There's a Capoci forehand that she's slowly becoming a little bit known for. I'm not going to give her famous yet. She's going to have to win a few more tournaments before she gets the full-on famous. Yui, as a former world number 1, gets the famous nod.
Wow.
Oh, Yui with a great get. Julia stretched out, able to get that one back. There it is. There it is.
That was an amazing get, though, from Yui.
It was. Yep. She's pretty relentless on the wheels. She's always digging. I said she kind of does it in a different manner, not quite as intense. Always has the smile on her face, but a fierce competitor nonetheless. So as we talk about the finals tomorrow, we're guaranteed at a minimum 2 out of 3 new champions, because it's certainly going to be a new champion in the men's division with defending champion Alfie Hewitt not here competing this year. So we get to look at a new champion in 2018, and it's going to be a new champion in the quad division.
So
with,
new as in non-reigning. But new,
correct.
Not as in new, as in first time.
New this year.
Yep.
New this year. Yep. Certainly Joe Girard and Shingo have won the event in the past, but new as in not most recent. But it's Dita de Groot that'll only be the only one that's.
Good shot there.
Yeah.
Helping the net.
Yeah.
Helps.
Yeah, it either helps or hinders,
hurts.
depending on which side you're on.
One of the two.
Friend or foe. So yeah, Dita de Groot's the only one that has a chance to defend her title here.
It's a good drop shot. Again, I love the way she's still fighting. She hasn't changed. Let's see whether she changes it anymore. It's a good ball. So it's a good one here. Coming in, takes it, and just cuts it. Great drop shot.
Well, that could be a good sign or a bad sign. She won the first game of the first set, and now she's got the first game of the second set.
Yeah,
but,
don't know how to look at that.
Yeah, I think she's going to take whatever positive she can get out of it and say that's a good sign. So we'll see. I'm sure she's likely to do more with it this set than she did the last.
Obviously, tomorrow will be our finals, and we will start at 9:30 on court 2 with the third, fourth playoff. So all the third, fourth playoffs are on court 2, followed by, straight away, no break. And then stadium court will start at 10:30.
Do we know the order of who's going on when yet?
Yes, quads, men's, women's, so the same as today.
It's okay, very good.
Really good surprise for the national anthem tomorrow. I may let on with that here in a minute.
A little over-aggressive there by Capochi as she tries to nail down that forehand. And instead, she kind of swings it out wide and gives Kamiji a quick 2-point advantage in this opening service game of the second set by Julia Capochi. I'm not singing the national anthem tomorrow, Joe.
Yeah, you are. I'm just, you didn't know that?
Well, it's just who's going to back me up.
So I may just mess up another name here, but you guys need to Google Alyssa Ragu, R-A-G-H-U. She was from American Idol. Ah, okay. And she's local. She went to high school here in Lake Nona, Lake Nona High School. And I want to say she was one of the finalists. She didn't actually win it, but I've heard her on American Idol. She's amazing. Got the color guard coming out.
Where is the color guard coming from? Do you know?
UCF.
Oh, UCF, University of Central Florida.
Yes,
okay.
So they'll be out.
ROTC program?
Yep.
Awesome.
So they'll be out for that. So that'll be a nice special treat.
Nice ceremony.
And then obviously after all the matches, we'll have the draw ceremonies too.
And that's going to be after each
match,
individual final.
Correct.
Have a center court ceremony.
Yes.
Okay.
That we will cover for everybody as well.
That's a great preview.
It's exciting.
Yeah, it is. Most of the players booked to leave on Sunday, or several that are scheduled to leave on Monday? What's
a little bit of both.
A little 50-50 there?
Yeah, a little 50-50. So some of them are scheduled for tomorrow night late. Some of them are scheduled for Monday. I'm actually quite surprised that there's not too many people staying an extra couple days. I know it's the end of the season. Everyone wants to get home. As Dita said, that they've still got the national championships.
Wow.
That's rough.
And that's still a pretty intense tournament for
I was going to say,
that's a mini Masters tournament right there alone in the women's side. That's for sure.
Exactly. So they've still got that.
Much pride, much homeland pride at stake at the Dutch national championships.
Yeah. Maybe in the future, if anything comes our way in the future, the players will know what it's like and understand it, and then maybe tack a few days on before or after, any of the events.
But I do understand. I mean, so many of them have talked about how long the season is, and it's the choice that they make. And so I think they just really cherish each and every day that they could get a chance to rest and get home, because they know they're going to be kicking it off there in early January to head down to Australia, play a couple tournaments leading up to the Grand Slam. So each of those days and stuff that they get home to their own beds and normalcy for them is important.
Yep.
In a long year. You'll no doubt take like 2 weeks off, after this tournament, right, Joe?
No such luck.
Yeah, right. You wish. You wish.
We've got end of year stuff that has to get done yet.
All the fun stuff, like all the administrative
Yeah,
stuff.
all the administrative reviews.
That's motivating.
My own review as well.
Oh, okay. Well, at least you can tack this successful tournament onto your resume for a year-end accomplishment.
Yeah, I have to put down surveys and get survey results. So I guess it depends who I send the survey to. If I send it to you,
I'll
maybe
say nice things.
You'll say nice things.
Yeah. And it's not Capochi saying nice things now. She looks a little frustrated, down 40-15 here in the third game, with Kamiji a couple points away, or no, 1 point away from holding. Taking another lead. It's been Julia with the first game of each set, but then it's been all Kamiji. And with that return of serve error, it remains Kamiji in the lead.
Great shot right there.
Yeah, I do love that shot.
Yeah, like the GoPro camera down on the ground looking up at the clouds and the sun and the palm trees.
Why did somebody as smart as you, and certainly somebody as smart as me, not think of GoPro? Why did we not think of that first? It's so easy. GoPro, right?
The name of it? The actual thing?
The whole name and thing, and say, hey, design a camera that you could strap on and you could pretty much do anything. Call it a GoPro. I mean, that's not that tough. How did we not come up with that?
I'm just not that smart, period.
I know I'm not. I guess that answers the question then, doesn't it?
It certainly does. And there's the picture of the GoPro down there on the ground, looking up right by the net there.
Oh, great.
Surprised the players haven't damaged it, but obviously they know it's there, or they're just going far enough around. No, I'm just joking. I think they will. So, and I think they're pretty resilient too. They're can be dropped, and they've got a casing around it. And
yeah, the designers know that those things are out there doing some pretty.
Yeah.
The cameras are out there involved in some pretty active things.
Again, that serve just not getting enough acceleration, especially when the wind's at her back and the ball's flying a little bit. It really needs to accelerate up on that and really swing fast.
She's got the right idea in accelerating there, but she does it on the first and then backs way off on the second. Much better. Good girl. It's funny when you're struggling so much on one particular stroke, right? It's that you have to put so much energy and focus into getting that serve fixed that it's like you lose your mind, or you're like, oh my God, I did it, I got it in, and then you've lost all composure and focus for the next task at hand. And in that case, a forehand for her, which is usually elementary, ends up getting dumped in the net.
Yeah. Sometimes when you've got the person that's got the upside and you're watching them play, it can sometimes be very frustrating to watch them play, because you're like, you just need to have that intensity, or you need to find that consistency. It's like, it's so close. Commanding lead here for Kamiji, set in 3-1. She's going to be pretty relaxed here. However, if this match stays the way it's been going, an earlier night for everybody tonight, which is not necessarily a bad thing.
No, I'm sure everybody will welcome that. As I mentioned a little earlier, people might get a chance to eat some dinner at dinner time.
Really?
And I know it sounds crazy, but it would be nice. I think everybody would deserve that. Everybody that's worked so hard to do this. I think the players will enjoy it as well. We'll have 6 left in the tournament. The other 16 will be on to other activities, packing, and maybe if they had planned to leave on Monday, maybe tomorrow's the day that they'll say, hey, I'm in Orlando, why not go check out some of the attractions.
Yeah, and I think some of them have, I saw like Lucy out here, and I know that our staff called in for another court, so I think some of them have been here training as well, which is good, which is smart.
Yeah, I mean, they know it's their life, and that's what they do. It is the life of a professional tennis player.
And I do think one of the players, Lucy Shuka, that I was talking to the other day, I think she's staying here for a good couple of weeks, so I'm sure she'll take off some time and then also spend some time down in her area where she usually spends some time in Pompano.
Oh, okay.
Spend some time down there, so that's good. They need that. They need the time off, but then also to recharge.
Look at that targeting by Yui there. Really nicely executed. Nothing loopy about that forehand.
No, but good net clearance. Definitely wasn't wasn't flat.
Well, as flat as she hits, I'll tell you that
Fair
much.
enough. Yeah,
right. Yeah.
I mean, didn't go too high, but had some good up and down on it, some good hump on it.
That's it. It's a nice shape. Yep.
Good shape. Really good shape. That's a 4-1 lead for Kamiji. She's going to have, by the looks of it, an easy semi-final match today.
Yeah, we're into deja vu territory here in the second set. Exactly playing out the way the first set did. Julia getting the first game, seemingly comfortable and with at least early positivity, and then just all of it just going away.
Okay, we need to find out what's on the back of Yui's chair. There's pictures on the back of her chair. There's like cartoon characters, and then there's writing on the back of her chair on her ball case. So
look like little anime characters.
Yeah, little characters, but also there's obviously I'm not going to be able to understand that writing, but I can't see the character. Maybe that's my job for tomorrow, is to find out what that is. Score thing.
Oh, that was a great shot. Oh, that's...
I wonder whether that's her name in Japanese. That's pretty cool. That's some monkeys by the looks of it, I would say. I don't know. I still can't tell what that is. It may be a panda. We saw with Shingo, I noticed with Shingo too that all his sponsors, right? Honda, he'd got some, I think it was ANN maybe, on the side of the chair. Logos on his shirt, and obviously the Japanese really do follow him, and he's got some pretty big sponsors. So there's obviously rules within our rule book that they can only have so many sponsors and logos on their shirts, etc. Yeah, certain sizes.
It's not NASCAR.
Yeah, no.
Although you know what, I think that would be cool.
Yeah,
put it on. Yeah,
absolutely. Totally agree with you.
Yep,
see Julia with that on her shoulder too, and then Yui's obviously got the tags on her clothing. So obviously she'll have her clothing sponsor, which I believe is Yonex, as well. But then she also has, additional sponsors that are non-clothing that she can put on. Julia has it there.
It's going to be a tough day for Julia when she's missing forehands like that.
Yep.
Because that certainly needs to be her go-to shot.
Yep. And in the back of her chair, guns around, those are those logos right there. Actually, Fila, that's her logo. Saxon, I believe, is her racket. And then she's got her other logos.
None of them as good as that Lucky in Love logo that the U.S. players are rocking. No, they're all good. They're all good, and I'm glad to see so many players that are able to get some sponsorships. And
we talked about the sponsorships with UNIQLO
supported.
too, and how the UNIQLO's. Whoa, that ball moved! Oh wow, that ball moved a ton. And
that ball didn't move enough.
Yeah. We talked about UNIQLO and the sponsorship that they've got with the male players, with Shingo and Gordon, and then obviously the GOAT with Roger Federer. But they've been long time supporters also of the tour for wheelchair tennis. So, that's great for them as well. And they've got their store in Disney Springs. I think I said this yesterday, but we did take Gordon and, or the day before, Gordon and Shingo came out to Disney Springs.
There's a great shot of the UNIQLO banner.
Yep.
Good look right there. Next to the back wall with the NEC symbols is our title sponsor here.
Pochi desperately needs to do something different at this point, and it may still be even too late for her at this point as well.
Yeah, I don't see any indication of how she gets herself out of this one. And there's a punctuation to that statement right there. Because again, earlier in the round robin play, a couple of the matches we watched her play in, man, she would punish that ball to the open court, but she's just off. Seemed to be something that kind of set in on her yesterday during the Shuker match, where, not to use this cliche, but the wheel seemed to kind of come off, and hasn't been able to regain the form. You know, and it's unfortunate because she's really had a great first-time tournament here at the NEC Masters. And so what she should really take away is how well she did, getting herself to a first semifinal, something she should be really proud of.
And hopefully she will.
Yeah, I think she will ultimately when she reflects upon it. But right now, I'm sure she's probably a little soured by the way this thing looks like it's apparently going to end.
And she's still got another match to play too. I mean, she still plays for third, fourth tomorrow. So
against Denise.
So she can't let it get to her too much. She's got to get over the disappointment, and then you're playing for that, still playing for points and money. So.
Yeah. And here it is, Yui Kamiji prepared to serve out this last match of the day. This pace we can make happy hour.
It's always happy hour somewhere, Paul.
That's true. That's true. It's a great song. 5 o'clock somewhere. Nice shot by Julia right there. Yep. And, if the end is in sight, I'd like to see her go out with a few good swings. But again, you mentioned that the tournament's not over for her. No matter the outcome, that's 2 in a row. That's what she's going to need to do, is string together a lot of good shots. I think at this point she might have just loosened up enough, saying
really,
that, all right.
Inside out. That was a massive inside out, by the way.
Yeah.
She was like facing the opposite way when she hit that. You talk about, I think we talked about it more at US Open, but Yui's serve as well, you know, a little bit weaker. She's obviously a little bit lower than most of the other girls too.
She's a tiny little gal.
Yeah, she really has some hard lefty spin though on it.
Yeah, that has to be the weapon that she employs. It's certainly not going to be power, and so maximize.
And it doesn't sit up to. I mean, that's I say if there's a good thing about that, it's you know, because she's short, she doesn't have a strong serve. She's not built real big. You know, it's important that she does keep that serve really low, and not pop up. It's a good fight from Julia there to get back and get another game on the board here. Yeah.
Even if at a minimum it was 1 and 2, it certainly looks a lot better than 1 and 1.
Yep. So
or as they say, fish sticks.
Fish sticks, yeah. Just looking around a little bit, we've got our wheelchair committee member, Kurt Bender, behind the court here in the red shirt, and he is ITF member of the wheelchair committee as well for ITF, and he's our current chair of wheelchair tennis that changes along with the presidency that's changing January 1st. And then Ellen DeLange is also up there watching, and she's got she does all this tournament, the doubles masters and the World Team Cup, and then we've got our NEC people as well with her, our NEC execs and sponsors standing behind her.
And we're allowed to announce. I mean, the announcements have been made on the new president and everything like that. Or
just the new president.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So our president is current president is Katrina Adams, who former player, great supporter again of wheelchair tennis. Has done a lot for the game. She actually
two-term president, I think.
Yeah, 2-term because I think someone in the family got sick of the president was going to take over.
Right. Phenomenal job by Katrina.
Yeah, and then Pat Galbraith, another former player, lefty too, doubles player. He takes over starting January 1st, and then all the new committees I think are being announced sometime next week. So
very good, very good.
Yeah.
Exciting times for those people involved in tennis. Our structure here at the USTA is so volunteer heavy, right? The committee people spend a lot of countless hours working on moving the sport forward, and so they're heavily involved in the USTA structure.
Capochi in trouble here.
Yeah.
In the service game.
I would think if she had it her way, she'd just say, you just keep serving. And there's triple.
She's tried to hit a couple of those overheads, but just hasn't. To me, that's movement right there. That's just not moving to get into position to have to hit an overhead from there or hit
not only
balls
that,
above a head.
No spin to control that shot, and she's not in a position to where she can just pop that thing down in a volleyball spike manner to finish it.
Correct.
So, yeah.
And that gives Kamiji 3 match points. And there it is. And she kind of smiled there. I think she's excited that she's in the final again and has a nice meeting tomorrow with Dida de Groot. I know I say that wrong because I can't say the R.
I think American-wise, we always say it improperly, but everybody knows who we're talking about. World number 1, Dida.
So that'll be a good match tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure Yui's very happy with not having to have expended a lot of energy to get through that semifinal match, and she'll need every bit of that tomorrow against Dida. So she's happy to have it.
And that's Yui's team right there, happy, relieved to get through that today. And it's been
it's Dida and her coach who are just passing behind us there, having observed a little bit of that match. Probably no surprise as to who their opponent was going to be tomorrow. I'm sure they anticipated a Kamiji matchup, but just in case, they were here to eye up the competition.
I said Saxon, it's Strixon.
Strixon.
Is that Strixon?
Strixon. Yeah, I don't even know if we can pronounce that. Strixon.
Again, Wow waiting to talk to Yui. Yeah, Wawa brought a team of, I think, 5 over to cover for the Japanese, obviously, players. Obviously, Shingo and Yui pretty big over there, so. And they're waiting to do asking her for the autograph for their hats.
Wow, that we're done while the sun's still shining, Joe.
That is, wow.
Yeah.
That's okay. It's a good thing.
Yeah, it's been great.
Still good as I said, Julia's got to get over that and really refocus for her match tomorrow because, as I said, she's still playing for 3rd and 4th tomorrow. So, and that's still something on the line too, as I said, because they do play for points and money for that 3rd, 4th playoff. So, still really important for her to refocus tonight, get some food in her, reflect a little bit. I don't know. If I was her, I'd go out and hit a few balls.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't get strained here. Yeah, I agree.
I'd just go straight from there to the court. I may even ask to stay on the court and just hit a few balls.
Yeah,
just to get it out.
I think that's her coach there, but it wouldn't be a bad strategy. Yeah, she still does have some kinks that she's got to get out. It's usually only through the practice process that you're able to do that. It's certainly tougher to do it in match play. And so she wheels off the court.
Yeah.
And sees her coach there. Maybe he's whispering to her, I'll give you 10 minutes, and then we're back to work.
Good attitude there, though, from the coach. Didn't, no negativity, smiling, giving, still saying good job, she fought. It's not like she didn't fight. She just didn't quite have the goods today.
Yeah, didn't have the goods. But you know what? She should be proud of her tournament, no whatever the outcome is. But I'm sure we're going to be wrapping up here pretty soon as we prepare to get on with our day, and not with coverage, but we've kind of given you a preview about tomorrow's coverage and when we're going to be up and running. 9:30 Eastern time. I'm sure I still haven't figured out what that means in GMT.
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. There you go. Thank you. Good calculation.
No, sorry, wrong. 2:30.
2:30.
Greenwich time.
Okay.
9:30 Eastern time for coverage on court 2, which will be the quad 3rd and 4th place, which is
Koji and Lucas.
So they'll be taking the court at 9:30. And then followed by the men's 3rd place, which will be Stefan Olsen and Gustavo Fernandez. And then the ladies will be straight followed by with Anik Van Koot and Julia Capochi. Then on stadium court, we start at 10:30 a.m., which is 3:30 Greenwich time. And we start with the men's quads finals with Andy Lapthorne and Dylan Olcott, and that could be a fiery match, to
Yep,
say the least.
no doubt. And at a minimum, I think we're looking at a potential new year-end number 1. If Dylan Alcott wins that, he will take over that position at the top of the rankings. So a lot at stake for him, obviously.
Yep. And then we go to the men's final with Shingo Kanyeda and Joe Girard. That's going to be a great match. Excited for that. And then we finish off with Dida de Groot and Yui Kimiji. And
Let's
sign off with
that picture right there.
Beautiful picture.
It doesn't get any better than that. It's been a great day, everybody. Semifinal Saturday is in the books. We say goodbye to Paul and Joe, and look forward to talking to you tomorrow. Bye, Joe.
I got a game to go see.
Say goodbye to you. Say something, Brian?